not exactly as efficient. So I don't know.
I'm not sure what the difference is, but I will look into that because I'm seeing more.
Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually, and you can participate
Chair Bassett, it looks like we're good.
All right. Thank you very much. Start over. Welcome to the first meeting in February 2022. In accordance with Executive Order AB 361, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually, and you can participate via the Zoom call-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. Nikki, can you please have a roll call?
We can try this again, sure. Supervisor Bohn.
Good morning, Humboldt.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Morning.
Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
Supervisor Wilson.
Here.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes. We're all here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. So at this time, now we'll move on to the flag salute.
And there's another technical difficulty. Does somebody have a flag?
Rex, where's your flag?
It's not a good morning.
Okay, that's closest we're gonna get.
I can get a bigger one. I got a couple more in here.
That's all right. I got a huge one in the corner, but it's over there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I appreciate the way you had the simulated, like the wind and the flag. It's very nice. All right, so a little bit about today's process. For those of you who want to call and make comment today, when you call in, press *9 to raise your hand. When it's your turn to speak, you'll press *6 to unmute. When you have 30 seconds left, you will hear this sound. And that means you have those 30 seconds to wrap up. We're pretty strict on the times, so everyone can have the same amount of time speaking to the board. Don't take it personally if you're still talking and you end up being thanked and being muted. Also wanted to mention, if you are tuning in today and you're wanting to comment on items not on the agenda, I can guarantee you that will not be in the morning session. So we can check back afternoon and hopefully give you a better idea, but the morning session is going to be pretty crammed, so it is not on this period of time. So if you don't want to stay tuned to the meeting, you'll be just come back after lunch would be great. So I think at this time I'd like to ask our CAO if there's any modifications to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Bass. There are no modifications to today's agenda.
All right. So then that'll move us to our consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
We have a motion, and I think we had two. So that counts as a motion.
I'll take the second. Mike can have the first.
All right. So we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar. Go out to see if anyone in the public wishes to comment on the consent calendar. Okay. We do have one hand up, it looks like, and that would be the last four digits of 3053. I believe that's Thomas. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Boulder here. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Hi, I'm commenting. I don't know what item number it is, but about the reissuance or supporting the drought emergency part. So just some comments. Looking at, we have a local here in our microclimate that I'm at, and he just posted our year-to-date compared to last year's year-to-date, and now we're only sitting roughly 3/4 of an inch more rainfall than where we were at a year ago. So definitely support the drought task force and moving forward with that. But I'm going to reiterate what I've said before. If there's going to be any restrictions as far as any agricultural purposes, those need to be out there, I'd say by March, mid-March, so that way farmers, whether it's cannabis or any other agriculture, know what they need to do and know what their water budget needs to be. So maybe they can get more tanks and divert more water or pump more water depending on what their LSA agreement has. I think it's very, very important. Also, for the board to remember that the drought language that is in the ordinances is where mandates and added conditions of approval for water storage should be taking place, not in projects approved. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. We have another hand up in consent calendar, and that's 4254. If you're 4254, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, board. This is Lelania Dubois. I'm not sure where we're at on the calendar because it's not coming through for me properly, but I'm here to comment on agenda item H1.
Actually, we're on the consent calendar still, Lele.
Okay, I'll wait then. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, I don't see any other hands up for the consent calendar, so we'll go back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Does the supervisor have anything to say? Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you through the chair. I just wanted to comment on the drought item that it was supposed to come back today for discussion, and with our agenda being so full, that it will be coming as not a consent item on next week's meeting for discussion, and I just wanted to let the community know that.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just wanted to thank you for putting on this agenda the National Children's Dental Health Month proclamation. It's just one of those things that we don't think about a lot. Maybe those of us who have, fairly decent access to dental health care, and there's just such a long-term health and wellness issues that come with not having universal availability within our community, especially with children. And I just want to thank you for putting forward this proclamation, which just brings to light the efforts that people are making to try and bring that to a better place. And also the support letter for the Humboldt County Litter Abatement and Beautification Project. Appreciate that and the support for that. We just are always working on those things. It's a constant, and I appreciate you putting that on the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you, and I think you were involved in at least one of those as far as the conversation. And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, I also want to thank you for putting the item on the agenda in regards to litter abatement and beautification. That's going to be a fantastic program that the county is partnering with Caltrans with. It's going to do some amazing things in our communities, and on future agendas, I think we'll be discussing more details about how we're going to roll those programs out. I've long said it almost be cheaper for us to allow for free dumping than the cost we spend for cleaning up all the illegal dumping. But a conversation for another day. Anyway, thank you for putting that on the agenda.
Thank you very much. And any other supervisor have any comments on the consent calendar? And I have to, I know someone else raised their hand in the public, but we had already gone back to the board, so we're staying with the board on this this item. So don't see any more board comments. So I think we're ready for a roll call vote, Nikki.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And so now we do have a matter initiated by board members, and this one comes to us from Supervisor Bushnell, and it's regarding a report on the payroll transition. And so at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Is our auditor controller on? Yep, I see Karen down there.
Karen is there. There she is.
Hi. Good morning. So I had originally brought this item to last week's agenda. It was due to come a few weeks ago, and then Ms. Dominguez was busy with payroll, so we pushed it out to this week. And I think she's prepared with a report to update us. So I'm gonna, at this time, hand it over to her.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. I went over to the board offices and dropped off some papers, reports that you can follow along with, because the screen will kind of truncate a lot of the information. And by providing it to you printed, you can refer to it later. May I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I am being very mindful of the time. I know I get carried away with the PowerPoints. I'm just very excited to share this information with you. I'll be very quick. We're gonna follow the same format as before, just for consistency's sake. But I've changed it just a little bit. The outline, I always start a presentation with an outline, tell you where we're gonna go. I'd like to share with you the progress that we've made with the county's payroll function, update you on some challenges that we've been facing, share with you opportunities for growth that we've identified, and then show you the flow chart as we see it of the county payroll function. I'd like to give you an update about the staffing in our office, as well as updates on the functions that we serve, and then some check-ins. So we met briefly a couple weeks ago with Supervisors Bass and Wilson and the CAO's office to talk about metrics, and some ideas were thrown out. Given that I didn't have too much time, I wasn't able to prepare full status reports on all of the functions of the office, but I did share, or I am going to share about two of the most popular ones that most people are always asking about. And then a general operations check-in, and then what I give you an idea of what we're going to bring at the next update. So the progress we've made, I've shared with your board the first bullet point of the different instructions that we've developed, the different things that we've learned about the payroll function that were not institutional knowledge prior to the transition. We now have instructions for processing workers' compensation integration, catastrophic leave, the payroll accumulators, which apparently are very important for all things, quarterly reporting, W-2s, making sure that people, when we process corrections, we're processing them for the correct periods. We've learned many lessons about the payroll accumulators. We learned how to handle calendar year end in Finance Enterprise. Finance Enterprise handles two different years simultaneously, fiscal and calendar year, and we learned about the intricacies there. We learned how to process vacation and comp time buyouts. This is a perk of management and confidential staff. And then we also learned how to issue stipends to election workers who are also county employees. Our office had experience with accounts payable, people who were not employees, but this was a new one for us, to issue pay for people who are also employed with the county. We've improved the existing county payroll calendar to reflect the tax year model that payroll follows. There has been a little bit of confusion about the holidays in the payroll calendar. We went with the actual holiday. The MOUs provide for Fridays or Mondays to be holidays, which for the majority of employees that applies. But for the employees who are regularly scheduled on Saturday or Sunday, they still get the holiday on the same day. And then there's also issues where certain bargaining groups get holidays that others don't. And so to avoid confusion, we only included the county observed holidays on the day that they are nationally recognized. The AC office and the HR department, we are slowly becoming experts in Finance Enterprise, HR, and payroll. We are reading manuals, reading instructions, we're testing a lot, learning a lot through trial and error. We are utilizing Coa Hills and Central Square and County IT almost every day. And we are continuing to learn more about the great things that this software can do for us. This is the most exciting one for our office. We've developed new import templates to be able to do disability and workers' comp integration. This was a task that took us at the longest a day and a half. And now we've cut it down to 30 minutes. It was a cause for celebration for sure. And we are looking forward to finding more opportunities to make things more efficient. I included two different departments on this list because I did want to express gratitude to them and also give them kudos for how they've modernized and how they've adapted to this transition, and also to all the other external factors that we're all dealing with, like COVID, like people being out sick, like not being able to recruit staff. DHHS has really assisted in making the payroll processing more efficient because they transitioned over to import templates rather than manual data entry into the system. This has allowed for the Human Resources Department to have more time to process transactions in the system before any time is entered. And then the sheriff's department has also adapted. They are now sending us time cards with approvals already embedded within the time cards in Excel. They're also taking snippets from emails in Outlook and imposing them on the Excel spreadsheet so that we have all of the information in one centralized location. They went above and beyond. They've also categorized all of their time cards by budget units and by alphabet. It has been very helpful to get those time cards in that manner. So I think they deserve recognition and kudos. Some of the challenges, staffing capacity. We are pretty maxed out in the AC office. We are all regularly working overtime. We're in high spirits. We like working together, but the workload is pretty significant for us. There's also issues with sudden and immediate issues that require duplicative work. This is not necessarily something anyone is doing on purpose or that could have been prevented. It is just the reality. The example I can think of is last week we were making great time on payroll and we almost were going to process it on Wednesday. And then something happened with the salary tables and we had issues with a whole group of job classifications that affected a lot of employees. We could not move forward until that was resolved. There was also the issue of pay raises. Pay raises were implemented, but then that meant that time corrections for prior periods could not also be processed because then people would be getting paid for prior periods at the current higher rates. And then the other issue that happened this last cycle was with the declared disaster. When the board declares a disaster, certain employees are eligible for overtime compensation. And that wasn't reported on time. And so we got a long list of overtime corrections that needed to be processed in that cycle as well. The inconsistent network and system availability. So this is a big challenge when we're processing payroll. Sometimes we lose internet. Sometimes finance enterprise goes down. Sometimes our computers are being tested and it hinders our ability to complete payroll. We have made progress in this area. The IT department has helped us by installing our own Wi-Fi in the Auditor Controller's office. We still don't have great service because we are kind of in a dungeon without any windows. But yesterday when the internet was down for network maintenance, we were getting a little bit of service through the Wi-Fi and we were able to complete more tasks. This one, board actions that require immediate or quick implementation. This is a challenge to payroll, but it is not an accusation that you're doing anything wrong. Please don't take it that way. I need to express to you though that when you extend SB 95, that means we're gonna have to go back and do some retroactive adjustments for all of the employees who could have used SB 95, but didn't because it had been expired. These things will likely happen often. I think it would benefit the county for there to be more communication about when these things are happening and how they might impact payroll processing. But it is one of the challenges that we're facing right now. Can it get better? Absolutely. The incomplete setup of ExecuTime. So ExecuTime, I'm not quite sure how it was implemented or what the planning was around it. There's no documentation in the AC office about it. And what we were able to get from Tyler Technologies, who owns ExecuTime, were PowerPoint presentations that don't really dive deep into how do you change something in that system. It has been a challenge to provide that service to employees or to departments who want us to make changes in ExecuTime that we've never made before and that we don't have instructions for. IT has been a great support in learning ExecuTime. And until we become experts in ExecuTime, like we are in finance enterprise, we're likely going to keep seeing some challenges there. We have some miscommunication going on that is challenging in payroll about timelines, deadlines, and process. Most notably is with separated employees. So when an employee leaves, they notify their department, ideally with enough notice. The department would then fill out a PPAF, send it over to HR, ideally with enough notice for HR to process it. When the employee leaves, that's when the processing can actually begin. HR can't actually separate someone before they've separated. And so we're facing certain, commentary or feedback from people saying, well, I told my department I was going to retire months ago. Yes, but action could not be taken until you actually retire. And then there's also a misunderstanding about when you send something to HR, that doesn't mean it's automatically been processed. HR needs time to process it, and then they would send it to us, and we're limited in time. We can't process a separation during the same week that we're processing the regular payroll cycle. So we can only do them on the off weeks. And this can cause delays for some people and some frustrations there. I am exploring other ways to use finance enterprise to be able to issue supplemental and separation pay, but it's such a complicated method of issuing one paycheck that I'm not finding a quick and efficient way to do it. And also with the IRS deadlines, they require payment in advance. So it makes it very difficult for us to offer same day settlements or same day payments in payroll like we would in accounts payable. And then one of the challenges is also the expectation of rushed services. The payroll cycle is not like the accounts payable cycle. There is no same day processing unless the county is willing to absorb a penalty with the IRS. Generally, for the most part, I say no. But there have been a couple times when it's been an absolute emergency and we've had to reconcile our tax deposits to see, okay, we have a little bit of padding because we did give a little bit more in this prior period. And so it takes some adjusting, some manipulating to be able to offer that. But it is very difficult and it is very time consuming. Opportunities for growth. One of the things I hear a lot is that people want responses faster. They want to be able to talk to someone on the phone right away. We have very limited staff who have access to the payroll module. And so one of the ideas I have that I'm likely going to be bringing to your board soon is to reclassify the staff in the Auditor Controller's office to be management and confidential so that they have access to the payroll module so that they're able to provide responses to people. Otherwise, Auditor Controller staff are answering the phone, but having to delegate to someone in payroll. And when there's only two of us and we're already busy, it can make people upset that they have to wait. So this would be a good opportunity to give Auditor Controller staff the cross-training and the access, the authority to be able to see the information so they can provide responses faster. Another opportunity for growth is to continue exploring finance enterprise. We are learning more and more about what the software can do. And in a lot of ways, it's almost like it's answering all of our prayers. It can do so many things. It can eliminate the need to do external manual calculations. If we just learn how to utilize it and set it up correctly, it can do a lot of the job for us and it can automate a lot of the transactions. When you don't have a lot of staff, automation is the way to go. And that's really my focus with payroll. How do we automate it as much as possible? And then another opportunity for growth is for the collaboration between the Auditor Controller's Office, Human Resources, COA Hills, and MGO to continue so that we can develop an interdepartmental MOU. Right now, we have just a very basic task delegation list, but it doesn't go into detail about how things are processed, when things are processed, why things are processed. And with COA Hill's expertise in the system and MGO's expertise with policy and process, I think we can develop a really good MOU for handling the county's payroll. The next slide I'm going to show you is the flow chart as I've come to see it. I tried my best to make it very orderly and to not have so many things crossing each other. But this is the reality of the payroll function for this county. I purposely didn't put anything in the middle. I purposely skewed it a little bit, and everything is interrelated. County departments are involved in payroll, the local banks, partnering agencies, the gyms, they're involved in our payroll, regulatory agencies, this is what the flow chart looks like. There's no real start or end because it's cyclical. It never ends. We're going to keep getting paid every 2 weeks. We're going to keep hiring new employees. We're going to keep terminating employees. We're going to keep retiring. We're going to keep promoting. We're going to keep demoting, transferring. There's going to be incentives. There's going to be gym memberships. There's going to be deferred accounts, retirement accounts. This is payroll. And one of the things I wanted to propose to the board is, by focusing so much on just the auditor controllers part of payroll, you're kind of denying yourself an opportunity to explore all the other areas of payroll where there could be cost savings, where there could be competitive bidding, where employees can have more control over their information. Because I didn't even put in here the actual systems that are available to us. CAMS for job costing, finance enterprise, executive time. There's other departments that use specific time study software. There's people still using Excel. There's people still using paper. There's a lot of duplicative work happening before things even come to the Office of the Auditor Controller. And so my proposal to the board is maybe expand these payroll reports to not just the Auditor Controller, but maybe countywide, get more information and reporting from other departments as well. Are there any questions before I switch over from payroll to the general Office of the Auditor Controller?
All right, any supervisors have a question? Don't see any hands, except I don't have everybody on the same screen.
Okay, I'm going to transition from just payroll to the general Auditor Controller's office. Previously, I shared with the board a staff listing. I've beefed it up a little, and I provided you a little bit more information so that you could see not just the bodies that are in the office, but the experience, the expertise. Where are they? The loyalty to the county. The red is the vacant positions. We have 19 allocated staffing positions that your board has awarded our office. 6 of them are vacant right now. The majority of them are from the transition of payroll. And so when we're going back to reclassifying auditor controller staff, it would be to assist in covering these positions that we're likely not going to fill in the immediate future. Another update is we have a new senior fiscal assistant in our office who has been with the county for 26 years. And he's already gotten a taste of 1099s and W-2s and the phones and overtime, and he shows up every day. So I'm very excited. I think he's a keeper. I'd like for you to also note the location. Some of them are in the physical office. Some of them work remotely. We've been able to retain employees who moved away to other counties. And I often thank them. Thank you so much for helping Humboldt County all the way from Sacramento County, all the way from Butte County, all the way from Blue Lake, not that far. But I do recognize that there is this sense of duty, civic duty that these employees have, that they continue to serve in this way. And I'm very grateful for them. I also calculated some average, well, I didn't, Excel did, some averages down here. We have outliers, an employee who's been with the county 33 years compared to someone who's been here a couple months. On average, out of all of the auditor controller staff, we have 9 years of experience. Just within the auditor controller department, 2.9 years. And the average number of years that we all have in our current positions is a little bit over a year. This information can be helpful when you consider, why isn't this specific task getting done right away if we just gave them a bunch of these positions? Something else to consider is, how long have they been working here? How much experience do they have? Where do they live? Do they have access to the same resources we do in the office? Okay, the next slide is the AC functions list. This is one of the documents I printed out for you. It's easier to see on legal size paper. What I did here is I listed all of our functions, A through U, and Z is just our department admin. Going across, I put all of our positions. AC, auditor controller, assistant auditor controller, supervising accountant auditor, and so on. There's the 6 vacancies in gray. When you see X's, that means that person, that position is actively performing tasks within that function. When you see O's, that's our wish list, right? As soon as these positions get filled, that's what that position is going to do. Down here, you can see of filled positions, the AC fills 15 functions, the assistant AC 13. If we get a supervising accountant auditor, that person will do 13. That's how you read it on the bottom. On the right, I put in a formula here to count across only if it has an X. And here I put an if-then formula. If this function has more than 5 people working on it, then we're okay. If it doesn't, we need help. I told Excel to tell me help. Let's say we live in a perfect world and we're fully staffed. All of the X's and O's are being counted. Same formula. If we have more than 5 people, okay. If not, we need help. This is very general. Some of these tasks are going to be more cumbersome than others. Of course, some of them are going to require specific expertise, like the software administration, the setup. You're going to need some IT experience or comfortability with IT. But this is to give you a general picture of just by the numbers. Can we complete the tasks? Right now, we need a lot of help. Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, is MGO figured into this at all? Because I knew they're new to the game, and I know that last time he presented, he said he had 10 people. Are they just working on separate tasks, or are they? Because I know they're $80,000 to $100,000 a month, and are they considered in this at all, or are they?
So MGO is not an allocated position for us, so they're not necessarily in this chart. We do have other charts where I do include MGO and the specific tasks that they assist the county with. I'll also remind you that they don't necessarily just help our department, they are also helping other departments with other tasks. They may have 8 staff people working on the Humboldt County project. That doesn't mean that 8 people come to our office and help us all the time. We regularly see the partner, Scott Johnson, Rebecca Haggerty, and the people helping with the bank reconciliations are Cedric and Michelle. There's some people working on journals, but they're helping the department specifically, not necessarily our office.
With their journals or your journals? I mean, because somewhere in there you guys are partnered up on those, right?
So
on the journals being complete, they have to work with you, and they can't just work with you because they have to ask the other party who submitted the journal, right?
What we do is we've assigned 2 specific departments to NGO who expressed a need for expedited processing. And so we assign those journals to NGO. The ones that are complete, they just approve them, they send them over, we get them posted. If they're not complete, that's when NGO starts engaging with the department and helping them prepare a complete journal.
Okay, because it's confusing. You're assigning them, but you say they don't work for you. And it's just confusing to me. I was just looking for an answer. Thank you.
So the way that it works right now is departments submit their journals to the county journals inbox. The auditor controller's office monitors that inbox. So when I say assign them to MGO, I mean I pass them right along. If it comes from this department, it goes right along to MGO. Yes, Supervisor Bass.
Well, first, before I ask, did you want us to wait till you finish this chart before we ask our questions on it, or are you okay with asking in the middle?
I'm feeling flexible right now. I've had coffee. I feel good.
All right.
Ask an hour later.
All right. Well, my question, you mentioned about the folks working from other counties, and I know with advent of telework, it's made it much easier. I'm curious, like, how many of those may be involved in the payroll function, and I guess I'm wondering, is it as efficient? I guess I worry, when there are challenges that people aren't necessarily in the office to get together and problem solve. So if you could talk a little more about how you use the resources of the folks who are working from the office but don't live in Humboldt County anymore. I mean, I know there's ways to do it. I'm just curious how it fits into the overall picture. And if you want to wait till the end to answer that, that's fine too. It's just, I didn't want to forget that I had the question.
I can answer it now. It's an easy answer. All of the people working in payroll are here in the physical office.
Okay, so that the ones that are in other counties are doing more types of activities where it's less necessary that they need to be in a place where they can put all their heads together when emergencies happen.
Yes, it's the senior accountant classification. It requires independent judgment and quiet time. We do still utilize our virtual Zoom office so that we can be readily available to communicate with each other, but it's not as demanding as payroll.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. Karen, are these A through Z, are these all the functions of your office?
A through U, and I hid B through Y because those were blank. These are the different functions that we serve in this office of the Auditor Controller. Other Auditor Controller offices across the state might have different functions. These are the ones that I know we have, either through the code or the board has directed, or we've just kind of inherited it.
Okay, so where would bank reconciliation fall in under this chart?
Well, it depends. If we're talking for the year end, it would be external audit. That's what NGO is doing right now. The regular day-to-day banking, I would put it in fund accounting.
You would put it where?
Fund accounting. This county doesn't have pooled cash. It does in theory, but every fund of the county has cash. So when we're talking about reconciling cash, we're reconciling all of the funds that have it.
Okay, so then each, so are you saying like, for instance, fund accounting that has multitudes of activities listed under that, or that go along with that item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Each of these functions are dozens of tasks.
Okay, thank
Some
you.
have more than others.
Okay.
Thank you. Shall I keep going? Okay.
Yes, sorry, I was having a sneeze attack.
I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
Yes, please continue. I just had to take myself off mute because I was sneezing.
I do have this in printed form, but let me know if you'd like it in Excel. I can send it over in Excel as well. The next, so a specific function that we hear a lot about is accounts payable. That was one of the items that I believe you requested, Supervisor Bushnell, just in general, AP items, invoices. And I wanted to share with you some of the work I did a couple weekends ago when I intended to be here last week to do the presentation, and then payroll happened the way it did. I couldn't. So I appreciate you, Supervisor Bushnell, for being flexible and accommodating to move it over to this week. I did put in some work though before that meeting. I ran a export from Finance Enterprise. I told it to search for a specific vendor for the whole year. Show me everything that happened. What WF means is workflow. So it's the audit trail. Anytime someone enters an invoice into the system, it gets timestamped, recorded into the financial software forever. Unless someone deletes it, even then there's still going to be an audit trail in the background. Because a lot of attention has been given to a very specific vendor, and because it's important that we address this issue, I chose Arcata House Partnership for this study. I asked the system to give me all of the data for the Arcata House Partnership vendor, all of the invoices dated from January 1st to December 31st. This is what the raw export looks like. I can also send this to you in Excel if you'd like to play around with it. I sorted this data and I created this. This is one of the printed documents that you have. You have it in its complete form all the way to the bottom with the totals. It didn't all fit on the PowerPoint, so this is just a snippet for those that don't have that printed copy. After I sorted all of that raw data, I added headers to kind of walk you through the life cycle of an invoice, what these dates mean, what these counters mean, how I calculated them. The first step in accounts payable is that the vendor has to generate an invoice. When they generate that invoice, they give it a date. Step 2 is for the department to enter that invoice into the software so that we're able to pay it. Most departments have opted to have a department approver, meaning they have one person entering the invoice and a second person approving it to make sure that they're pulling it out of the right budget unit, that the expense is authorized, that they have money to spend that, or that that is how they intended to spend. For a variety of reasons, departments do opt to have this approver. When the approver at the department level completes their approval, that's when it comes to the Auditor Controller's Office for processing. I've labeled these 4 steps, A, B, C, and D, so that you could then see here how I've generated the number of days that it's taking for the county to process an invoice. The number of days between the invoice date and the date the department enters the invoice is B minus A. The number of days overall in the department queue is C minus A. That's the second approver. And then the number of days in the Auditor Controller's queue is D minus C. When did we get it minus when did the department send it over? You'll also notice that department and AC have labels X and Y, because I believe that we need to start working as a county for the benefit of the county. And it cannot be a focus on just one department or a handful of departments. So I did this. What is the completion time for the county? The number of days it took. In here is an if-then formula. If D minus A equals X plus Y, then tell me what that number is. If not, tell me there's an error, because those two numbers need to be the same. From the day the Auditor Controller's Office processed it compared to the invoice date, and how long was it in the department's queue, plus how long was it in the Auditor Controller's queue. This data culminated into this. You also have this printed out. Of the year 2021, invoices dated within that year, there were 89 invoices specifically for the Arcata House partnership. 77 of those invoices were for DHHS, 12 were for probation. The average number of days for the county to process. You can see specifics down here about the departments. I'm going to focus up here on the county. It took the county departments 36 days on average to process an invoice. It took the Auditor Controller's Office 11 days. On average, it took the county 49. This is not a this plus this equals this. That's why I didn't put a formula. These are independent calculations from the columns we have over here: department, AC, and county. The minimum days in the queue. What is the fastest that departments were able to process an invoice? 4 days. What is the fastest that the Auditor Controller's Office was able to process an invoice? 0 days. It means we processed it the same day. And then the county. What's the fastest the county was able to go on any one invoice? 9 days. It's still really good. Maximum. What is the longest it took the departments to process an invoice? 174 days. What is the longest it took the Auditor Controller's Office? 32 days. Overall, the county, 185. The mode, most commonly, out of all of these invoices, what is the number that showed up most often? For departments, it was 84 days. For the AC, it was 11. And for the county, it was 95. This is a study of one invoice or one vendor, 89 invoices for 1 year. this is not necessarily how the whole county would look when I finish that assessment of the entire county for all of the vendors for the whole year. That is one of the things I am working on. I'm making progress with sorting that data. And I'm looking forward to sharing that completed information with your board. I think that will be more reflective of overall the county health, overall the county's productivity across all departments. This was just a very specific study because I know it's gotten a lot of attention, and I've received a lot of questions about this myself. The next thing I'd like to share with you about is the external audit, specifically 1920. I am not the accountant working on the external audit. This is the report I received from staff. So if you want more detailed information, I might need to get back to you after I check in. What I understand is that since September 23rd, 52 audit items have been marked as complete or no longer needed by CLA. The outstanding items for the 1920 audit is the bank reconciliation. MGO is assisting with this, and they are in communications with CLA. Okay? There's also taxes receivable. MGO is working with both Auditor Controller's Office and the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office to develop a plan of sharing information with regard to payments of taxes, cash transactions, that will ultimately feed into how do we reconcile taxes receivable at the end of the year. The year prior to this, 18-19, was the first year that I reclassified receivables into the different types. Previously, we just had accounts receivable. Now we have accounts receivable, taxes receivable, loans receivable, leases receivable, and due to, due from between the funds. With this being now the next year, the reconciliation was a challenge because revenues for taxes are not being recorded consistently. It's something that can be improved upon, and I think we're going to make a lot of progress with MGO's help there. Contracts. The external auditors are asking a lot of information about contracts. The challenge we have there is that the information is spread out across the across the county. There is no centralized location where contracts live. The board has some that get approved through the board. The purchasing division has some that get approved through purchasing. DHHS has their own contracts unit. County council might have information about other contracts that are going on. HR has their own contracts. Contracts are kind of spread out across all the departments. So it makes it a challenge for us to be able to provide reconciled information to the auditor when we only know the information that's been shared with us. They are also expecting a litigation letter from County Council and Risk Management. This is a template every year where the county has to tell the external auditors, is there potential for a lawsuit? What they're testing is called going concern. Is the county at risk for not continuing in the next year, going bankrupt because of a lawsuit? The next one is the audited financial statements from the Fortuna Fire Protection District. We learned a couple years ago that the Fortuna Fire Protection District is a blended component unit of the county. We knew it was a dependent district. We did not know it was a blended component unit. And a couple years ago, the auditors identified it and said, if they have assets that are capitalizable, you need to carry them on your books as well. And then we learned that historically there was no capital asset audit of the Fortuna Fire Protection District. The good news is that they have been working with a local CPA firm and they have their draft financial statements. And I believe we're expecting the completed audited financial statements from them either today or tomorrow. They are still waiting for the schedule of passenger facility charges. They are already in communication with aviation and they're getting us, I think, some responses from Public Works. So I know that progress is being made there. And then the last one is OPEB census data. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. This information is generated by, I think, HR and the CAO, and it gets submitted to an actuary who then provides an actuarial report to the county that it then uses to invest for retirement. The Auditor Controller's Office is not directly involved with this one, but if you want more information, I'd be happy to investigate. Once these things are done or submitted to the auditors, I don't know what else they're gonna ask for though. They could still ask for new things. Like this OPEB census data, that's actually a new request. I do know that they are gonna be doing field work this month in February. We've already scheduled it and they've committed to completing the field work. And they've also sent an updated engagement letter to reflect those state ranges. Now I'd like to move on to the general operations of the Auditor Controller Department. These are different items that don't necessarily get a lot of attention, but they happen every day. They require our daily attention. One is the Cal card. It is a monthly transaction, but because of the volume of Cal cards, it's an everyday task. Everyone is at some point in the day looking at a Cal card packet. The most recent billing period closed January 17th, and they were due to the Auditor Controller's Office on January 25th. I left date payment due to US Bank blank because they don't actually put a due date in the bank statement. It just says pay upon receipt. The number of Cal cards that had activity in January were 105. To date, we've only received 102. That's a 97% submission rate. I think that's positive if we're only missing 3. In the past, we've missed a whole lot more than 3, so this is an improvement. Timely, we're not doing great. 74% were submitted timely. This is not a timely, just means by that day. People who sent it in the next day, they're not considered timely anymore, but the good news is we have it. It's more just for data tracking and sharing with you. Ideally, we'd like to see progress in things being submitted timely. And then as of today, this morning, 60 have already been audited. So we are 59% done with the review of the Cal card packets. The outstanding invoice entries. I did want to share this information with your board because you are often told or asked about invoices. Invoices come to us in many different forms. One of the forms is what we call ININ. It's invoice entry. That's the mask in finance enterprise. I checked this morning. When I did a search of just pending invoices, regardless of whose queue they're in, who they're waiting for, there were 2,009 invoices in the system at some point of approval. Of those 2009, 1,211 invoices were waiting for approval in the department level. 798 were waiting for approval at the Auditor Controller's Office. So the Auditor Controller's Office right now has 40% of the pending invoices. The invoice date of the oldest invoice in our queue is August 21st. If that's all you know, you might think that our office has had this invoice since August. So I share the next bit of information to you. When was that oldest invoice submitted to the Auditor Controller's Office for payment? January 13th. That was 19 days ago, and there were no rejections on it. So it is not the case that it was submitted, rejected, sent back, and then it's resubmitted. This is just a fresh submittal. CAMS. You've heard me before talk about CAMS. It's a separate software that Public Works uses. It provides them the tools they need to do their job costing. Finance Enterprise has modules for that, but CAMS is specifically designed with Public Works departments in mind. What I saw in the system is there were these many CAMS batches at some level of submission. Based on what I could see in our inbox, we've only received this many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Each batch can have a wide range of invoices in it. Sometimes they'll just have 2 invoices. Other times they'll have 146. And so it can be difficult to just gauge by number of batches, just how much work it is. You can have 30 batches, and if they all have just one invoice, great, that's just 30 invoices. Or you could have 146 in one, 114 in another, and then it's taking a lot longer. The number of days that it's been in our queue, the longest one is 19 days. We also receive revenue recovery batches. When revenue recovery needs to issue the payments for victim restitution, they collect all the money, now it's time to give it out to people. They do it through batches. I've seen 3 batches in the system, 2 of which I have a record that have been submitted to us, and they have 60, 57, and 47 invoices in the batches. We've had them for 13 days. Our standard turnaround time for invoices is 2 weeks processing. But as you can see, we're monitoring invoices in ININ, invoices in CAMS, invoices in revenue recovery, and then there's also down here, the treasury tax collector batches for tax refunds. Those are handled a little bit differently also. We have to import those ourselves, proof them, and then distribute them. That's different from the DHHS batches for general relief and assistance checks because we don't have any backup for those. So we just proof them, make sure that they're in balance, they're not using weird object codes, that they're not using blocked accounts, and then we distribute them. Same thing with the Humboldt County Office of Education. They send us those batches every day too. We proof them and distribute them. They are independent entities. They are not governed by your board, and so they're not held to the same policies. As you can see with all of these batches, the ones we just proof and distribute them, we do them same day for the most part. The one that we have to import ourselves can take us a little longer. And then NA just means we haven't gotten it yet. It's not actually in our queue. I'd like to show you a different progress tracker. This is specifically for right now in January. Cash receipts. We often get asked questions from departments. I deposited this a week ago. Why isn't it in the system yet? There's timing issues that we have to take into consideration. Did the department submit the deposit request form to the treasurer timely? Did they do it at the end of the day on a Friday? Are we now looking at a weekend when the bank doesn't open for the treasurer? So there's that timing. And then how long does it take the treasurer's office to gather them into a batch and send them to us in their complete form? And so I share this information with you that we received through the January 21st. We've posted through January 13th. Yesterday, we received January 14th through the 21st. So yesterday morning, we were fully caught up. Today, we're behind several days. And that's how quickly it can happen, that we now have a backlog. With debit return items, it's a different type of transaction. This is money that is coming back to us that we didn't intend for it to come back, but for some reason it did. We're fully caught up there. Wire transfers, fully caught up there. I didn't check the inbox this morning. There might be more. I don't know. The financial transactions report. These are the 13 dependent districts of your board. I wanted to share with you that all of these financial transactions reports were due yesterday, January 31st. They've all been completed timely. The county's financial transactions report, that one is not complete, and it is dependent on the state controller's determination with the 1920 financial transactions report. Here's something brand new. The 1099s. We have historically always issued the 1099 miscellaneous. Last year was the first time that they broke up the independent contractors from everybody else, and then we had to issue 1099 NEC for non-employee compensation. Now we have a new one that we have to issue. That's the 1099G, and it's for taxable grants issued by a government. So all of the people that got CARES grants will now receive a 1099G. All of the people that got trellis grants will receive a 1099G. You'll notice it says on extension. I had to request an automatic extension from the IRS because we don't have the module to issue 1099Gs. IT has already opened a ticket with Central Square so that we can get that module. But as of now, the 1099s that I've issued for these grants were 1099 miscellaneous, so they're incorrect. That's also why the 1099 miscellaneous is on extension, because I need to manually remove all of those grant recipients from the miscellaneous and then generate 1099Gs when we have that module. The independent contractors is complete. We issued those timely. They got mailed by the due date. We're done there. Same for the Form 941, that is the federal tax quarterly, and the DE9, that is the state tax quarterly. Both were due yesterday. Both were completed timely. W-2s. Those have been issued, generated. I put here will likely need corrections. As we were generating the W-2, we saw that there were differences in the values between the accumulators. I'm not quite sure why there are differences. I do have a reconciliation work paper going, and I've opened a ticket with Central Square so that they can help me figure out where in the system accumulators are calculating differently. My intention is to offer employees an opportunity to review their W-2 with our office. And if it does require correction, I can issue those corrections in real time. Each individual correction needs to be submitted directly to the Social Security Administration. So it won't be ideal to have many corrections, but I'm already anticipating that there will be some. For the next update, I didn't have all the time that I wanted to provide all these reports to you, but it is my intention that the next time I report to you, I'll give you a full report about 2021 year end. This picture that I've included here is all of the phone logs that our executive secretaries have been keeping track of since September. Started September at the bottom all the way up to January 28th. One of the narratives that I'm hearing is that our office doesn't answer the phone. That is a false narrative. It is not true that we do not answer the phone, as evidenced by all the phone logs that we have. We also return all of the voicemails that we get. I think what is happening is when we do answer the phone, a staff person might not have the answer. And that can be frustrating to the caller who just wants an answer. I think that can be addressed by that reclassification effort, because then they'll be able to see more information and provide answers after they've confirmed somebody's identity via the phone. So what we're going to do is put all of that written log into an Excel template where we can track the types of calls we're getting, how often we're getting them, who's calling more often than who, and how many things are we resolving versus having to delegate. I also want to provide you an update about the function of journal entries. Journal entries is a pretty convoluted process because we're limited to Outlook. We don't have a ticketing software like that of IT, where you email their inbox and then it generates a ticket that you can track. We just have Outlook. I did put in a request to IT to get us something like their ticketing software, and I'm hoping that they are making progress on that. And I'd also like to provide you a report about property tax. Property tax is, in my opinion, one of the more important functions of this county. It is the revenue generator. The general fund relies on it, and it definitely needs attention. It was one of the things that needed help on that table. That completes my PowerPoint presentation. I appreciate your patience and your willingness to listen and watch it, and I hope you do get to review those documents later. I apologize that I don't have more information prepared in the report format, but whatever questions come up now, I'd be happy to write them down and incorporate them in my next report.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Karen, I'm going to go back to your AC function check-in, the external audit. So on there, it says bank reconciliations, MGO assisting. Who is MGO assisting?
Well, the county, because a bank reconciliation has never existed. And what they're doing with CLA is CLA has provided them what was sent in the past, which was not a bank reconciliation. and they've shared with MGO that they're willing to accept that. So MGO is still completing a full, complete bank reconciliation, but also completing that adapted form that CLA is willing to accept.
So there's never been bank reconciliations previous to your time?
No. I would swear that on under oath. I would come over to the office and I can show you what documentation is here. There was a kind of reconciliation that is circular reasoning. It wasn't actually reconciling the bank to the general ledger. It was reconciling the treasurer's dailies to the general ledger. So if we're posting to the general ledger the dailies, and then we're reconciling the general ledger to the dailies, that's just circular reasoning. There wasn't an actual reconciliation to the outside bank accounts. Our county's chart of accounts doesn't even have the investment accounts, all of the different checking accounts. We just have one object code called cash.
I see the treasurer tax collector's hand up. I'm sorry, Michelle, he might want to add something to it. I just want to say, tax collector, did you have something you wanted to add to what the auditor just said to Supervisor Bushnell's question?
Thank you, Chair Bass. And Karen, thank you for the report this morning. I very much appreciate it. It's a lot of very good information on it. I'm going to push back a little bit on your lack of there ever being a bank reconciliation, and that it was only between the general ledger and the treasurer's daily, because I personally know that auditor controller staff used to go over every bank statement that we received monthly, compare that to the treasurer daily, and then make sure everything was accurately reflected in the general ledger. So maybe that did not include every single account, bank account, because there were some other bank accounts, I realize. But as far as the primary bank account that the county uses for all transactions, that was being done.
We don't have to agree. I already know that we don't have any bank reconciliations. The formula for a bank reconciliation is a simple formula, and none of the documentation we have even resembles it. MGO has already reviewed the document. CLA has reviewed the document. I do understand that previous auditor controller staff were making an effort to compare the dailies to portions of the bank account, but it was not a bank reconciliation. I'd be happy to do a deep dive. I can share this information with you. We can go over the bank accounts. I can show you what a bank reconciliation is supposed to look like. And I share this with you not because I'm saying someone did something wrong. I'm saying this is what the reality is right now. MGO is helping us design a bank reconciliation so that we can then continue it going forward.
Okay, and before I go back to Supervisor Bushnell, my understanding is sometimes papers don't always end up in a place where they're findable. We've got lots of verbal documentation, and I believe the treasurer tax collector to be an honest, accurate portrayal of what happened. So have you looked at that? Was anything in your office ever, papers shoveled? I mean, because I can see it happening. I'm just saying, I totally believe what the treasurer tax collector is saying. I'm just wondering if the documentation does not exist that's in line with what you're looking for. But I'll go back to Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Karen, did you were in charge of the 18-19 audit?
When did I start? I was sworn in January 7th, 2019. So that was a hybrid year where I was the auditor controller for half the last.
Yeah. So it's my understanding that a bank reconciliation, that the single audit can't be performed without a bank reconciliation, and we did do a single audit for that year. So how did we accomplish that without an audit, without bank reconciliation?
A bank reconciliation makes it easier for an auditor to reconcile your ending balances and put them on your financial statements. when you don't have a bank reconciliation, it doesn't mean that it's impossible to audit. It means that the level of field work increases. So we're gonna be higher risk. They're gonna look even at more transactions. They're going to have to get the numbers within their comfort level. It won't be accurate to the T. And I have had conversations about that with our external auditor, and I even have some email documentation as well, where they've expressed that they haven't had a bank reconciliation, but they've come up with workarounds. And that's pretty common, not for cash. It's not common for cash or for banks. It can be for receivables or payables. You can start making estimates within a certain threshold. But our auditors have had to increase the level of field work they do so that they feel comfortable with the numbers in lieu of a bank reconciliation.
Okay, thank you for that. And then back to, and thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that. And then I just wanted to ask, following along with the agenda item, like the number of journals outstanding for fiscal year 2021 and 21-22. Is that something that you could provide next report or?
Yes, I can, I'm wondering if I can share with you what it looks like. And maybe that can be a separate meeting so we don't take up too much time here. But yeah. I would like to show you what the inbox looks like and why it can be difficult to generate a real-time report of where we're at because of the timing issues with when we get a journal versus what month are we supposed to post it in.
Yeah, that would be fine. Or, I mean, I guess my question would be, is it accomplishable by the next time in a month, 30 days when this report would come back again? Or do you feel it's not something you can accomplish at all because of it's complicated?
It's not impossible. It takes some time. I'm trying to come up with ways to automate it, but I'm limited to Outlook. And sometimes even the search feature within Outlook doesn't work. So okay. If I know the subject of an email, I have a hard time finding it.
Okay. So likewise then, going down the agenda item with the questions of number of outstanding accounts, number of outstanding budget adjustments, number of payroll corrections, and type of payroll errors experienced. So going forward, if we could work on those items, that would be great. And then also one of my big questions, you and I had a discussion yesterday, and thank you for that. But one of my things that I really wanted to know is payroll's been in your office for 5 months. It came over there on September 5th, I believe. And so for me to be able to, part of what we, as our board discussed when we moved it was to get these reports to see how it's fitting into your office and whether it is causing other problems within your office as completion of other daily tasks. So I want to ask you, how do you feel, because payroll is very cumbersome, as you said, and there's a lot of issues that have came up. And so do you feel like your other office duties are suffering because of the payroll that has came over?
So yes and no. There are some areas where we've seen increased efficiencies, like the interface to accounts payable and the interface to accounts receivable. Having it all in one office makes it easier for all three functions to complete their transactions when they're related to each other. In that sense, it's improved. None of the auditor controller staff are actually working on payroll because the people that are working on payroll is the new payroll services supervisor. So not someone who was working on something else and then we pulled her to do payroll. And the payroll specialist was someone who got the payroll position when they were in HR and then transferred over to the auditor controller's office. So those two people who are working in payroll aren't working on other auditor controller functions. The rest of the staff are improving, right? Because we're building import templates, we're getting this help from MGO. I can see that certain things are progressing faster than others. Even journals, something that takes just so long because of how complicated the process is. We're posting a lot more journals now than we were 6 months ago. Where the office has suffered is with how much attention I have to give to payroll. Because right now I'm acting as the payroll manager, as the IT support, as the accounting systems analyst, and as a payroll specialist. I am working full-time on payroll because of how much attention it needs and because it requires an expertise in finance enterprise. When I say full-time, I mean straight 40 hours on payroll. I still do work on my other functions, but it makes me less available to have meetings, to respond to a bunch of emails. I mean, just an hour a day on emails is probably all I can do, but we're getting emails all day long, 24/7. What I need is people to fill those positions so that I don't have to be the worker anymore and I can go back to being the administrator. I would like to spend more time looking at these bird's eye view of the department and offering these reports and improving functions individually, not having to focus so much on just helping payroll survive or helping payroll get through this system glitch. So the office has suffered and it's seeing me less, but the transactions are making more progress for staff.
Okay. Thank you for that. I have just two more things and then I want to relinquish to my other board members. So part of the recommendations for today are to direct department heads or designees to report to the county administrator's office on outstanding financial transactions and payroll processes. Are you comfortable with that coming in the next report so that we could do that comparable that we've been talking about? I heard you say that earlier, that you think it's a necessary process to get information from other department heads. So you're okay with that?
I think that is a great idea. I'm not a CAO, so I'm not an expert, but in my imagination, I'm thinking of the CAO as that central point that unites all of the departments. And so I think it's a great idea to have them report to the CAO, and then the CAO now has this assistant CAO, CFO that can liaison with the Auditor Controller's office. I think that is best designed for a county, is to have the CAO be the leadership. The only thing that gives me pause is without having a template to follow, what kind of data is going to be submitted and what kind of factors will be taken into consideration. As you see in my reports, I don't just say this invoice is dated this day. When did you get it? When did you submit it? When did they approve it? When did this happen? I think all of that information is relevant for decision makers to assess the situation. That's the only thing that I'm a little bit, I don't know what the word is, but that's the only hesitation is if you send everybody to do something without direction, where are they all gonna end up?
Okay, thank you. My last thing that I would like to go to our CAO because so with the bank reconciliation, Karen, I'm trying to understand it because, when I pay my bills or I pay my business bills, if I don't reconcile my bank statement, I don't know how much money I have to continue forward paying bills. So it's I don't quite understand us not having that process so that we have a number of available funds or fund balance. And I also know that CLA is, they have to have that to do that single audit. That's one thing I've been told over and over. So in the past years, I know that CEO Hayes has been here for 10 years. So I want to ask, what have we done if we haven't been able to reconcile? How have we gotten around that? And what do you see as how we've been able to accomplish our audits without having that process done, if I may? Thank you.
Sure, Supervisor Bushnell. It's my understanding prior to the 18-19 audit that the cash reconciliations were always done timely. At that point in time, Nancy Stufflebeam was in the office. She'd been in the auditor's office for, I believe, over 10 years, and that had been a primary function of her role. It then transferred over to Stacy Tanuma, who now works down in the sheriff's office. The report out from our external auditors is that they were getting those at that point in time. 1819 did become a little bit fragmented, and there was some work that they had to do in concert with our offices to complete that. But that's not a function that my office participates in heavily, but it is our understanding that that had always been completed. And one side note, if I may, while I have some airtime, Ms. Paz Dominguez, I'm happy to work with you on refining those metrics that are detailed for the departments to report out so that the information received from them is meaningful in relaying information.
For me, thank you, CO Hayes, and then also thank you, Karen, for your report and answering my questions.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I've got a couple. When you mentioned earlier about taking the AC staff to management confidential, which is a financial part, pretty much financial hit, a bump up, which is great. Are you talking about the only two people that are involved in payroll, or are you talking everybody? Because I know DHHS has a payroll function, and the sheriffs and their people that are doing the payroll that have all that information aren't management confidential. So are you looking at taking your whole staff management confidential, or just the two people that are involved with payroll?
The payroll positions are already management and confidential. They differ from those personnel, what are called personnel payroll specialists at the department level versus auditor controller payroll specialists. They differ in the sense that the payroll specialists and the auditor controller have access to information for all county employees across all the departments.
Mm-hmm.
These departments who can only see within their own department. I have no immediate goal to make the whole office management and confidential because other considerations too, right? I respect AFSCME. I believe in AFSCME. I believe in employee rights, and not taking that away from someone, but making someone management and confidential does kind of, they're no longer in the room. So there's that consideration too. I think to start, it should be at least more than the two people that I have in payroll so that we can provide more responses. The management and confidential staff in the office that are not payroll are just the auditor controller and the assistant auditor controller.
And the two payroll specialists.
Yes, the payroll.
Okay, I misunderstood. You said you'd like to have the office go management confidential, and that was a clarification that I thought needed to be made. All right, yeah, I appreciate that.
Classify auditor controller staff. I didn't say how many, and it would really be dependent upon your board, right? Because you all would make the decision. So then you would have to consider how much more responses, how much more productivity do you want to see. If it means more people, management and confidential, that you get responses today, that's something you're gonna
understood. And then the other thing is just, and I think this has been asked before, and I apologize if I missed it. The 21-22 and the 22-23, the cost plans that come from you, are cost plans available now, or are they done? Or I'd asked for them a while ago on something else, and I don't know if they're done yet. And I know that is a function of yours, or is MGO working for another department to finish those?
I apologize. I don't have a prepared report for the cost plan. I can have one for the next report. MGT is the consultant that prepares the cost plan for our county. MGO is a separate.
So is MGO?
MGO helps they help the internal service funds. So purchasing, IT, communication, risk management, reliability insurance. They help those internal service funds develop their charges for the year. It's related to the cost plan, but not in the same way that the central services are related to the cost plan.
So MGT is who we should be asking for the cost plan. That doesn't come through you?
Yes. So the auditor controller is the negotiating agent on the county's behalf with the state controller's office. We gather the information from departments. So internal service funds generate their charges. They send them to us. We reconcile their charges to their revenue. We eliminate the unallowable from the allowable. We send that information over to MGT, and they compile the cost plan book for us, several hundred pages. then gets sent to the state controller's office and they review it.
Okay, so is the cost plan the same as cost accounting, or is that number H on your chart of everything you do? Is that the same thing?
Yes. So
So
cost
okay.
accounting covers more than just the cost plan.
No, I understand. There's a lot of fun. I was just wondering. I just wondered where it was at. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Bass. I just want a clarification on only just one item in the moment anyway. In the invoice processing timeframes that you have on this chart here, I was just wondering, you kind of put them in three categories: the department, the AC, and the county. And the department part of this is that time frame basically, I'm just wondering, is that an iterative time frame? Is that like, does that include, because oftentimes there's this what we hear is that a invoice is submitted and then sent back and then submitted again and sent back, and there's so does that include the whole iterative process in there? And does that include the time that maybe a department may have to wait for a response to that initial invoice back around again?
It's already incorporated in here. Of the 89 invoices, there were only 5 rejections. I say rejections in quotes because we're not actually rejecting the invoice and saying we're not going to pay it. Reject is the feature in Finance Enterprise that directs the invoice or delegates it back to the department. If it was called anything else like delegate, we would say we're delegating it back to you, but the button is called reject. And there were only 5 rejections. 2 of the rejections were for the same invoice. I looked at the rejection reasons. They were that the amounts of the invoice didn't match the amount of the payment, that payments were being made for categories not within the contract. 2 of the rejections were that the contracts were expired.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just saying, but in general, so that time frame is averaged into that is so if in the rest of the county that number could be substantially different, I guess, than because there is an iterative process that includes some time frame that is you still have to take time to respond. I mean, that is included in that as well. So okay, I just wanted to get some clarification on that. I think we'll talk about this a little bit more, but I'm appreciative of the report today. I'm appreciative that we're kind of like, in our iterative process of trying to get to, a reporting that works. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think there's a lot of information you put out there. I think there's some ways that we can summarize that we can distill that down to something that's, on a monthly basis that's just more digestible, because there's no way we can consume this much information every month. That's just not this is not going to be the way we do this at all. So we're going to have to figure out a better way. I think we can, and you and myself and Supervisor Bass and CAO Hayes did meet a few weeks ago to begin that process. I think we had 2 back and forths on that one that we're getting in the direction. We've seen what you have got today. I think we're going to have to go back and digest that again and have another round of trying to, like I said, distill this information so that we can get it into a digestible report. Because as much as I really appreciate all the information today, we also can't consume this on a monthly basis and get all of our other things done as well. So we appreciate that part of trying to navigate this. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Well, I'd like to make a couple comments. One, I'd like to go to our CAO to ask a couple questions. So we've heard a bit about MGO, and we know, I think when we went into the meeting about metrics between you and myself and the auditor and Supervisor Wilson, MGO had helped us come up with some metrics that were a little simpler and made sense. And from the conversation, the auditor didn't think they were appropriate. So am I wrong in thinking that MGO was somehow part of that first discussion on the different ideas what metrics could have been, CIO Hayes?
Yeah, our office worked together in lieu of being able to establish a meeting with the auditor controller to try to provide some recommendations as to what those metrics were. I worked with Deputy County Administrative Officer Sean Quincy and Cheryl Dillingham, who was filling in as the interim CFO. And then we developed those recommendations and passed them by MGO to see if they felt like it was a good representation of the overall functioning of the office.
Okay, and speaking of MGO, we hear a lot, I mean, MGO, MGT, I mean, we got a lot of acronyms, but with MGO specifically, I know they provide services for other parts of the county, not just the auditor's office. Do we have any kind of like percentage breakdown of where they spend their time? I mean, that could be useful in the future because perhaps we need to ask them to focus more elsewhere.
Yeah, they provide a monthly status report. I believe it's attached to today's agenda item. It was definitely attached to last week's agenda item, which we continued, and that provides some details on the work that they are doing and how many hours they're spending in each different function. I think right now a large majority of their time is being spent on the cash reconciliations and the processing of journals.
I know that we get comments on what are they doing, and I know they're doing a lot. So, and one thing I did say, I'm really thank you, Auditor Paz Dominguez, for bringing this very thorough report forward. It is a lot to digest. I'm glad to hear there's looking forward to doing some type of a call log tracking system, because perhaps it's just us that get the calls when they don't get return calls or someone says they're going to call back and don't. So if, sounds like you're going to define that system so that people can make sure people aren't missed. But I have something later on, I'm going to ask a question on process for you, but I do see our treasurer tax collector's hand up and then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you, Chair Bass. And Karen, two questions. One, we need to do interest apportionment for 2021, and I was just wondering if you could give an update as to when the quarters will be hopefully sequentially closed so that our office can then apportion the interest to all the funds based on their average daily balances for each quarter.
I don't have real-time data because my last update was last week. And I know that there is one department MGO is working with. It's a pretty significant transaction related to loans that needs to be recorded in, I think, the second quarter of 2021. MGO assigned one person to it who was not successful with understanding or helping resolve the journal. Now it's been reassigned to a more senior accountant within MGO. I can follow up with them today and ask if we're ready to post it or throw it away.
Okay, does that mean the first quarter is done?
I believe so. I think we sent that notice months ago. But it's been a long time since I looked at the quarters.
Okay, well, I would very much appreciate if you could confirm that the first quarter is closed, and then we will go ahead and apportion the interest. My second question has to do with payroll. I'm sorry to backtrack on this, but I didn't want to ask earlier because it was a board time. When the deferred compensation wires are sent to the Empower provider for all retirement savings accounts for employees, is that wire not balanced against the upload file for each employee contribution amount? Because there's been problems with them not matching. And I would think that that would be part of the process of creating the wire to make sure that the employee contribution amount matches exactly with the wire amount, because otherwise Empower will not process that. And so I would like clarification as to why that is not part of the process, and if not, why not?
I did look into this issue last week because I saw an email, I think it was from you, and a conversation you were having with HR about it. We don't create the wire, the payroll process does. After we finish the payroll, it's taken all of the deductions from the employee's pay and it puts them into a separate fund. This is set up in the system. When we interface to accounts payable, which is where we issue all the wires and the payments to unions and the gyms and all that stuff, the number is automated. What we give to the treasurer is exactly what the system generated. What I'm seeing the difference is that the treasurer's office issues a wire only for the regular payroll cycle. When we have supplemental cycles where an employee is retiring and instead of cashing out their banks, they want to defer it and goes to Empower, or when there's corrections and people get their regular deduction processed in the supplemental cycle versus the regular, those deductions do not go in the wire because that's not part of the supplemental process. The challenge I'm seeing is I don't know necessarily which cycle these dollar amounts are being picked up in. Are they, if I'm doing the supplemental on week 2, is it covering week 1 of the regular cycle or week 3 of the next regular cycle? I don't know that yet because I haven't figured out the specific tool that generates those deductions. It's not even in Finance Enterprise. It's called the Payroll Procedures Console. And you just click a button and that's what generates that wire. So it is on the list of things that I need to investigate and figure out. There are no written instructions that we've inherited for this specific process, but it is something I need to settle in on is how are we going to do these deductions? Are we settling on not doing them during the supplemental cycle and only doing them in the regular cycle? And that way the wires will always match the regular payroll.
Well, this is never a problem before. And so I find it difficult to understand why that upload file would not be matched to the wire amount that is generated within your system prior to us being authorized to send out that wire. Because Empower cannot upload contributions to employees' accounts unless they match. And this is a big problem. And so
I think we also note that this task is not an auditor controller task, and it never has been. What we've taken on now is the generating of that payment, but we'll need to work with HR and we'll need to ask them what their process looks like because they're the ones that log on to Empower. I think it's completely possible that we can work together and solidify a process for if we generate this amount, will the amount that goes to Empower through the website match?
That's great. I just think there should be a real sense of urgency to get this fixed because it is very problematic. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your answers.
Supervisor Bohn? You're on mute.
I guess what I got to do is what I'm most disappointed in is our invoices that we get phone calls about, or some of the invoices we get called for, are only in your office like 13% of the time. It looks like it's getting held up at DHHS, and I know we have plenty of staffing and things over there. I'm looking at your mode, 84 to 11. So I think what I want to do is I want to get DHHS scheduled to talk to them about their process and everything else and where they're falling apart, or maybe Connie, but this is disconcerting to me because it sounds like you're having to spend a lot of your valuable time on this and it's not even your issue. So, I mean, I'd love to ask Connie if she would like to come on and next week or two and give a presentation. I hate to call you off guard like this because, I mean, unless you're ready, but I mean, it just seems disconcerting. It's a problem. I mean, it sounds like we have a lot of departments that have hamstrung, Ms. Dominguez, and the job she needs to do.
Supervisor,
Almost, it sounds like.
I really would appreciate. It is not fair to say that DHHS is the problem. It is not fair to say that departments are I don't even know what that word means. The Auditor Controller's Office. What I provided you is one study of one vendor for 1 year. I would like to be able to finish generating the whole study for the county for a whole year for all of the vendors so that we can see the big picture. I don't think this is specific to just one department's operations. I think this county is suffering through the pandemic, through staffing shortages. I think it's much more than just you're falling apart over there and you can't process invoices, because that can be the case for anybody any week.
I would like to, I mean, looking at this, it looks like they're getting held up over there quite a bit. So I was just wanting a clarification, because the way the study is going right now, I don't know if we can wait any longer to see what we can do to help this. And I want to make sure you guys have the resources to do that. Just like we've provided you with quite a bit of an increase in staffing levels. I mean, if you can fill them, and with all the technical, without the outside resources, MGO, MGT, COA Hills, I mean, all the people that can help you, HR with payroll, all the things that we can get this back into a fluid motion. I mean, in all honesty, so we don't have to have this every month. We've never, 7 years previous to this, a lot of times Joe Mellett didn't even show up to the thing. He sent his assistant to the annual review. So, I mean, anyway.
Okay, so before we go to Director Beck, I did want to ask different department heads. I mean, if you wish, because I do know we received something from the sheriff's office, but I would ask that it just be the department head or a designee of the department head to speak. I don't want to have a bunch of department heads and then their employees speaking under this part. You know, if you want to have employees speak unless they're the primary speaker, then I'd suggest they call under public comment period. So I just wanted to say, so we don't find it and that a certain, department may feel that they were underrepresented. So just trying to make it clear that it's either the department head or their designee that I'd like to provide input at this time. So if you are a department, I suspect Connie would like to, since you were asked a direct question. But I see Travis on there too.
Yeah, so Travis is prepared to discuss the Arcata House partnership item if you would like. And I can bring it back at a later time if that's what you would like also. Whichever one you prefer. Travis is on though. I'll defer to him.
Fine. Okay, Travis. I'm sorry if I called you Travis. Travis.
That's okay. That's okay. Good morning, distinguished members of the board, Chair Bass. I appreciate Karen's comment on saying that it's just one example from many invoices, and she's wanting to complete a further, deeper study. With Arcata House partnership, during the period last year, we ran into some issues with the contract, and we had to do some amendments that took time in between, going back and forth, trying to resolve some issues and corrections, and like Supervisor Wilson had mentioned. So that took time to resolve those issues during that period and get that resolved. So that's what held up a lot of time over last year in helping that in particular vendor. But there's another issue with that too, that a lot of our invoices, if you just look at the invoice date and start that as the beginning of your clock, that really doesn't tell you when DHHS received it or any other county department received their invoice, because there's mailing time from when the vendor created that invoice and then ultimately submitted it through email or through snail mail, and it eventually wound up in the hands of the departments that could go through the approval process and vet that invoice against the contract and against the services that were provided to ensure that the service was approved and authorized, and then moved through the fiscal units to monitor against the budgets and the contracts, and then down to AP to upload into the ININ system and Finance Enterprise, and then approve it over to the auditor's office for final approval and the payment to be made.
Okay, well, thank you. And if there's any questions, we know to call Travis.
Thank you.
Are there any other department heads that did have anything they wanted to add? I just thought, I'm not seeing any hands up from them. So, all right. So I'd like to go back to Supervisor Bushnell, since this was the item you brought forward, how you'd like to proceed. And do you think we're ready to go for public comment now, and then we'll come back to the board?
So for me, I'm going to make a motion on the request of additional information from department heads to be reported back to the CAO. We can make that motion now, or we can go out to public comment and come back, whichever you prefer.
Well, I think you can make it now, and if we get a second, then we'll go to public comment.
Okay, let me find this really quick. So, so I'd like to make a motion that we have received the verbal update, and to also make a motion that we direct the county administrator's office to return with options to reevaluate current processing of payroll and what that could look like. And additionally, to direct department heads or designees to report to the county CAO office on outstanding financial transactions and payroll processes. I also want to ask CAO if in my motion, will you send out documentation to those department heads, as you had said with Karen? Does that need to be part of the motion?
No, you don't need to direct me specifically to do that. I'll definitely provide them with some parameters. The agenda item, I think, also details out some of those information requests. And from here, with your board's direction to develop options to reevaluate the processing of payroll, we'll be engaging with all of the departments and hopefully the auditor controller's office as well to develop some potential frameworks to return with.
Okay. So Nikki, did you get that? It's recommendations on the staff report.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Additionally, can I ask Ms. Paz Dominguez one question? If she could pop on.
Sure. Would you like a second first, or?
No, it's going to be included in my motion. If I could just hold on a minute. So, Karen, you see the dates on here for coming back for the reports, and so going forward, you'll just initiate a departmental agenda item. Is that what you anticipate? March 1st would be the next report.
Submitting something to Legistar to come and do the presentation.
Well, I mean, originally that's how I had thought this was going to come forward, would be departmental. That was a 5-0 vote with this board. I've ended up initiating these items just because it hasn't been available, and it's gone past the date each time. So I'm asking in the future whether you will bring these updates back with the under departmental from your office through Legistar. Yes.
Let me see. So I can, but can you give me some clarification about these due dates, because I don't remember ever seeing any due dates.
So in the discussion we had, I believe in November, it was a 5-0 vote that you would come forward departmental every 30 days. So I asked for what it would look like date-wise and asked them to not put it on payroll dates as you had requested. And these are the dates that, every 30 days from today is February 1, so 30 days would be March 1st, as initiated by the board item, I think in November. So that's why there's these dates.
Okay, I can do that and aim it towards the beginning of the month. If it falls on a payroll week, though, I might switch it to the next one.
Okay, so these dates are not on payroll weeks, as we recognize that you can't do it on payroll.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not looking at any dates. Is it on the staff report?
It is on the staff report.
Okay, I will use those dates.
Okay, thank you. So then that would complete my motion. Nikki, thank you.
Okay, Nikki, do you need to repeat anything?
Nope, I got it all. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have a motion. Is there a second before we go to public comment?
I'll second the motion.
A motion and a second. Okay, we're gonna, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I appreciate the report and the deep dive into questions about what's going on. And I just wanted to thank everybody, all of the individuals that are involved in trying to improve our systems. I want to thank everybody for all that hard work. I think we're making progress. We clearly have a long way to go, but good job, everybody, in teaming up and moving forward. Thank you.
All right, so we have one hand up in the public. This is actually for the auditor item, and we either have 0116. For some reason I'm thinking that's Ronnie, but press star 6 to unmute and you'll have your 3 minutes. Oh, it's Ash. Welcome, Ash.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That's just chime in on the report that was given there, and thanks for everyone who contributed to it and all that.
Oh, that was it. Are you gone, or did you drop off the screen, or did you just say thank you? Okay, thank you, Ash. I think you dropped off. Wait, you're still there. Were you still speaking?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I'll start
the phone just started.
Okay.
It just freaked out on me and started saying, "You're unmuted. You're not unmuted. You're unmuted." Blah blah blah.
Okay.
Okay.
Start over.
Well, back to my comment here. I just wanted to mention that, like, I'd heard, in the report and people's comments on it multiple times, like the staffing issues thing. And I just wanted to reiterate, I know I've said it before, but one way to get around that would to be, to even at the county level, drop the testing requirements, because they're really not doing anything for the COVID. And I'm, my wife, she used to work for the city of Eureka, and they implemented the full vax thing, and she still keeps in contact with lots of her, old employees there. And even being fully vaccinated, they're having multiple people out sick. So, I mean, having some people test for it and some people not is just, anyways, I'll leave it at that. Kids raising an issue, so thank you.
You know what that's like. All right, thank you. And we'll go to 7715. Let's press star 6 to unmute. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Neil Boss. I'll be commenting on agenda item G1. I'm calling today. Sorry?
Okay, no, I'm just making sure I've got. Are you calling about the payroll item? Sorry, I don't have my numbers in front of me, so I just want to make sure I got you the right item. Okay, thank you.
Payroll.
All right, thank you. Yes,
thank you.
Please start.
I'm calling today to express frustration over my recent experience with the Humboldt County Payroll Office regarding receipt of payments for money I was owed as a county employee. I currently work as an office assistant for the County of Humboldt in the Employment Training Division of the Social Services Branch. For the December 25th, 2021 and January 8th, 2022 payroll periods, errors were made that led to me being paid next to nothing for both of those consecutive pay periods. For the first period, I did not receive my full payment until 10 days after the mistake was made. During that time, I had multiple bills that were due that I could not pay in full. I was forced to borrow money from friends and family just to prevent my checking account from being overdrawn. The process of receiving my corrected payment required numerous phone calls and emails to various departments within the county, in which I was given incorrect timeframes for when I would be paid on multiple occasions. By the end, I was assured that the error that led to me being paid incorrectly was discovered and corrected. However, on the very next payroll period, once again, I was paid next to nothing. I was told that the same exact error had been made. It goes without saying that this left me feeling very frustrated. One of the reasons I chose to work for the county was for a sense of stability and consistency. I no longer associate county employment with these attributes. This experience has made me seriously consider ending my employment with Humboldt County, and it has certainly prevented me from recommending working for Humboldt County to anyone that I know. I understand that mistakes happen, but it is how these mistakes were corrected that has left me feeling undervalued and disrespected. Having to wait 10 days for me to receive the wages I was owed just feels unacceptable. To this day, I have not received an apology, acknowledgement of wrongdoing, or any communication whatsoever from any of the parties responsible. I have no interest in working for or recommending that anyone work for an organization that does not own their mistakes and take responsibility for their actions and the effect they have on others. Without at least an acknowledgement of the stress and hardship this has caused me, I am left feeling greatly disrespected. I sincerely hope that this never happens again. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Neil. All right, I don't see any of their hands up, so we'll go back to the board. I did have a question for the auditor that kind of made me think about it. If you don't mind, Ms. Paz Dominguez. I know one of the challenges that I've been hearing about is people, they're being paid who don't work for us anymore, and just the challenge of getting that straightened out. And I know you mentioned the call log, and I also understand that it's frustrating for your office to get a call from the supervisors, but when we get calls from our employees or constituents, we feel we need to follow up. So I'm hoping that as this moves forward, you can help define a better process, or a process that makes it easier for your office to keep track of these things, but also for us to be able to respond to the folks that are calling, because they by the time they call us, I usually have had multiple different tries, and I just, I'm just hoping that when we move forward, and you were talking about the call log, that there really is something that can be done, because I know it's irritating for you when we call them, but they are constituents as well. So I'd like us to be able to work on something to help you in that process of trying to ease their mind of what's happening or not happening. So that's just something I had wanted to ask you, but since this gentleman spoke, it just seemed appropriate. Yes, Karen.
Thank you for that, Chair Bass. I can't talk about specific employee information, of course, as much as I would love to share what has happened here. But one of the contributors to the confusion and to the frustration is that there is no central point of contact in a lot of cases. When an employee says to you, I've been talking to payroll, I'm not always sure that they mean the auditor controller's office, because payroll could also mean within their department. Payroll could still mean HR to some people who haven't been keeping up with the news. I've also seen email communications where someone is adamant that they've talked to payroll, and it wasn't us. So I don't know what direction the county wants to go in, but if the auditor controller's office was to be a centralized service, like I think it's designed to be, there would be a direct interface with employees. The employees would be able to communicate directly with the central office that generates payroll. But I am very careful to not step on departments' toes. So when a department communicates to us that they have their own internal employee services, or their own internal business office, or their own internal payroll processing, and that employees should be directed to communicate with them, I respect that, I honor that. Unless the employee is choosing to not include them, then I'll talk with the employee directly. I don't really know how to fix that, but I have seen that is one of the areas where we have confusion, is who is going to answer the employee. And then if the employee emails, should the supervisor also email? Not you, county supervisor, that employee supervisor. We end up getting several inquiries about the same issue, both in email and on phone. And if we answer one person and maybe that information doesn't get to the other person, then there's one person feeling frustrated that they didn't get a response. then there's us feeling like, good, we gave a response, and we're not seeing that we've left somebody frustrated.
No, I appreciate that, and maybe that's one where a simple flow chart could be, something can be worked on. I think you brought up something that's been on my mind a lot, and I know the other supervisors do too, and we're not trying to give you extra work, we're just trying to figure out how do we provide help if possible, so. I did see some more hands come up in the public. Unfortunately, we went back to the board. From the board. All right, Nikki, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, there's the mute button.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Sure.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Chair Bass, Access Humboldt.
Well, I was going to ask if we could I'm going to take a 10-minute break till 11:15 anyway.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just asked to redo that vote because they weren't sure if they got it all recorded, so I'll do it one more time.
All right.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bohn.
Still yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So Supervisor Wilson, you had your hand up.
I was going to ask for a 10-minute break.
Okay, good. Well, it's about 8 now, but we'll be back at 11:15. Just waiting on Supervisor Bushnell. We're going to move on to our departmental items, and the first one comes to us from the County Administrative Office, and it's regarding Project Trellis. So at this time, I'll hand it to CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Bass, and I will promptly hand it over to Scott Adair, who is the Project Trellis extraordinaire for Humboldt County. Thank you, Scott Adair, who is our Economic Development Director.
Right.
Thank you, CAO Hayes and Chair Bass. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Scott Adair, and I am the County of Humboldt's Division Director for the Office of Economic Development, here to give an update to your board on Project Trellis. I would like to share my screen. I have a presentation, if that's all right, Nikki.
It's perfectly wonderful. Thank you.
I can just, all right, let me do this here. Okay, and can you see my screen all right?
Yes, at least I can. Everyone can see it okay?
Okay, wonderful. First, thank you for the opportunity to present on Project Trellis. Since its inception in 2019, this trailblazing program to provide business support to the cannabis industry has been with our Office of Economic Development for Administration, and it's been a very rewarding project and a very rewarding program to administer for the cannabis community. This program has funded over 200 projects for cannabis businesses. I won't go through them all in detail because there are many to cover, but you can see here for fiscal year 2019-2020, which was the first year of the program, the micro grant initiative funded a variety of projects for the cannabis community, including a culvert project, 2 solar system projects, a greenhouse project, water tank projects, encroachment project, relocation projects, etc. There is a post or an image from an Instagram post from Sunrise Mountain Farms on this slide, thanking the Project Trellis program and the county for this program, which was critical to their project. We continued in subsequent years to administer both the microgrant program as well as the equity program. In fiscal year 2021, another $520,000 was awarded for projects and for cannabis businesses and stakeholders, including more water storage upgrade projects, an ADA compliance project, which was critical, wildfire fuel reduction projects, some education program projects, etc. If you've been driving through Eureka, you might notice this billboard, which is above Dick Taylor Chocolates. This program identified on this billboard is actually a Project Trellis funded program. Just again, another exciting example of how this program, as established by your board, has been able to support the cannabis community. We've continued to set aside allocations for the microgrant program. There is another $265,000 in addition to the previous $800,000 that I mentioned, which has been set aside. Staff had been planning to post applications for that in February. However, your board is also going to be reviewing and considering an item for Measure S, which funds Project Trellis. So staff has decided to wait on an outcome of that item before we move forward with launching the application phase for the next microgrant round. Staff is still, however, in the process of administering the $1 million emergency funding that your board set aside and directed staff to allocate for the business community for cannabis cultivators who were adversely impacted by market conditions, adverse market conditions, crop loss, etc. To date, we've received over 100 applications for those funds, and we're moving those applications forward. In addition to the microgrant program, we also have an equity program, which also issues grants. And sometimes it does get confusing because we have two grant programs under Project Trellis. For round one of the Project Trellis local equity program, we gave $512,000 out. Again, as with the other examples that I provided earlier, for a variety of projects. We were able to fund septic systems for cannabis stakeholders, culverts, pavement work, remediation work, wells, ponds, solar systems, and water tanks as well. Here's another social media post from another one of our Project Trellis recipients, Blessed Flower Farms, again, who called out publicly on social media the county for this wonderful program and the support that this program provided for their project. We continue to also offer small business consulting services through our local equity program, approximately $560,000 in consulting services for the cannabis community. Those services offer instructional guidance such as web design or marketing support, helping to pay for environmental consultants or compliance consultants, or even basic accounting, bookkeeping, and tax assistance for cannabis businesses. This, again, intended to help offset the fact that because of the federalization issue and because cannabis is still illegal, these businesses cannot secure the business support that, say, a non-cannabis business might be able to get through the SBDC or the SBA. In addition to providing for these small business services to make up for their lack of access to those federally funded services, we continue to pay planning and building and department fees as well on behalf of eligible equity licensees as a part of this program. 44 paid fees to date. Also paid for trainings to cannabis businesses for the retention of a qualified and diverse workforce, because these businesses cannot access WIOA or workforce funds because those funds too are from a federal source. For version or round 2.0 of the equity program, the award from the state was $2.4 million. That is a competitive process. Each year we have to compile an application which is scored and ranked on a point system, and we compete with other communities for those funds. Every year we get incrementally more funding from the state, which we're very excited about. For round 2 of the equity program, we made 80 direct grants for the purposes of solvency, compliance, and/or environmental remediation. Again, greenhouses, drying sheds, more solar, culverts, some grading work, as well as just some direct financial solvency and debt assistance that came out of the $2.4 million for this program. 65 small businesses were provided with small business consulting services through this V2.0 or version 2.0 for fiscal year 2021. We paid 89 planning and building department fees, as well as some road maintenance association fees and cooperative fees. An update on the marketing program. As your board is aware, Project Trellis is comprised of 3 initiatives: a microgrant program, which is Measure S funded, an equity program, which is primarily state funded, but does use Measure S monies for staff and also for some administrative costs, and then a marketing program. The marketing program was based on an RFP, which was released in 2019, wherein the county received 28 submissions. Throughout that process, it was identified that the submissions were not apples to apples, and we really needed to base the marketing initiative on a cohesive assessment or framework which had some uniformity behind it. That said, we came to your board for some additional direction, and your board directed staff to abandon the former RFP process, begin a new RFP process, which used the Humboldt County Marketing Assessment as the RFP framework for it. Our staff engaged with and contracted with HCGA, Humboldt County Growers Alliance, who's a partner of ours, to put together that marketing assessment. And we use that assessment to create new criteria to direct the RFP toward Humboldt County-based organizations. The second RFP was issued and closed on July 30th of 2021. Unfortunately, only one submission was received. We then at that point received concerns that the single proposer might be subject to Government Code Section 1090. We brought that back to your board and were extended to amend and extend the RFP for a third and final time. That third RFP was issued and closed November 22nd of 2021. We've never actually been to a point where we could bring a recommendation or proposal to your board. Throughout this entire period, it's been changes to the program, changes to the RFP process, and changes to the procurement for these services. That third RFP was expanded to allow language for qualified Humboldt County-based entities, to increase it from the one submission which was received on the second RFP, but to still keep that element of the proposer being Humboldt County-based. For that third RFP, 6 proposals have been received. Going back to the 1090 issue, as a result of the concerns raised about one of the proposers perhaps being subject to 1090, staff contacted the FPPC, or the Fair Political Practices Commission, and worked with the proposer to put together a mutual agreement, a set of facts and findings that were sent to the FPPC for their review. I should state at this point that the proposal from that single proposer was very good. Staff actually liked that proposal, saw merit in the proposal itself, and had informed the Project Trellis Committee that it might be likely that a recommendation would be brought to the Board of Supervisors to sole source with that proposer to be the sole marketing contractor for the marketing initiative. However, At that time, as staff was preparing that item, the FPPC guidance was returned, and the FPPC concluded that the proposer was subject to Government Code 1090 and that the proposer was prohibited with contracting with the county for those services. Today, in all, your board, we've brought together a presentation on Project Trellis for the micro grant program and the equity program, as well as an update on the Project Trellis marketing initiative and request for proposals. There are conclusions and the analysis attached to this item from the Fair Political Practices Commission, as well as a copy of the formal advice letter for your board to consider and review. The Project Trellis Committee has also asked in committee that your board consider appointing a district supervisor as a liaison to the Project Trellis Committee, like your board has done for several other boards and commissions. At this time, your board will be receiving and reviewing a report later today on Measure S, which may impact decisions that you might make concerning Project Trellis or the marketing initiative. Or any of the equity or other programmatic funding that we receive and give to the cannabis community for this program. That concludes our presentation. I'll go ahead and stop the screen sharing. Happy to answer any questions that any of your board members may have.
So Scott, I just see if I'm hearing you correct. We're talking about this, we're making a decision, but that might be nullified by a future decision we're making today or changed. I mean, kind of like it could be impacted by the item later today. I think I heard you say that.
That is correct, Chair Bass.
Probably should have flipped them around. Any questions for Scott? About thoughts on the someone from the board being the liaison? Maybe that's the easiest one to take on first. Not seeing anybody raising their hand on anything. Fine. Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I mean, I will say that Supervisor Madrone has in the past been very carrot oriented, and this is the carrot program. So if he has desire, this may be a good place to interface with that. That'd be my thoughts.
Anyone else carried away on that yet? Yeah, quiet group. I'll tell you what, while we've got that concept out there, we do have some hands going up, so maybe we'll just go to public comment first. And whoever's listening and wishes to comment on Trellis, please press *9 now, so we don't have to keep trying to figure out and guess if there's more people to speak because their hands aren't up yet. It would be really helpful for me and the others being part of this meeting. And I'll do occasional reminders. All right, so we will go to the public. The first hand up is 0151, which I believe is Dottie. So press *6 unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. You don't have to take all 3 minutes. Dottie? All right, I'm guessing perhaps she wishes to speak a little later on a different item. I'm going to go to 6534. If that's you, 6534. And press *6 to unmute. All right, 6534, you are unmuted and welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, first I'd like to thank the whole board of supervisors for coming here. I understand that it takes a lot of your time and we just appreciate it. I have 2 comments I'd like to make on this Project Trellis. First, about the liaison. Could we also add a liaison from the cannabis community in addition to one of the boards? I feel that would give our community a better voice and more understanding. And I'm making these remarks due to the fact that one of the trellis grants that I know, one of my friends, one of the people in the community, they received it, but then when they got it, the county sent them an invoice for almost 80% of what the grant was. And I feel like that message gets lost when that happens, because I'm a little confused why that would happen. We don't need to answer that right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling in. And 5069, press star 6 to unmute. You have 3 minutes. $5069, and that will be followed by 3116, just so 3116 is ready when 5069 is done. Welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. Good morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Russ Gordon. I'm the policy director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. HCGA deeply appreciates the opportunity today to comment on the direction and the future of the Project Trellis program. We were really glad to hear comments from county staff at last Friday's Trellis stakeholder meeting, where staff explained that Trellis has always been intended to change and evolve over time to meet the changing needs of the cannabis industry. At that meeting on Friday, staff acknowledged that there may be a need for the scope of Trellis to change and asked for feedback from the community on what it is that we would like to see. About 10 farmers spoke at Friday's Trellis meeting. Among those who attended, there was broad agreement on the following: that they would like to see Trellis narrow its scope exclusively to state-funded programs, such as the local equity program, and they would like for Trellis to no longer administer other programs which are funded exclusively through a reallocation of Measure S taxes, such as the microgrant or collective marketing programs. As HCGA, we share this perspective. Ultimately, with the exception of the equity program, the funds distributed by Project Trellis are plainly and simply our funds. To place a special tax on the industry and then return pennies on the dollar back to us through a complex administrative process is not an effective way to support struggling farmers. Rather, it's effectively a loan, which is paid by us to the county, where we're asked to jump through hoops to try to recover just 10% of what we originally paid in. As your board knows, on January 19th, HCGA sent you a letter expressing our opposition to a county-funded or administered collective marketing program for the cannabis industry. This position was unanimously endorsed by our 10-person policy committee and 4-person board of directors. To be clear, HCGA still strongly supports the concept of collective marketing. What has become clear, however, is that this collective marketing effort must be carried out via direct funding and governance from the industry itself, as is done in Napa for wine, rather than through a reallocation of Measure S tax funds through the county. This is for a number of reasons outlined in greater detail in our January 19th letter, including the non-disclosure of marketing proposals to the public, the framing of a public contracting process as for the benefit of the county rather than for farmers, and the unprecedented exclusion of HCGA as the industry trade association from the marketing of our own industry through a public contract. With this in mind, we would like to end by addressing the issues raised by staff related to the FPPC. We are confused that this is the issue that staff has chosen to bring before you today for action. The FPP's decision, and we are the ones who are disqualified as HCGA based on that decision is what it is. It cannot be changed. We do not seek to change it. While HCGA has historically submitted bids for the county's marketing contract, we no longer seek this contract and would not accept the contract if it were offered to us. While the board may affirm the FPP's decision if you wish, we see no more need to do this than for the board to affirm any other legal decision by any other entity. We believe the critical issue before us today is not whether you agree or disagree with the FPPC, but rather the substantive issues regarding the future of Project Trellis, which were discussed at Friday's stakeholder meeting. We strongly appreciate the intent and historical efforts of the Trellis program, but we believe the notion of reallocating our funds back to us through the county has reached its logical end. For this reason, we ask that your board take substantive action to suspend Measure S and reduce the scope of Project Trellis exclusively to the administration of state-funded efforts, which include the equity program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 3116, press star 6 to unmute. You'll be followed by 6670. So 3116. Your turn. Welcome.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am a community member out in Willow Creek, and I'm also a small farmer. My husband and I own and operate a small farm. And a lot of the things that I was hearing, I mean, really, Ross really summed it up very well, I think, for the farmers in Humboldt County. A lot of the things that I was hearing listed as being paid for by county Measure S taxes are things that I personally don't see as something that I would like my funds to go to. And I know that's not an opinion that is rare among farmers.
Hold on. I'm not stopping you or anything. I'm going to give you your time over, but we're kind of getting comments sticking Measure S in with Project Trellis. So if you could kind of.
Oh no, I'm just talking about the Project Trellis, the
Okay.
funds that are collected via the Measure S tax that are allocated for Project
Okay.
Trellis. I'm not talking about anything else. Yeah,
All right.
yeah,
I
no,
just
just to
saying
be clear, that's later.
Well, we just had what's the longer one? It's just I would say focus most on the Trellis.
Oh, I'm going to be super quick. I was actually almost done, to be honest. I just wanted to just say.
I'm starting you over at 3 minutes because I interrupted you. I just wanted to.
Okay, sounds great.
All right.
Awesome. Well, yeah, just wanted to basically echo what Ross said. A lot of things that I heard listed by Scott on the staff report about things that county, that Measure S tax collected county fundings are being used for Project Trellis are things that I'm not interested in funding personally as a farmer. And I just feel that the state taxes, that the state funding is the only monies that the Project Trellis group should be allocating and working with. So that's really all I wanted to say was that I am a farmer. I talk to a lot of farmers. We all feel this way. Ross put it perfectly. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. I just wanted to confirm. 6670, press star 6 to unmute. We are on the Project Trellis item. All right. Welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. Madeline DeLapp on behalf of Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I just have a few questions and I'm hoping to get clarification from staff. So on behalf of the public information, would the Economic Development Director confirm that to date, $4.78 million has been received from the state equity program and an additional $3.8 million, which totals $8.18 million in state equity funds have been received. It is our understanding that state equity allows for 10% of its funds to be used for administration, which means that ongoing Measure S funds are not necessary to implement ongoing equity grant allocations. It is also our understanding that the county must maintain a minimal dollar amount of, I believe, $200,000 in Project Trellis as a matching fund to be able to apply for state funds. Can this dollar allocation be confirmed by staff, and whether or not that needs to be an ongoing allocation or whether or not those funds already exist for continued use? As Ross stated, during the Project Trellis committee meetings, the industry is asking for a suspension of Measure S and thus to similarly limit future Project Trellis funding allocations only to state equity programs. It is paramount that we continue to provide funding to the folks that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. And we would like to ensure that those funds and that program is not at risk through the reduction of Measure S revenues and thus Project Trellis revenues. We would like to thank all of the efforts of the staff of Economic Development Department, Scott, Peggy, and Logan. They have all been very good advocates for our industry. They have been very, very helpful. And so this is nothing personal. It is just simply a matter that, this project, it may have run its course. And for the opportunity for Humboldt farmers to have a fundamental right to self-determination, how their tax dollars are used for their betterment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madeline. Our next caller is 4254. If you are 4254, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good afternoon, board, Madam Chair. This is Lalene Dubois. I just want to ask if you can simply allow those marketing proposals to be read directly by the board and seen by the public. This project is 3 years behind and crucial to building a stabilized industry around cannabis in Humboldt County. The market prices reflect this. 2 surveys show that the small farmers agree. Instead of putting the board at risk with the FPP fee, can we not move forward with full transparency and view the marketing proposals? It seems the primary concern is that the monies go to empowering the small farms. HCGA was asked to be a part of writing that to ensure that it does just that. I'd also like to state that Project Trellis is the only mechanism in our county that is directly providing funding funding opportunities to our small farmers and supporting social equity. Yes, there are a lot of problems with the industry as it stands. Measure S needs serious considerations. I don't disagree, but please see the importance of the Project Trellis in our communities. Thank you for your time and thank you for all the hard work.
Great. Thank you, Lele. Our next speaker is 5375. That's you press star 6 to unmute. And welcome. Whoops. Nikki, where'd they go? Did they drop off?
I think they dropped off.
Okay, we'll come back. Call back in and press star 9 again if that was you because you dropped off the screen. 2275 we'll go to next. Press star 6 to unmute for 3 minutes. 2275. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kelly O'Rourke. I am a regional inspector for Senator Certified. I'm also the director of the Redwood Alternative Ad Fund. I also contract independently as a writer and a photographer for the industry. I'm calling today to express gratitude for the Project Trellis microgrant program and the staff which manage Trellis, and also to continue to advocate for all the regenerative farms which we serve. Last season, our Trellis-funded program saved local regenerative cannabis farms $36,000 in fees, and we are very grateful. As a result, Humboldt County now has more Senator-certified regenerative cannabis farms than any other region in the world, and we should all be proud of this result. It reflects a genuine spirit of respect for the land and the plant culture, which is interwoven throughout this community. Regenerative farming practices result in a resilient local food supply, healthier ecosystems and waterways, and lower overhead for the empowered human producers of our medicine and food. As discussion about Measure S and Project Trellis intensifies, I just hope you will consider regenerative farms and as a possibility a metric for current and future tax relief. One thing I just want to point out is that some of our local certified farms do hold more than 10,000 square foot in cultivation space, but significantly lower than a couple of acres. I hope you'll consider size and license type in the future. Finally, there are those that are calling for suspending the county marketing program completely because of the disqualification of local trade organization HTGA's proposal. I understand this is a really difficult situation that our community is in, but I echo the last caller and say that I simply ask the board to allow the marketing proposals to become public now so that stakeholders may see which proposals may or may not support the interests of small family farms. And also so that the hard work which went into the process of marketing assessment and the lengthy RFP process isn't lost completely. So there are at least 4 applicants we know which are in the running, which felt they could offer something to the process, which spent time and resources to apply. Should we not see what they propose? So it may be without precedent and competitive bidding, more transparency might help us diffuse some of this conflict and work collaboratively together in the context of a very real global climate crisis, a very real local economic crisis, and a cultural turning point as cannabis legalizes. I really hope local industry and government choose to go forward together, which was one of the main points of the HCGA marketing assessment. I hope we can use our energy to protect our mutual interests in the state and national markets. So thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is 2223. Press star 6 to unmute. All right, 2223. If you're there, press star 6. Welcome.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Craig Johnson, Alpenglow Farms from Southern Humboldt County. Project Trellis was helpful for a period of time when funds were able to be paid into the Measure S tax. I was actually one of the farmers that spoke in favor of Project Trellis, but we also mentioned it was the carrot and the stick. So now that we can move past that, as funds are no longer available from the farmers, we need to transition Project Trellis to manage state and equity funds only. You heard from some of these other callers who were able to benefit from Project Trellis through ancillary businesses And I applaud them for coming up with a business model to do so and benefit our environment. But moving forward, let's keep the money in the hands of the farmers so we can make our own improvements. And let's go a step further and even keep that marketing money in the hands of the farmers. We saw that moving through the government for marketing is not going to work. So let's keep that in our hands as well. And you're going to hear from us speaking about Measure S. I almost feel like this point should have came up after that on the agenda, but so be it. And here we are talking cart before the horse. I stand in full solidarity with the comments that Ross Gordon make and HCGA. I appreciate their time and diligence and bringing forth all those points. And lastly, this is about how we're structuring our calls today. Having non-agenda items at the end of the day makes it very, very challenging. It's best if we could have that move back to the front because there are some other items that are very timely that happen almost overnight that we need to be able to make comment to. So I would appreciate if you could move that back to the front of the meeting times. Thank you so much, and talk to you later.
Hey, Ross, thank you. If you are, I just was realizing, if your hand is raised, if you've pressed star 9, don't watch the TV or listen to the audio on the TV because it will confuse you. Once you press star 9, just listen to what's on the phone because that's why there is a 30 to 40 second delay or so. So that's why we're not seeing the hands, people being unmuted as quickly as I think they normally would. So just something to keep in mind. All right, 9493. It's your turn. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, thank you for your time. Supervisors, thank you for your time. My name is Dylan Matole. I am the owner-operator of Matole Valley Sun-Grown and Honeydew. Regarding Project Trellis, I would like to thank the staff for all the work they've done. I applaud the program and am really happy to see all of the results of how these funds have been paid out. I would also note that when we talk about this being the carrot, we need to remember that these funds have been fully paid by these farmers themselves. So a better carrot would be in the form of a credit as opposed to paying money and then competitively competing for a very small fraction of that. I was appointed by Supervisor Bohn, and I was honored to accept that appointment and serve on Project Trellis Committee. Unfortunately, due to the NDA surrounding the marketing program, it became impossible for me to serve on the committee any longer, while also being an active member of my growing industry and trade groups locally. My participating in this call today would most likely have actually resulted in a violation of that NDA as we're discussing marketing. So you can see the limits that it places on us on the committee by serving. The County Council gave our committee a very special presentation explaining that Humboldt County, not the farmers who funded this marketing proposal, would be the beneficiaries of that proposal and the marketing program. So I have resigned and stepped down, and I now encourage the county to suspend Measure S and also suspend the cultivation funded portion of Project Trellis. If farmers are not allowed to be involved in the decisions surrounding how we are marketed, I do not believe that paying money into this fund makes any sense at all. I also have serious concerns about the staff report that was presented today and some of the proposals surrounding this program in general. I don't have time to go into all those details, but I want to encourage the county to continue to run an equity program and disperse the millions of dollars that are being provided not by cultivators locally through Measure S, but through state programs of which the county has access. And I think these are wonderful programs, and I'm happy to see how these monies are used, and hopefully that program can continue. But I do not believe that we as an industry should be funding a marketing program where we are prohibited from any decision making or involvement or public disclosure, even of the proposals for any review outside of a committee who must sign an NDA to basically not have any conversations with family, friends, industry.
Thank you much for calling in. Sorry, those 3 minutes go quickly. 2784, press *6 to unmute. Just a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, my name is James Buer. I'm also going to comment on Measure S at the later public comment. I'm an in-plant from Michigan. I moved to Humboldt about 8 months ago. And my experience being here, my fiance owns a small cannabis farm here in Humboldt County. My experience with the Trellis grant has been amazing. Peggy and Logan have been great in facilitating our needs for the farm. And the Trellis grant program has enabled us to become compliant in areas that we needed to. That being said, all of that money has come from state funding. It has not come from Measure S. So I just wanted to touch on the fact that it seems to me like even though there has been quite a bit more money appropriated, it has not been allocated appropriately. And as far as marketing is concerned, I was well aware of Humboldt County a long time ago. The entire world is aware of Humboldt County. And it seems to me like the marketing program is a little too little too late for the farmers who are in the position that they're in, who are suffering and are having trouble. And it concerns me that in reading the letters from the staff to the Board of Supervisors, that the main concern seems to be revenue to the county and the loss of revenue to the county, and not necessarily the impact on the farmers and their families, which, let's face it, made Humboldt what it is. I have a prepared statement that I'll read for the Measure S section. Thank you for giving me time.
Thank you, James. 0150. You're next, press *6 to unmute. 0150. Welcome.
Hi, this is Dottie. Just for the record, the *9 thing is not working so great. I think this is the 9th time, several times during the morning, that I've pushed it and finally gotten through. So that said, excuse me, I wanted to just talk about what a disaster this program is, not because it's a bad program, but maybe because it's just not funded, or because there's too much competition. And so some people that need it also aren't getting it, or maybe they haven't been processed yet. I don't really know, but I know of multiple people that are in a situation that they might have to sell their farm. And I know even more people that grew pot before it was legal, and now they're not growing it because it's legal. And it's such a crazy thing, because the people that for years and years and years, decades, were involved in pot, it seemed like a lot of them really believed in the healing aspect of cannabis and what it would do for people. And they made a little bit of money, not tons of money. And then they gave some of their cannabis away, or they made this Rick Simpson oil or whatever they did. And it seemed like it was kind of working for the community somewhat, but not so much because of the black market. Well, now what's happening is that the black market, instead of maybe having 20 pounds a pot or 10 pounds a pot, or who knows how many, because I don't really grow pot, but now it's like 300 pounds a pot on the black market from these people that have huge, gigantic farms. And I just don't understand why we're not supporting this industry. That's what that's what it was all about in so much of Humboldt County. Certainly Southern Humboldt was very involved, but they were also very involved in the idea of healing. And it seems like these big farms maybe aren't involved in healing at all. So aren't we just kind of competing with the rest of the world or the states that just want to make a lot of money on something that'll get you high instead of something that can be used maybe to treat cancer? So is that my first beep or my second beep?
That's your first beep.
Okay. So I just like to see really small farmers. People talk about small farmers, maybe it's some number of acres. I'm talking about maybe way less than a quarter of an acre, maybe a quarter of an acre with a house on it and a little bit of something. So I talked about a collective. Everybody said that wouldn't work. I don't know what will work, but I know that the people that have farms are going to pretty much almost all of them lose their farms. So I'll talk again during.
Thank you, Dottie. Great. 4207, press star 6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes, which goes by fast. Welcome.
Hi, this is Mark Richer with Tree Frog Botanicals. I'm a local farmer here. And, you know, I can hear both sides of it. You know, people that like the trellis program, obviously it's a program that helped farmers, but it helped far fewer farmers than people who funded it. I think its time has passed, especially if you look at the farms out there, how much trouble they're having. I mean, right now the farmers they're broke. I mean, I'm a farmer, and, you know, I'm down $200,000. So, you know, funding these kinds of things, I think its time has passed. Right now, the farmers need that money just to keep their farms. So please consider the farmers in any kind of decisions in the trellis program and the program that's coming up and Measure S. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Are you still there, speaker?
No, thank you. I'm
okay.
right.
All right. Thank you. I think he said he was finished, right, Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like to me anyway.
Okay, thank you. Well, if not, I might hear from him again. 4514, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Sequoia Hudson. And I think at this point, I'm just going to affirm what Dylan spoke to and what Ross spoke to. I agree with both of their statements. And I just wanted to bring up one other kind of important fact that I've noticed through some of these conversations over the last month or so that I've been hearing. And yes, it's through the grapevine, but I've been hearing comments from a certain supervisor, but maybe even a couple of supervisors not understanding why some people are coming to them when they're not their constituents to discuss this issue and why it's so important and why it's even important in the jurisdictions that aren't necessarily where the cultivators are, like Eureka and Arcata and part of Northern Humboldt. And I just want to say, like, this, why? Like, so, for example, I own a small farm. It's out in Eastern Humboldt. It's, I believe, in the 4th district. So my farm is in the 4th district, but I live in McKinleyville. McKinleyville is where I vote, and so I vote in the 5th district. And I also work in Arcata. I run a business that employs many people and depends on the farmers out in the other districts that the Measure S tax affects. And so I just wanted to really emphasize how this really is complex and complicated, and it's a community-wide issue that impacts everybody in our community, whether you're a cultivator or not a cultivator or in whatever district. Or, you know, I think every supervisor needs to listen to everybody that lives and is affected within our county to understand that we might not live in the 2nd or the 3rd or the 1st district, but it's important for us to communicate with you and understand, and for you to understand how it impacts us, because our community is small and we do live in certain places and then work in some places and even work in other places. So I just wanted to point that out about why how it does affect various people in various sectors. And even if we don't vote for you in your and where your district is, your district impacts us. Thank you.
No, I'll get it later. All right, so our next speaker is, looks like 5798. Well, 54. Nikki, are we having trouble with the unmuting or muting back up or?
Dottie's the first one I've heard say that,
Okay,
so
well,
I'm not really sure.
4514 is still unmuted, and so I wasn't sure if I thought she was finished, so I just wanted to go back.
Try it one more time. Oh.
Okay, we've got a few glitches here
Sure,
today.
yeah.
So, Sequoia, if you weren't finished, you can certainly call back in, and you still have a minute left if you weren't finished and you just dropped off the screen. So 5798 will go to you. Press *6 to unmute, and you get 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Hannah White with Emerald Queen Farms out in Willow Creek. I appreciate the discussion today and the input from the wider community. I'd like to speak to the section about the marketing program and how that's been funded through Measure S tax collection. And we were appreciative of Humboldt County Growers Alliance being contracted to write this amazing comprehensive marketing assessment to guide the county and industry together. And it's so unfortunate that that assessment has led to their disqualification. But I think at the heart of my issue with the way that the marketing is being currently administered is for reasons that other callers have mentioned, the lack of public access, transparency, and through understanding the process, it seems like that's just par for the course. That's how county contracting happens. And that's really the issue, is that the way that the county contracting is implemented for this can't inherently serve the taxpayers and the stakeholders, being the farmers, in contributing to the story. It's very well possible that there are fantastic proposals that have been written, and I'm sure that many people who took their time to do that did it with the best interest, but because the county is listed as the client and cannot inherently include the cultivators in a meaningful way, that is my opposition to the marketing element of monies collected from implemented through Project Trellis and collected through Measure S. And yeah, just want to give my appreciation to Peggy Murphy and Logan for their work implementing Project Trellis and distributing equity funds to date. They've been extremely helpful and have, contributed a lot of caring in their job and their role. And I look forward to continuing working with them and seeing their help and involvement implementing state equity funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. All right. At this moment, there's 2 hands left. If you intend to comment on this one, press *9 now. Because after the next speaker talks, there'll be no more hands accepted. So while 1464 is speaking, the others who are interested should press *9 now, so I know you're there, because it's the last time to get in the queue for this. So 1464, I believe you are next. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Robin. I represent 2/3 of the Humboldt County licensed growers that didn't join HCGA, actually. And so I also own a distribution business. It's a small self-funded business, and we definitely are working with a lot of people that are going out of business, struggling, couldn't even harvest their plants last year. I feel like, we fought against Measure S originally, and HCGA opposed us for standing up against Measure S originally 5 years ago. But still today, I just have a hard time with the fact that all these growers that I know are my peers are getting up here to talk about this marketing money that can actually help us. And why didn't they get up here when all the money for Measure S was spent on the DA's office or at the planning department or the police department, all the other places we spent our Measure S money? And now we have the one time we're going to spend it for ourselves. And since HCGA can't get the money, it's over. I think the easiest solution to this problem is we make public today or tomorrow all the RFP applications that are out there. I'm sure there's some other locals in Humboldt County that would like to market and represent farmers. Once again, like I said, there 2/3 of us are not members of the HCGA that hold licenses right now in Humboldt County. I have a small farm with 10,000 square foot, so I'm not one of the big guys. I put Measure S money into this pot that we're talking about right now. Also, currently today, we're working with 6 different businesses that are directly affected by equity. We have farms, we have different distributions, and they're all up here in Humboldt, and they need this money and they need the trellis program desperately. We can easily use other monies that are coming from Prop 64 from drug war reparations, and we can earmark these monies to support the marketing program. We, as Humboldt County, get a lot more money than just equity money back. And so it's time we start looking at other state-funded money to help support the farmers in other ways, like with marketing and other things in the future. And so let's still move forward with what HCGA wanted to do when they wrote these proposals, and let's get a marketing plan. Let's look for other monies that aren't from Measure S. I still don't support Measure S. Never did, never will. I believe a square footage tax is the most unfair thing that you could think of. We begged and pleaded that there was no other industry that had it, but let's get real. HCGA supported it. They worked with the supervisors to create it. That's
Okay, you dropped off, Nikki.
I am not sure what is going on today.
We're having a little bit of, hopefully we can, hopefully he accidentally hung up. Okay, well, we have 2 speakers left. Okay, wait, 1464 is back on. Let's go to him so you could have, give him a minute since he dropped off. So 1464, press *6 to continue. I'll give you another minute.
Yeah, thank you for the time. This stuff really triggers me, and something that I'd like to carry over from the last meeting, because I am up to the issue with what that was said in the last topic was Humboldt County is supported by our property taxes. We lobbied you guys 5 years ago with Measure S, trying to tell you that our property taxes were going to bring more value. If you would have kept the small farmers in place throughout the hills, our property taxes would be giving you more back than Measure S. That's all. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Sorry about any confusion there. Okay, last 2 speakers, 5375 followed by 8432. So 5375, press *6, and you look like you're unmuted. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I was having some technical difficulties. How is my audio?
Good.
Great. Just to address the previous speaker, yes, so we do believe that when Measure S was put into effect, we were in a completely different market. We are experiencing unprecedented market collapse, and there are many reasons that this is happening. I think for the timely conversation that we're having right now, it's really important to remember that, yes, marketing is important, but it needs to be inclusive and it needs to be driven by producers. If the county is the customer, that does not serve the producers. You know, historically, we can see where marketing that's run on regional marketing for geographically unique export products needs to be driven by producers. So while we do believe that marketing is imperative, it cannot be something that's not driven by producers. I've been at every Project Trellis meeting. We, from my understanding, are not allowed legally to review the RFPs. Therefore, we are excluded from the process. Even the people that were on the Project Trellis committee, like Dylan Mattoll, resigned so that he could participate in this conversation, because it is that important that we understand equitable, inclusive participation is paramount. I think that when we look at Project Trellis, it is an incredibly important program. I think moving forward, we focus on how we can pass through equity funding to our producers in a more meaningful way for people that have, let's look at how we rate the income bracket that we need to participate. And let's look at one-to-one matched funding, because if we are looking at the current state of the market, farmers don't have the funds to match to get the equity funding back. So as we're looking through this, I also would like to earmark that the county has the opportunity on its economic development page to include us. We don't have to have a whole marketing program that's, built around the inclusion, but currently looking at the economic development website, there's no mention of cannabis agriculture. I would like to see that change immediately. An industry that brings in $48 million over the course of a few years should have representation. And I think that as we move forward, we really need to consider who's funding this program. And there are other funding sources to get grants to these farmers beyond our own taxation. And so we can move forward and have this program built through equity and suspend Measure S so that we're able to have the independent producers survive. We have the largest collection of independent cannabis producers in the world. And it would just be tragic to see them all lose their farms in the next month. So this is timely. It needs to be addressed now.
Thank you for calling in. Okay, sorry. You're welcome. And final speaker on this is 8432. You just press *6 unmute. You'll have 3 minutes before we go back to the board. Welcome.
Hi, this is James. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, great. Thanks. Yeah, we have a farm in Myers Flat, Unity Farm. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about what some of the challenges have been like as a business person. I'm not from Humboldt County. My business partner has lived here for 7 years, and he's the farmer. He had been a legacy farmer with a small farm, trying the legal experiment for the first 2-3 years after Prop 64, and was struggling to make ends meet as a hoping to be a craft producer, and interested me in getting involved and bringing investment capital into the county to acquire a beautiful piece of property that we bought and have turned into Unity Farm, with a lot of lofty aspirations, providing employment to local folks, benefits, health benefits. We're a sun and earth farm, trying to cultivate regeneratively. The bottom line is, we spent a ton of money at local businesses over the last 2 or 3 years, building out our infrastructure, getting rolling, and it's an unprofitable business. And we need support from any avenue that we can get it. And the first avenue we need, and we're asking for, is the county's support. In consideration of the long-term benefit of fostering what could be a legacy industry, is a legacy in Humboldt County, and has ramifications that go beyond just agriculture. We've heard those numbers: tourism, economic investment. But when I'm a legal farmer and I can't borrow from any commercial bank because this is federally illegal, my federal tax burden is higher than that of a standard business because of IRS Section 280E. I have to borrow money for operations from hard money lenders at rates of 18%. So all of these things need to be figured out as this industry matures into federal legalization. But for right now, we need support from wherever we can get it, and advocacy together in the idea of unity with the state, as the governor considers and the state legislator, the repeal of cultivation taxes, the adjustment of that. So I just wanted to make the point that we're out here trying to communicate that we are Humboldt County. We're part of the community here. We spend our money at local businesses, and we'd like the long-term consideration of the value that we bring here as community members, and that we thrive and businesses around us in the county thrive. Thank you. That's all.
All right. Thank you. We will go back to the board. I know another hand came up, but I did say 3 speakers ago that those hands needed to be raised by the time that speaker was done. So I apologize. That's why we asked you to press *9 early so that you make sure to get in the queue. So we'll go back to the board on this. And I'm not sure who wants to jump in first. I don't know if CAO Hayes or Scott has something they wanted to add regarding any comments they'd heard, or we can just go straight to Supervisor Wilson's hand is up. So.
I wouldn't mind hearing from staff, but I just really have some questions and then some discussion after that.
Okay, so does anyone from staff want to add anything or answer any questions that you thought needed to be answered?
Through the chair, I can add in response to some of the questions. I tried to take copious notes. The funding received to date, there was a question about how much equity funding has been received year to date. It was 3 increments, the first increment of 1.3 million, then the second of 2.4 million, and the third of 1.05 million. I'm using approximates. We were just notified on Friday, actually, that we are now eligible for another state equity award of 3.4 million. Of those allocations, the 1.3 is spent, the 2.4 is in the process of being expended, and then the 1.05 award would be the next equity grant round. Yes, the state does allow for a percentage of admin funding for these equity grants. That admin funding and the state equity money cannot be used on any other component of Project Trellis. Another question raised about equity funding for other initiatives. The equity funding is very specific and prescribed from the state as to what the funding can and cannot be used for. It cannot be used for a marketing initiative, nor can it be used for general micro grant activity. There is an important distinction between the two. The general micro grant program is available to any and every cannabis stakeholder or business. The equity grant program does carry with it specific eligibility requirements as set forth by the state and is only available to a specific and limited population. I think those are the general questions, unless there's something else that your board would like me to answer or respond to.
All right. Well, with that, we'll ask the board and Supervisor Wilson. Since your hand was up.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and actually, Scott kind of got into a little bit of what I was going to ask him about was basically the requirements, encumbrances, and restrictions difference between the county program versus the state program. More specifically, I mean, I think I can hear what you're saying. So the state says no to, they're not funding any kind of marketing or sort of micro grants that maybe don't have a lot of, just a pretty low administrative cost to them. But what about the issues around like capital expenditures, water tanks and culverts and those sorts of things? Is there any fundamental difference between the county program versus the state program and sort of those capital investments?
The state program can be used for capital expenditures, as can the microgrant program. The microgrant program, because it's a competitive program based on project efficacy and viability and not based on eligibility, can be a little more, applicants can be a little more creative, if you will, in what they ask for funding for. Whereas with the equity funds, we have a very specific set of parameters for the types of capital projects that can be funded.
And I mean, one thing that sort of stands out to me a little bit is we hear a narrative of that you know, a certain large percentage of farms will cease to exist in the next some months and maybe next year. And we can talk about what impact Measure S has on that or not, but it seems to be the trend that's happening. So then a question would be, what, you know, do we evaluate where these funds go through the Trellis program if that is what's gonna, if a farm is likely to cease to exist or not? I mean, and I think you said something about in terms of the competitive ones, that's true, but maybe not in the others. And again, it kind of goes back to what I was asking about before, maybe it was in November, which is, you know, capital investments into, especially if we're trying to keep cannabis going or thriving, you know, we would question whether investing into capital investments into farms that are unlikely to succeed purely for the capital investment into the property itself, maybe we may have to, is there a way either not to invest in farms that will not succeed, or at least recoup if they don't succeed, and so that we can reinvest those funds into cannabis farms that are actually functioning?
Was that a question, Mike, or?
Yeah, it's like, I'm wondering, like, I mean, well, I guess maybe it's no, because I just want to, you know, say that we're heading into that space, and we don't have, and just hoping that if we move forward with this, we have some sort of ability to put the funds where they're supposed to be, which is in cannabis, as opposed to just land development for the sake of land development, and just making sure that we're doing that. So that's a question I have with relationship to that, or you know, something I want to make sure we're thinking about. The other thing is, I was wondering about in terms of enforcement. I've heard from several cannabis farmers that they still feel like there's a lack of enforcement of illegal cannabis growing, and that has impact on that. And I'm just wondering if any of these Measure S funds are are part of that enforcement of illegal cannabis growing, and if so, can you?
Yes, through the chair, Supervisor Wilson, to your first point, one difference between how capital can be expended between the microgrant program and the equity grant program, a microgrant participant must be licensed in order to be eligible. And so therefore, the types of capital expenditures that might, as was indicated on the slideshow presentation that we did, that might go to a microgrant recipient might be things that an existing cultivator needs to maintain or increase operations. The equity program is more designed to help persons gain entry into the market. The state doesn't call it a reparations program. However, it's very clear that the intent of the program is to help those who can clearly prove a nexus with being adversely impacted or harmed by the criminalization of cannabis. So some of those equity or capital projects for an equity applicant might be more focused on starting up a business. As for the other question, when Project Trellis was created, part of that distinction to house that in our agency was intentional, so that advocacy programs were separate of enforcement and regulatory programs. And so I would have to defer to Director Ford.
Yeah, and I just, sorry to interrupt, Scott, I apologize, because really that is not the road I intended to go down.
Okay.
And totally, okay. I appreciate that that's not in Trellis, and maybe that's 3 large cups of coffee into this, you know, I got a synapse that went in the wrong direction.
Okay.
So we'll keep it at that. But The regenerative, someone mentioned sort of a regenerative farming certificate or a certification, and do we use that in any way in these analysis with regards to is that a threshold that or requirement that we use?
Not presently, but we could. The program can adapt or pivot. We could make changes. Your board established 5 weighted considerations when Project Trellis was created. And so primarily when we review, or the committee reviews and ranks and scores applications, they use those weighted measures.
Okay. And then there was a question about a perceived or maybe real $200,000 set aside for matching. And can you tell us what you think about that? Is that a thing? And if so, can you describe it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again? Or
there was a question, I think it was from Madeline, and it was related to a question about a $200,000 matching set aside. And can you
that was required by the state for the first equity program when the equity program was created, but that match is no longer a requirement.
Okay, so there's no match requirement for that. Okay, I'll have some more questions, I'm sure, and then let some other people talk.
When we submit our application, we get points if we have a match, and it helps us to get funding, but it's not a requirement anymore.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell.
Thanks for this stimulating, robust conversation. Yeah, I can understand what Mike was saying about not giving money to a farm that's not going to need it, but I don't know if we're going to put a whole fiscal team on, because I don't want to see us giving money to farms that don't need it either. It's going to go both ways, so you're going to have to find that sweet spot. And until we get into the bank business or anything like that, I think we just help the ones that ask for it, and hopefully they need it and that they run it through the gamut. So I was hopefully on that. And then as far as the infrastructure, solar, roads, water, and everything else, we just received $18 million that planning and building is going to be hanging the carrots out there. I guess somebody used carrots. We're on the fruit now and vegetables, but we're hanging out there. So there's $18 million for farm improvements, both for roads, solar, and everything else. And that's completely away from Measure S. That's just money that's been collected, and now we're giving it back because we're good guys. So, and that doesn't affect anything we're doing, right? Scott?
Yeah, you're right. And I've had conversations with Director Ford about this, about how Project Trellis could adapt or change, because planning and building will be administering that $18 million, which then does free up Trellis money to either be used on other projects or for that funding to be allocated elsewhere.
And I didn't know if you directly answered if that's a roundabout way about the sheriff and Measure S. And I think we've got 2 emails in the last week letting us fully know that the sheriff does get Measure S funds, or the implications from them is that they believe they get Measure S funds. So I'm going to take it on somebody from the CAO's office to tell me no, or economic development, that they don't get Measure S funds. So I'm just saying what I saw, and I think that's to be aware of that also.
I think the CAO has an answer for you, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes, I can speak to that. As attached to the following agenda item, there is a document that indicates what Measure S funds have made possible to fund, and there are 2.0 sheriff deputies included in that as an ongoing cost of roughly $325,000 a year. In terms of the question, just in regards to general enforcement, there is also an assistant chief probation officer, and Measure S was able to front load 3 code enforcement officers. That was a one-time funding to get enforcement off the ground, and then they would be funded through normal business practices. So there is enforcement. Again, the Measure S funds are general funded dollars though, so that doesn't necessarily mean that that enforcement is strictly tied to cannabis enforcement. But it certainly increases the sheriff's capacity, and any cuts to Measure S in the coming years will impact the ability for the general fund to appropriately fund sheriff deputies, which can certainly have an impact on enforcement.
I almost feel like we're next item and this item are really pretty related. Supervisor Bohn, your hand has been going up and down and up and down. You still up?
I don't know how to do this thing. I'm just trying to be really.
I love it. You're actually using it this time.
I don't like it. So that's only one of us.
Well, it's easier to see. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. So I wanted to ask Director Adair kind of a question around kind of what Supervisor Wilson had said with how you choose farms, and if you don't think they're going to be sustainable financially, are they going to have to pay that money back? And I just kind of want to ask that, how you guys pick and choose already. And then also I wanted to add to part of the agenda item is whether there's value in having a supervisor set on the trellis committee. And I believe that there is value to that. Just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there on that. But specifically, I don't quite I understand what Supervisor Wilson is saying, and that I think he's saying we don't want to waste money on someone that's not going to be sustainable long term, but also, the industry has had a remarkable crash that wasn't anticipated. And so how do you judge? And so maybe you could answer that.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, through the chair. The micro grant program is a competitive grant program, and those applications are scored and reviewed using a scoring rubric, which was created in tandem with the Project Trellis Committee, which formed an ad hoc to help develop that scoring system. We use weighted considerations, which were adopted by your board by resolution, which give additional merit to applications, which meet some of those weighted considerations, solvency being one of them, whether or not that grant will help a business or an applicant to remain solvent, or whether or not that applicant may be insolvent without the assistance of that funding. Contrast that to the equity program, which is an application eligibility first come, first served basis. There is no committee review process of that funding because it's simply based on meeting the requirements to receive the funding or not meeting the requirements. Did I miss another part of your question?
No, I believe that answers it for me. I don't know if it does for Supervisor Wilson.
Okay.
Supervisor Wilson, then I want to ask some questions for direct.
Thank you. And I mean, I think this is almost tangential to Trellis, but it's relative to what you just said with relationship to the equity program, which I think you said is for entry into the market space, or entry into this arena or this industry. And I just have to say, I've heard again from cannabis producers and growers and farmers concerns that there is an abundance of capacity. I mean, we're seeing it in the marketplace, right? And so is that program then just helping to create that, exacerbate that problem in terms of putting more capacity into the landscape? And I don't mean just like the landscape, but in statewide, and that there's been concerns about that. And so is that something that's considered in this in this equity grant process?
The equity grant, through the chair, Supervisor Wilson, the equity grant, yes, there is a focus on entry, but it's not solely aimed at just cultivation. So someone who wanted to enter into the distribution industry or manufacturing or retail, it's available for all those types of cannabis activities. It also, entry is broadly defined. So someone who's been in the industry maybe 1 or 2 years trying to get their permits and work through all of the state regulations could be considered by the state as still entering the market and could qualify for the equity funding. So it doesn't necessarily only apply to someone who's never been involved and then getting them into the cannabis industry.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Okay, so I want to kind of circle back to the actual recommendations that we have. I mean, I know we had a lot of people commenting about they just wanted the equity, the state dollars to be used. I don't know if that's our decision today. I'm thinking a lot of that could hinge on what we talk about later today and perhaps bring it back. But what I see in front of us now, are a couple questions I'd like answered. Why do we have to confirm the conclusions and analysis of the FPPC letter? It seems to me that it's a letter and it's in our packet. What is it? What do we need to do that actually confirms it and why?
I can give a little bit of insight and then I might defer to CAO Hayes for some additional insight. I mentioned earlier in the presentation, over the last 3 years, as we've tried to put together the marketing initiative as directed by your board, we have not actually been able to bring a marketing proposal to you to review. The process has been waylaid through a number of measures where we've had to take the process back and refine it and change it and reissue the RFP multiple times. So part of direction that staff needs is guidance concerning what the board would like to do with the marketing initiative and the existing marketing proposals that we've received. Because of our working relationship with HCGA, the nature of their role as the architect of the assessment, which helped to guide the marketing proposal, and because of how important they are as an ally in the industry, and also concerning what's happened to the cannabis cultivation industry, we felt it was important that your board also received that information so that you could make a holistic decision concerning the marketing initiative. CAO Hayes, is there anything else in terms of why we're bringing that to the board today for affirmation that you would like to add, or does that cover it?
I think that covers it. This particular RFP has been contentious in the community and somewhat amongst the board. So this is really just memorializing what has occurred thus far, and just putting it on record that this is where we stand with this particular RFP, and then we'll allow staff to continue moving forward with the current proposal that's on the table.
Okay, and then my other question, I guess maybe I'll go to CAO Hayes. So it seems like this is well, the comments we got to me seem to be a bigger item than just the marketing. It seems bigger about Trellis. So I'm wondering, what can we do today to move forward with what's on our agenda today? And do we need to bring back a further conversation? And I think perhaps after we measure S, it might be a better time to bring this, that further conversation on Trellis in the future when we know more.
That is correct in terms of the overall structure of Trellis and what, if any, future marketing proposals there are is heavily dependent on today's agenda overall. And so I don't think we're in a position right now to discuss what that's going to look like going forward, nor was that the direction in the agenda item. Following today, I will, convene with my staff and we'll develop an action plan on overall how best to move Trellis and the entire program forward. We are looking to seek direction, however, as to district supervisor acting as a liaison to the Trellis committee.
Okay, because that is actually the main decision I see here. So I was trying to go, okay, we got the presentation on Project Trellis, we got the staff report, we got public comment, we understand the FPPC letter. And so to me, the main direction from us at this point is the district supervisor. We have had it mentioned that Supervisor Wilson mentioned Supervisor Madrone. I don't know, is there others that are interested?
I'm not, and I know he likes to let everything soak in, but I haven't heard from Supervisor Madrone to see how he even feels about it and everything else. I mean, I've heard how he feels on a lot of things and stuff like that, and he is on, the state cannabis and the ad hoc. So I'm just wondering, I have my issues the way Trellis, because I've lost 3 people out there that are, Dylan and everything else. But I mean, the thing is, we need the whole story going back and forth. So I'm just making sure that we can get that and stuff. So.
Well, let's ask Supervisor Madrone, since your name has been suggested and Supervisor Bohn seems interested, and you have been quiet in this conversation, see what your thoughts are, at least in regards to the supervisor appointment.
Yeah, thanks for asking. I have been listening. It's been a robust conversation. Appreciate all the input. I am no longer on the ad hoc, and I believe the ad hoc is being dissolved because ad hocs are supposed to not be ongoing. If you've got something that's ongoing, it becomes a standing committee, and it's subject to the Brown Act. And we've had this committee going for 3 years. So, in the past, the ad hoc would be discontinued after a year or so, and maybe several months later, it might be brought back for temporary purposes. So I'm no longer on the ad hoc, and I believe it's being dissolved. I also informed the board a couple of weeks ago that I would no longer be representing the board on the California Cannabis Authority. I did attend their meeting last Friday and let them know that we as a board would be selecting a new person to represent the county on that committee. So I'm no longer involved in those things, and I appreciate the suggestion of my involvement in Trellis. I do have a long-standing interest in creating incentives for the things that we want in our communities, and I can continue to do that as a board member, but I don't feel the need to be a Trellis representative. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. So is there a supervisor who would like to?
I've
never
clarify that. Is there a supervisor that will do that? Drop the like and.
Well,
if there's somebody that would like to do it, jump on in there, you guys. I'm only 20%. I'm not looking to get in the deep end of the pool.
I wouldn't mind doing it, except that I'm the least knowledgeable. I have to be honest. Cannabis is a world I continue to learn about, and I'm not sure if I would be as useful, although I would have a completely open mind in discussing things. That would be for sure. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you through the chair. Could I ask Director Adair what it involves? Is it an advisory position? Is it a voting position?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Through the chair. It is not a voting position. It's advisory only and intended to liaison so that information can be exchanged between the 2 parties, the board and the Project Trellis Committee, just to keep all of the parties apprised as to what everyone's working on. This is actually a request that came from the Project Trellis Committee directly. It was not something that staff developed. In one of their meetings, the Project Trellis Committee explicitly stated that they wanted to see some level of board liaison support or involvement.
Thank you for that clarification. I am interested with that clarification. Thank you.
You like the idea?
I do like the idea.
I nominate Supervisor Bushnell to be on the Project Trellis Committee.
Second.
All right. No need to further comment. We're good on that. So, do we need a motion to add a motion to that also to accept the staff report, or is this motion the only one you really need to move forward?
I believe a motion. Oh, sorry, Director Adair. I believe a motion to confirm the FPPC findings and to return with the required documentation to appoint Supervisor Bushnell as the Project Trellis liaison, will complete this item and give us
Thank you.
the
That's my
necessary
motion.
The seconder concurs.
And how about Nikki? Did you
Perfect.
catch all that?
I do. I
Oh,
have
she's
it.
got it. She's amazing.
Hey, I'm trying to be good at it today.
You're really
You guys are
close.
doing good.
Today is still
You're
young.
really close, Nikki.
All right, so that's quite a conversation. So we do have a motion that hasn't seconded. I don't see any other hands up from the board. So I think we are ready for a roll call vote.
Okay, perfect. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I know we do have a 1 o'clock time set, and I know some people would like lunch. I'm one of those. Alicia, do you?
Hey.
Excuse me, Rex.
They brought lunch.
I know, but we have to get out of our chairs and at least go get it. Okay, I've been stuck in my chair. I'm just saying, yes, we have lunch. I think take a short break and have lunch when we're talking during closed session, because we can't go into closed session until 1 o'clock, right, Alicia?
That is correct, yes, and I would estimate that closed session will be 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break to go, whoever's going to gather their food so they can eat it during closed session. And so we'll come back in 10 minutes at 1 o'clock, and then we'll go into closed session and hopefully be back to the boardroom by about 1:30. Does that sound right, Alicia? Hopefully.
Sounds good, yes.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So be back here at 1 o'clock so we can open closed session, and then we'll go from there.
To review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators, Alicia Hayes and Jack Hughes, for the various employee organizations listed in agenda item K1.
Right, thank you. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this item? So, right, no one there. And I did want to say, for those of you who are still on the line during our closed session, if you're going to speak on the next item, which is the excise tax, feel free to press *9 now, so that when we come back, we're going to know a kind of a gauge of how many people want to make public comment. So, all right, well, with that, we will return after closed session, hopefully around 1:30 or a little before. The Zoom that wants to make comment on public comment on this the next item, the excise tax, press *9 now. We're gonna have to determine how many speakers are going to be so we can make sure we keep kind of track of everybody. So just keep those, press *9 so at least we have a good idea before we go to public comment how many are there. 1, 2, 3. Rex is in there, I think. Aren't you, Rex? Are you in there? I heard him. Okay.
I'm sorry, where are we at, Chair Bass?
Well, actually, we're going to first report out a closed session, and then we'll move on to the next item, and I will go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. On the closed session item K1, there's no reportable action.
All right, thank you. So we're going to go to the second item from the CIO's office regarding the cannabis excise tax. And I know Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So unfortunately, I have to recuse myself from this item. I have so much faith in my board, and my fellow board members, and know that they have received all email communication and have been hearing the communities. I know that they know the value of Measure S and also of the cultivators in our community and in Humboldt County. I am supportive of all the cannabis cultivators and what they mean for my district, and I will continue to support as I have since I've been elected. This one item, however, I do have to recuse myself.
Thank you for letting us know that. All right. So with that, we'll start the item. I think I'll just go straight over to the CAO's office for their report.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Before your board today is a recommendation for the board to consider implementation of a cannabis excise tax suspension or waiver program for tax years 2021 and tax years 2022. Tabitha Miller, who is new to our team, I think this might be her 4th week with us, will be presenting to your board today. And before I hand it off to Tabitha, who is our Assistant County Administrative Officer / Chief Financial Officer, I just want to really give her some props on this board report. This was tossed in her lap on week 2 of being with us, and she's really done a stellar job of bringing to your board a robust report that provides you with the best data we can muster up to try to make the most well-informed decision you can. And so with that, Tabitha, take it away.
Thank you. So the first thing I'm going to do is attempt to share my screen, and hopefully this all goes like it is supposed to here. I'm hoping everyone can see the presentation.
It's perfect.
Yep. Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes.
It's even big enough.
So just quickly, good afternoon, Board Chair and Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Tabitha Miller. I am the Assistant County Administrative Officer, newly appointed as of the 1st of the year, and I'm very excited to be here. This agenda item on Measure S tax suspension or waiver is really the result of the discussions that happened at the January 10th Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee meeting. And it's also an ongoing response to the community feedback that the cannabis industry is struggling and sort of in need of immediate relief. So the discussion really is addressing sort of the 2 items that we keep hearing, which is the unsustainably low market pricing, which is just fiscally and financially challenging our cannabis growers and industry. And then the challenges selling existing cannabis industry. We're hearing this all over the place. What we're asking the board to do today during this agenda item is to provide the County Administrative Office with direction to develop a cannabis excise tax suspension waiver program. Just a little bit of a caveat, County Council has asked us to ask the board to provide direction, but what we'd like to do is take that back, memorialize it in writing as a resolution that would come back to the board for final review and approval. I wanted to just step back a moment, and I know we've gone through some of the support that the county and the Board of Supervisors has provided to the cannabis industry over the last few years, but I thought it might be a good item to highlight and sort of just talk a little bit about the actions that have already been taken. Again, some of this we've talked about already this morning, and the first one I won't dwell on is as of Friday, we did get that $3.4 million additional grant for cannabis equity for Project Trellis. Back in December, we got the $18.6 million Planning and Building Department grant, and this will be used to fund the transition from provisional licensing to annual. Also provides for mitigation tools for the impacts to watershed, water use forbearance and conservation measures, and then funding for the cultivators to replace fuel electric generators with renewable systems. Back in October, the board delayed the payments that were going to be due October and in of 2021, the second payment for calendar year 20, and the April payment to May 31st without penalties. In September, the board granted a $1 million budget item out of the general fund contingency to fund micro grants for the cannabis industry. We've provided ongoing advocacy at the state level. This is part of the board's legislative platform and certainly something that we continue to check in on. The Friends of the Eel River $1.1 million settlement is specifically addressing some of the environmental impacts of cannabis and providing loans and grants to fund improvements to the roads. We've already talked about the commitment and the contribution that Project Trellis has brought since 2019. And then just a reminder, back in March of 2018 and March of 2019, the Board of Supervisors made some adjustments to penalties, how the taxes were paid, when they were paid, and some other concessions to make it just a little bit easier on the cultivators. Something else we might want to step back and just do a quick overview of Measure S. It was approved back in November of 2016 by the voters. It had a majority of just under 66% or 37,000 voters up in favor of this. Something to point out is that the county did a survey in April of that year looking at the feasibility of such a measure, and 79% of the folks that were polled indicated that there was either a great need or some need for additional funding at the local level for the county. Just another reminder that the language in the ballot establishes Measure S as a general tax supporting children and families, public safety, job creation, and then other sort of that catch-all other county services. This is just a summary sheet of the budget appropriations that are associated with Measure S. There is a more detailed listing in your packet materials, but you know, the one thing that you can certainly get from this is that this funding has provided a significant increase in countywide services. It has become very important and relied on by the city as a general fund tax. As a reminder, as a general fund tax, it is just a general tax. It's commingled with other revenues and not necessarily specifically or discretely tracked to the expenditures, but we've got some basic information here for you. I thought it also might be helpful to kind of look at the historic billings and collections for Measure S. So just a couple things to remind you. There's a little bit of a challenge here in that the tax collector bills on a calendar basis. So the years you see here are a January through December year. Obviously, our accounting system is based on a fiscal year, so our budget and our actual numbers run from July through June. So those won't necessarily line up. But something that will be important as we talk about the impacts from some of the potential reductions or reduced waivers of Measure S is how much revenue we're talking about. If you look at 2018, 19, and 20, the average of those 3 years billed or assessed amounts is $19.9 million. And that's sort of the base year we're going to use kind of going forward and talking about the impacts of potential changes to this taxing. The other thing that I would point out is those bottom two lines where you can see that you've got delinquency or taxes owed, and you can see the delinquency rate is certainly increasing over the years. Obviously in 2020, that 47%, much of that would be associated with that sort of deferment of those payments until May 31st without penalty. But that also gives us a little bit of insight as to how many folks would take advantage of a waiver or a deferment of the taxes. Approximately 40% of taxpayers paid their assessments for calendar year 2020 in full, and 60% either took advantage of the deferment or simply didn't pay the tax because of other reasons. One of the things that was of interest to the ad hoc committee when we were discussing sort of the impacts to the cultivators was some of the demographics. So the two charts here are really a summary of that information. The one on the left shows you the cultivation square footage by farm size. Something that's to point out is that small farms at either 10,000 square feet or less. By number of cultivators, they are at 61% of the total number of cultivators in the county. But as you can see from the graph here, which is the blue and the yellow, they're only 28% of the cultivated land. So they certainly have a smaller impact on total cultivation, but numbers, they're large. And then the small or the large farms, excuse me, there's only 20 of them that are an acre, greater than an acre, but they account for 19% of the legally cultivated land in the county. The other thing on the graph or chart on the right, you can see that a good majority of the cultivators in Humboldt County are outdoor light growers, 73%, and the indoor grow cultivated land is limited to 1% of the total square footage. So getting to sort of the staff report recommendation, what is recommended in the staff report is a tax suspension or waiver program. The idea that it would be a 2-year program. We would allow cultivators to either request or opt into the program for tax year 2021, which again is billed a year in arrears. So that's the amounts that would be due in 2022. And for the tax amounts due for calendar year 2022, which would be due in 2023, those could be, excuse me, deferred until calendar year 2024. And at that point, it would be treated somewhat like some of the financial assistance to businesses that came out of the federal government during COVID, like the PPP loans, where there would be an opportunity to waive in full or in part some of those amounts due based on the profitability or lack of profitability of the growers. There'd be a check-in period and an evaluation period that would configure that amount. Amounts that would not be waived would be repaid without penalty or without interest or penalties in 2024. And one of the items we are looking at but don't have a determination is whether or not there's a legally viable option to create a payment plan for any of those deferred amounts that might become due. So the CAO's office also had a separate recommendation that we'd like the board just to consider as an alternative. And this is really focusing on the small outdoor cultivation farms. So those at 10,000 square feet or less. We have found, or at least the information is that these are the folks that are being impacted the most by price per pound. There seems to be a preference for indoor grown products these days, and that's devaluing some of those outdoor grows, which typically are going to be more environmentally sustainable farmers. They're typically smaller and more consistent with the county's environmental policies and the goals of the county to really support small businesses countywide, whether they're cannabis or not related. The other thing is that these small businesses are also those that were more likely to struggle with historical inequities and the transition from the illegal market to the legal market in the last 4 years. This does I don't talk this much anymore in a row, but the impact of the budget of this particular option is less. It's about a $3 million cut to the Measure S revenues, again, not accounting for any past due or outstanding delinquencies or 29%, and it would be in place for a year and certainly could be re-looked at a year from now. So this is a chart that actually lists sort of all of the options, the 2 top ones being the recommendations, but a number of other options that were sort of raised and discussed throughout developing the staff report. And certainly there's a lot of numbers here and a lot of information. Again, just kind of a reminder of to keep things consistent, we use that base year, that average of $19.9 million annually. It also ties to the information on the cultivation permits issued as of December 20th, 2021. It doesn't take into account any delays, waived, or reduced assessments to date. And it doesn't have a bad debt or an uncollectible amount yet built into it, but that's obviously something we would need to incorporate into a budget number for for fiscal year 21-22 and also for 22-23. The first one is the staff report amount. It is a $12 million per year impact. And again, we're assuming it's a rough estimate that that's 60% of folks who took advantage of the deferment in October and didn't pay their taxes in the calendar year 2020 would take advantage of this program. That's sort of not the best estimate, but it's the information we have right now. One of the things we are looking at is if we have the tax payments that are due May 31st, we'll be able to do a better update or assessment of how many folks would take advantage of this. We also have that opt-in program to be able to really get a specific number for the participation in this particular program. Thank you. The CAO's recommendation, again, targets those small outdoor farms, 10,000 square feet or less. The impact is $3 million reduction in revenue, or about 16% of the total. If you did a simple calculation, and this is here really for comparison purposes, a straight 50% reduction in taxes would be a cut of 50% of the revenue, or a $10 million impact. If you just focused on all small farms, not just the outdoor grown, be a $5.7 million impact to revenue, 29% of the total. Getting a little bit fancier, if you looked at small farms of 10,000 square feet or less, gave them a 75% reduction, and then gave your large farms over 10,000 square feet a 25% reduction for 1 year, it'd be an $8 million impact to revenue, or 40%. Number 6 is a little bit different. This has been talked about on a number of levels, but it would be if the board decided to suspend the calendar year 2020 second installment. So this is the payment that should have been made in full in October of 2021, but has been delayed until May 31st, 2022. The impact is about 50% of half a year's revenues. The challenge here is that this would be retroactive. So it has some complexities for the treasurer tax collector. It also means that you'd have to refund funds for that 40% that already paid the amount. So it becomes a much more complex calculation, and you lose some of the data on who would be able to pay come May, as far as trying to figure out your delinquencies and your bad debts. 7 is a little bit of a change on the 10,000 square foot. And this basically would take the first 10,000 square feet for all farms and provide a tax break for it. So everybody under 10,000 square feet would have no tax bill. Anybody over 10,000 square feet would pay taxes on all of the square footage above 10,000 square foot. Again, it's about it's 51%, or a little over $10 million hit. Again, another look at outdoor farms support. You could do a 75% reduction for those small farms and a 25% reduction for the large farms. That's a $6.5 million cut, or 32% of total revenue. Another take is suspending tax for the first 10,000 square feet for just the outdoor and mixed farms for 1 year. And that price tag is a $9.8 million, or 49% of the total revenue. And then finally, you could suspend the tax for the first 10,000 square feet for outdoor grows, and for the first 5,000 square feet for mixed farms, mixed light farms, and that's a 7.8%, or a 39% impact. And I know that's a lot of information, but it gives you at least some ideas and some comparisons of the impact on revenues. So one of the other things we've done over the last month or so, and this is the Economic Development Group that's continued to have conversations with the other counties to keep in mind what other counties are doing, how they're responding to their own cannabis industries, and if there's any other great ideas out there. Just a couple of things that have happened. It's gotten a lot of press, but the city of San Francisco, city-county, has suspended implementation for a second year of their cannabis business tax. Just a couple things to remind you, this is a little bit different than our tax. It's a business tax based on their urban environment. It's going to impact dispensary markets or the retail market more than anything else. It has a fairly small revenue generation compared to their budget. The county of San Francisco estimates it would be an $8.8 million revenue, but they also have a $7.6 billion total general fund revenue as compared to ours, which is much, much smaller. And it was partially in response to several of the high profile and costly retail burglaries and smash and grabs that we've heard on the news throughout the last couple months. Monterey County has frozen its tax at the current levels, and then they've also increased the number of times a year a grower can change the square footage from 1 to 2. Nevada County actually just last week directed their tax collector to transition from a gross receipt model to a square footage model. They can do that without having to take it back to the voters. And it's interesting, their Board of Supervisors cited eliminating the self-reporting issues, such as under-reporting challenges. They wanted more budget consistency from a county revenue perspective. The volatility of changing market conditions was one of the other reasons they made that change. And then they wanted to place their revenues in the pre-harvest, so before the harvest amount, so that they might have improved collections on an ongoing basis. Sonoma County has done similar to what we've done. They've extended their due date for their current tax to April 30th, 2022. And then they've directed staff to bring back a discussion in March of additional policy options, which may include tax suspension, reduction, freezing, and converting to a gross receipts tax. Mendocino, Santa Barbara, and Trinity County at this point in time have no plans to make any tax changes. And Lake County, we found out late yesterday, is actually having a discussion today, extending their payment date to May 15th with a waiver of penalties, and also they're suspending their CPI increase. So they're responding similar to what several of us have already done. So the fiscal impact is outlined in the staff report, but I think one of the fundamental things that we can take is that any of the options you consider today will have an impact on general fund revenues, and there will be some cost savings measures that will have to sort of counteract those cuts in revenue. The other thing that I'd point out is without a shared response from the state level for reform, these do end up falling on the county. So there is sort of another piece of the larger market that you may want to consider taking under account. The 3 items that are sort of the top go-tos as far as cutting or reducing budget or hiring freezes, workforce reduction programs, and then specifically looking at programs and departments that can withstand budget reductions. Something that I found during the conversation earlier on the Project Trellis update is that there's a real focus on Measure S as being sort of the need for change. And I think it's important, again, I highlighted this a little bit in the last slide, but there is a much larger cannabis industry issue at stake, and a lot of that is looking at reform at the state level. And there's a number of things that the board may want to consider as part of a more larger strategy or holistic approach to sort of helping the cannabis industry and getting through this period of time. One is looking at Project Trellis and making sure that we're getting the most out of that program we can. Increasing advocacy funding and support at the state level. State reform in their system is one of the things that is continually brought up, not only their taxing system, but also their licensing system, and even just the hoops that people have to jump through to be state licensed. And then looking at some of the more specific, discrete improvements that may help our cultivating industry, but also statewide. The ability to create cooperatives, sales directly from farms, ability to trim within residents, looking at the larger issue of enforcement on the illegal market, reductions in taxes, and then even expanding the California cannabis access and markets has been touted as a way to really support the legal markets here in the state. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and anything that I may not be able to answer, I certainly can defer to the CAO Hayes for additional support.
And Tabitha, if you stop sharing, and then before I start going to the board for questions, again, I'm looking at the calling queue. So far, we have 50 people joining us who are not part of the board meeting. So if you are watching and you're planning on speaking, I'm asking you to please press *9 now so we can get a good estimate of how many people are going to be talking. And you're going to be tired of hearing me say that, but I'm just going to say it until we actually get out there because there we go. Pop it up. All right. Supervisors have any questions? Supervisor Wilson.
Just a quick one for now. Nevada County says going to a square foot, and I was just wondering if you know what the structure for that was. Did they tell you?
So it's they're looking at very similar structure to us, which is based on light category. Their pricing, at least what they were discussing to date, was less per square foot than our current pricing, but it was very similar as far as the three categories, kind of the equivalent of the difference between them two.
Okay. Anyone else have a question at this point? One thing I appreciate is all the different options. There's a lot to consume in that. I feel like our CAO Hayes to chime in if you had anything you wanted to add. I think Tabitha probably covered most of it fine, but did want to give you the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think that Tabitha has done a marvelous job in presenting the data. Again, we really wanted to make sure that your board had the most information possible at your fingertips to make this very difficult decision that is before you today. It has been done a little bit in haste because we've been working on this feverishly over the last 2 weeks, but we did our very best to evaluate what we were hearing from your board and members of the community and provide some costing as to that. And ultimately what we're looking for today is for your board to give us direction on how to move forward in effectuating your board's order.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I just want to commend Tabitha Miller for joining our team and putting together an incredible report. And, 10 days into the job, whatever it is, well done. A lot of details here, a lot of important information. I just want to welcome you to the team as our Chief Financial Officer, and thank you so much for all the work you did to bring that together. And I know you had the support of CAO Hayes and others to do that, so definitely want to acknowledge them as well. I noted that in the agenda, there was one item that was labeled attachment 1, cultivator support. And it talks all about all the different things we've tried to do to help support this fledgling industry, so to speak. And I note that on number 7 at the very end, it talks about, and we directed staff to develop tax incentives for water storage, solar, and clean energy. So that's something that's still on our agenda to do, and I'm hoping we can have a live discussion about that today as well. I noted that the agenda item was labeled very broadly to be able to discuss not only these alternatives that were laid out, but possibly other ones the board might come up with. Because as was mentioned by the CAO, our goal here today is not to make a final decision, but to really have a robust discussion about possibilities and who would benefit and who would be impacted, especially dealing with county budgets and stuff. So I look forward to that discussion on incentives in particular, but I really want to hear from the public. They outnumber us. We got, what do we got? 76 participants here total.
Well, I'm going to continue asking, press *9 if you plan to speak, because we're trying to gauge amount of time that we have here. So just get in the queue now so we know you're there. Any other questions for anybody right now, or just public? Okay, so, well, we had a minute ago, we had 30, and I know that queue is going to continue growing. Oh, Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, just sort of a quick question. In the estimates that you're using, I mean, it makes it kind of an assumption that that the existing cultivators all are there at the existing square footage and will continue with that same square footage, right? Is that what I'm in?
It does, and that was really just as a base for comparison. Clearly, when we get to the point where we're doing actual revenue projections from a budgetary standpoint, or even refining the whatever we bring forward, I think we have to take into account a uncollectible amount or bad debt amount, just because we know that not all of the square footage will remain given the market today, or that all of the cultivators, would be able to pay if the amounts weren't waived or forgiven. So that will also depend on how much of the tax is waived. Obviously, if you waived 100%, you wouldn't have any bad debt, but the variations will certainly have to be calculated with some sort of estimate. So,
and also the potential for furloughing, right, as we move forward.
Yes.
Because it seems like we're hearing, with the term extinction event keeps popping up, and I would imagine that, and we've seen the, where, or we've seen some estimates, and people have commented on how much is just what we're talking about today, Measure S, versus all of the expenses and all of the impacts that a cannabis grower might have, and whether or not this one makes or doesn't make it. If they're not going to be there next year, then they're not on that list of square footage, right? And so I guess we're going to just have to imagine or extrapolate what that might be if we're really trying to estimate budgets associated with this. So, anyways, thanks. I appreciate the clarification.
Alicia.
Yeah, just to Supervisor Wilson's comment, this has been a very stable or unstable, revenue source thus far, and continues to do so. Staff are obviously going to be doing the best jobs we can to estimate out what this looks like, and that's what's before you today. But without a doubt, that's going to deviate some as we continue to move through these next few months. And we will, return back to your board as we've done in the past quarterly to give you updates on where we think we're going and how these revenues are doing.
All right. Well, currently there's over 30 in the queue. And I did speak to a couple of folks yesterday about potentially having a 2-minute public comment, given the number of participating folks we imagine will be here today. And so I'm going to move forward with that. And so asking people to be succinct, and if you're interested in talking, keep raising your hand, press *9 so that we make sure we can get everybody in. That's the only reason to have more. Yes, Supervisor Wilson?
Is that clarification? Are you saying that it's a 2-minute comment time right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. I just and I think, I encourage more people to call in, and I suspect more will continue to call in. So we want to try to hear from as many people as possible and then be able to get back to the board for conversation. So we are going to start with the first person who got in the queue, and that is 2401, and just press *6 to unmute. Oh, and those of you who have your hands up, turn the audio off on your video screen so you don't get caught up in the time delay, and just listen through on your phone, because the phone is actually real time versus video is time delayed. So 2041, that would be you. Press *6 to unmute. T401, are you there? Welcome.
Hi. I just wanted to comment that there's the argument being presented right now that small, under 10,000 square foot farms are the most impacted and need the most relief. I myself am a farmer, and I have a larger farm in Humboldt County. It's all relative. As you scale up your square footage, your overhead costs increase. You have to have employees. You have to, the cost of hiring employees and maintaining employees is the most costly portion of my business. Sorry, I'm not quite ready. I wasn't expecting to go so quickly. I'm blanking, so is it possible to?
I tell you what, why don't we let you get back in the queue, because you didn't know it was 2 minutes and you didn't realize you were first in the queue. So
I'm sorry.
I don't normally do that, but I'll do it because it does sound like we kind of got you a little bit discombobulated. So
yeah,
we'll
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to get everyone ready to go. I'll give you the first two that will be speaking. 6377 will be speaking, followed by 6648. So if you're 6377, press *6 to unmute now, and if you're 6648, be ready to go next. So 6377, press *6. All right, 6377, are you there? Welcome, there you are.
Hello, my name is Sarah Bullock. I am owner of Mountain Wise Farms. First off, I would like to thank you for taking the time on this agenda item. I operate a 22,000 square foot farm in the Neeland area. I have my full annual permit with the state and had my CUP approved from Humboldt County in February of 2018. I am a homeowner, a taxpayer, a parent, a volunteer in the community, and an employer. I am here today asking that you hear your community and to suspend Measure S. Over the last 5 years of legalization, we have seen the ups and are now currently in an extreme downspin. The current market price of a pound of cannabis is at or below a cultivator's price of production. This means there is no money being passed down the line. The industry is facing a complete market crash. Our local community is facing a mass extinction event. Over the years, as a licensed cultivator, I have had my successes. I've completed all my compliance measures associated with my CUP. I've complied with all regulations from the county and state. I've completed archaeological, biological, frog, and owl studies. I've paid all permit fees and taxes. The ask and expectation of becoming legal in the cannabis industry is too great of a feat to overcome in the current structure of the industry. We are your community. The cultivators still here today have always been supportive of paying our fair share. Last year, I cut my expenses as much as I could. This year, I will be farm even slimmer. I mortgaged my house to continue to live here. I have no more expenses to cut. We are an industry in crisis. We would love to pay Measure S taxes, but simply stated, the money is not there. We cannot pay. Please suspend Measure S and be the first in this broken framework to step up and do what is right to save your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki, I'm going to ask you, 6648 dropped off the screen. Are you seeing them anywhere?
No, I haven't seen them enter back in. Hold on just a second. Let me just make sure. I have a lot of callers. I do not see them at this point, no.
So if that person needs to call back in, please do. So we'll go to 7884, followed by 7108. Hopefully, 7884. Press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Welcome. My name is Mike Gordon from Fibonacci Management in Hydesville. Thank you for having this discussion today. I originally applied for my permits for my 2,000 square foot farm in 2016, but after 3 years struggling to find a viable path, it became obvious that my dreams of becoming a licensee would not be realized. So instead of giving up, like many others, I started offering my services to compliant farms so that I could remain a contributing tax-paying member of our community. My family of 5 depends on my ability to remain gainfully employed in this industry, and our community depends on the cannabis industry's ability to remain a viable addition to the economic engine that supports the goods and services that each and every one of our citizens relies on. Our industry has reached a tipping point. With the 70% reduction in wholesale price, coupled with the inability to make sustainable sales, there is no additional money to pay for the 2020 deferral or the 21 or 22 Measure S payments. We need to forgive these payments for all farms, regardless of size, so that our cultivators have the time and money needed to adjust to current market trends. And then, maybe a year down the road, we need to reevaluate and amend Measure S to reflect a reasonable tax to support a healthy industry. Please realize that farms of all sizes are struggling to stay alive right now, and the bigger the farm is, the more they rely on outside help to employ, outside help by employing and contracting local service providers, resulting in additional money circulating through our economy. It is also important to note that jurisdictions throughout California have not finalized their discussions about the reduction of taxes to readjust to this market. There are many other problems that we don't have time to talk about, but Measure S is on the agenda, and you, our Board of Supervisors, have the ability to forgive, temporarily suspend, and then amend this tax. Humboldt farms and our community need your help now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next speaker is 7108, who will be followed by 5375. So 7108, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry, and I had a few comments. One is, I just heard recently that there's overproduction by 4 million pounds in California at this point, and the market crashing and keep the county. I don't understand why they keep permitting new growth. I would think that the failure rate is going to be really high because until the federal government lifts the restrictions, we're going to just be 4 million overproduction this year and how much next year. So I support the small outdoor full sun. In here, the county has outdoor, which includes light depth. The state, light depth is considered mixed light tier 1. So I don't really understand how that all works out. So I support cannabis, marijuana, but I'm also concerned about the environment, and we have environmental crisis with the drought that puts another impact on, what's available. So.
Okay, so there's still 30 seconds there. Excuse me, Supervisor Bohn? Oh, okay. So we'll go to 5375 and then 5798. So if you're 5375, press *6 to unmute. And you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Lindsay Jones, Aloha Humboldt and Willow Creek. And I'd like to just say that I appreciate staff bringing forward so many different options for supervisors to consider, but I would like to state that unequivocally, none of those are going to work. I think just looking at the enormity of farms coming online, it's just staggering. There's a single entity coming online in Southern California that alone totals all of the square footage in Humboldt County. So I'd like to just state that under an acre is still small. It's actually quite small when you look at the grand scheme of things. So when we're looking at supporting small farms, I'd like for you to consider more than 10,000 square feet, please. I'd also like to state that the incentive program that was brought up in December of 2019 is incredibly important. And most of the people that are farmers are held to such incredibly high environmental standards. I think that we would all do well to have that incentive program, but I don't think that now is the time to discuss that because that program is going to take time to build out, and I think that it needs to be agendized separately from Measure S funding. I'd like to ask that we don't talk about that today and look at what is timely and things that we can do now, because the fact is that people just don't have the money. If you look at the real estate market, there are so many properties that are for sale and they are selling for less than they're worth. And many of these are homesteads. So people aren't just losing to operate in the system, they're actually losing their homes. So I'd like to see that you forgive October, waive March, suspend, and look at amending and restructuring this broken tax system. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just a reminder to people, when you hear the first beep, the first sound from the timer, that still means you have 30 seconds left. So just so everyone knows. So 5798 followed by 6344. So if you're 5798, please press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Again, this is Hannah White, permitted and licensed cultivation owner, operator out here in Willow Creek. I appreciate the public setting for this discussion. I appreciate, all of the potentials that were brought up. Looking at what Measure S is stated to be spent on, family services, safety, that's like peas compared to what the tax money was spent on. There was it's like 10 times as much has been spent on vehicles, $5 million contingencies, a lot of one-time uses. It looks like this tax money has been really viable asset to balancing and filling some potholes in the county's budget. I do budgets. I sit on boards for local schools. We've had to amend our budgets for our business, my business, and the school recently because of our community's economic downturn that is definitely reflected by the cannabis industry's downturn. Families out here are struggling. We need a waiver. We need to not talk about suspension as a deferral, pushing this off into the future. That's deferring the problem into the future. We need tax relief now, not fix the broken state tax regulation system, but the county can hear us right now and can offer us an opportunity to stay in the race and make it past this law. Please suspend Measure S, not a deferral. Please suspend Measure S and let us come together and talk about how we can restructure this tax so it is sustainable for this cultivation community, which is an inherent and intrinsic part of Humboldt County's culture.
Thank you. Great. Next is 6344 followed by 1104. So 6344, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Carla Kanapik. I'm owner and operator of Honeydew Valley Farms with my husband. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We operate a 3¼ acre farm. We plant directly in native soil. We're rainwater irrigated. We don't use artificial lighting. I'm an HSU graduate. I'm an employer. I'm a mother. I am a very active member of our community. This year alone, we've spent over $50,000 on compliance projects, including ADA compliance and a commercial fire sprinkler system. Our processing permit for self-processing only costs $9,300. If Measure S is not suspended in full, we will have to close our doors. We will no longer be able to provide $162,000 in excise tax to the county. 18 families will feel the loss of employment, and over 25 local vendors will feel the loss of our farm account. We spend quite a bit of money with all of our local vendors, and that brings me to the fiscal impact analysis. I really appreciate the work that went into the alternatives brought forward. However, none of those alternatives are palatable or will allow us to remain in operation. So I've said enough about my personal example. Let's bring it back to the community. The last general plan update, which I participated in, the number one value the community brought forward as wanting to preserve is our unique way of life here in Humboldt County. That unique way of life has been driven by a natural resource-based economy. Cannabis is that natural resource. We know from experience that when industries become extinct,
Thank you, Carla. Sorry about that. Thank you, Carla. Just a reminder to folks, because of so many hands up, we are doing 2 minutes, so there'll be a 30-second time on the sound. I'll let you know you have 30 seconds to wrap up. Just want to make sure everyone gets an opportunity to speak. So the next speaker is 1104, followed by 3116. So 1104, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Samantha Phillips. I'm the owner of Mojo Mountain, based out of Willow Creek. Over the course of 2021, our company has offered employment opportunities to 49 local residents of Willow Creek, Hoopa, Blue Lake, Eureka, Arcata, and the McKinleyville area, of which about 20 of those employees work for us on a continuous basis. We paid around $1 million in labor in 2021. Given the new market, our company is at a crossroads to decide how and if we should move forward. We have been tirelessly going over budgets and forecasting to see if we can reduce our cost of production enough so that we can survive and turn a profit as a business. We have been forced to lay off most of our workforce. As a mother, it is heartbreaking to tell people with families that we can no longer afford to keep them. The current tax structure at the state and county level is crippling our ability to survive and navigate this new market we are now in. The payout for farmers in 2021 never came, and we look to move forward in 2022. We are all starting with no capital, low capital, and most of us still have inventory from our previous harvest. We feel strongly that we should be viewed the same as traditional agriculture and taxed accordingly. This isn't about greed, it's about survival, not just for us, but for our community. Having to put forth a large sum of money right now is catastrophic for those fighting to make property payments and pay off debts of this year. It is stripping our capital to attempt to pivot our business models and branch out into other industries in this industry. We ask the county to please protect your taxpayers, forgive, waive, suspend Measure S, and give your community a chance to regroup and live to fight another day. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is 3116, followed by 7429. So 3116, press *6 to unmute. We'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Shannon Hughes again from out in Willow Creek, owner and operator of Full Cup Farmstead. But I really am kind of coming today for this portion of the meeting as somebody who works with almost 100 farms just here in Humboldt County doing track and trace compliance. So I am, and this is actually from all over the county, not just out in Willow Creek. I am talking to a lot of farmers, having a lot of the same conversations. And I can just tell you, not just as an owner-operator of a farm that is struggling as well. And again, this is farms of all sizes. So not just under 10,000 square feet. This is farms of all sizes. The problem is very real and very dire. Farmers are struggling, and a lot of them are being forced to shut down their farms, just as Samantha just said, lay off workers, and even sell their properties. Right now, we need support from our local jurisdiction who receives and spends this tax money that we've paid. I'm glad to hear today that the board and staff are discussing lots of options and providing waivers and implementing some level of flexibility moving forward. Offering only deferral will not be enough when there's a lot of unknowns ahead. You know, will the market have recovered by then? What exactly will qualify a farmer for a waiver? How will the county pay for all the employee time to go over the paperwork from farmers asking for this waiver? And will the county understaffing issue be resolved by then? Today, the message is really simple. Farmers cannot pay at the current tax rate. The money just isn't there, and relief is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Next speaker is 7429, followed by 2784. Well, you guys are really getting good at this, *6. Welcome,
Hello.
749. Yes, welcome.
Hi, hello. This is Roby Tenorio of Citizens for Sustainable Humboldt. We support suspending Measure S for the small farms while reassessing and reevaluating how to restructure it. We support restructuring that incentivizes small family farms to grow in the sun, store their water, and use renewable energy. Humboldt County really started off on the wrong foot as far as legalization. Measure S was one of the missteps taken. The green rush was on, and up to that point, there was a lot of money flowing. Humboldt County government, nonprofits, trade groups, and the farmers all had dollar signs in their eyes. So Measure S and the ordinances 1.0 and 2.0 were developed without clear thinking that could anticipate the logical conclusion of overproduction and a saturated market that permitting larger and larger grows under the false pretense of existing, when really what was needed was to support and assist Humboldt County craft cannabis family farms to survive in the state market. Also, we did not take seriously the environmental impacts of expanding the industry and supporting large farms. We support restructuring of Measure S, just as we support the reassessment and reevaluation of the 1.0 ordinance and the 2.0 ordinance. Additionally, a concern that CHH has is that the various tables that have been prepared by staff to provide an explanation of the demographics of the cultivation permit do not give your board or the public clear information. The categories are 1,000 to 1 to 5,000 square feet and 5 to 10,000, then over 10,000 to an acre or less, and then over 1 acre. This clumps all grows from 10,000 square feet to an acre into one category. That's 37%. So we don't know if it's an 11,000 square foot farm or a 43,000 square foot farm. That's not very helpful for your board or the public to have.
Thank you, Roby. Thank you. In 2 minutes does go quickly. Okay, 2784 followed by 6534. So 2784, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
I have a unique perspective as a business owner outside of the cannabis industry and a long history of gardening myself. In Michigan, farmers made up 80% of my mobile jobs. Humboldt farmers simply don't have the cash. I've talked with many farmers and professionals in the industry, and my fiance, Wendy Kornberg, is a second-generation farmer who came out of the shadows so she could continue contributing to the community in the open without fear of prosecution. Farmers in Humboldt have always given back to the community, even in the days of Prohibition. Beginnings Inc. Charter School in Redway was built by the community, largely paid for with money from the sale of cannabis. It was in this spirit that local farmers initially supported the Measure S tax to benefit the communities they love and were already supporting. They were doing well in the days of Prop 215 when the market was about the farmer and the patients they created relationships with. It was this industry built on culture that I was aware of all the way in Michigan, and the reason many people believe the cannabis industry in California is one that should be a model for others to follow. Unfortunately, that is not the case. It is clear to me that along with crippling state taxes totaling more than 50% of the current final sale price, the Measure S tax in its current form is untenable at best. In addition, the allocation and apparent dispersal of these funds is, in my opinion, not in line with what the farmers were told. They were told this money would fix roads and improve the schools. Project Trellis has funded over $4.1 million in projects for the cannabis community. However, most of that was funded by state money, with only $800,000 funded from the county Measure S tax. That is far below 10% of the $48 million collected from Measure S. What has the county been spending money on? $2.6 million to the ADA, $5 million to offset the loss of revenue due to COVID, over $24 million on county services, with only $1 million going to families and roads. There is over 130 vacant positions in their budget for salary. Hardly any of this money is being used to affect positive change in the community where it's needed, and the farmers who built this place are killing themselves or leaving for good, and schools and roads continue to crumble. Reading through these letters, the staff's only focus is on how this will affect revenue for the county, not how it is affecting farmers and their families. In fact, staff suggests you focus on small farms only because they won't reduce revenue as much. What you consider small farms aren't the only ones suffering. There is no other crop in the world that is taxed in this way. You have left no room for crop failure or any contingencies except for in your own budget. And shame on you for cutting this comment down to 2 minutes. My name is James Buer. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And what I will say is we try to get everyone in, and that's perfectly within the purview, so we're sticking at 2 minutes. But thank you. And anyone can send another email if they are not able to finish their comments. We will make sure we all get them. All right, so we're going to go now to 6534. Press *6 to unmute, followed by 9004. Just press *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome. You have 2 minutes. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes. Welcome.
All right. Hey. My name is Nicholas Glass. I'm also a civil servant for the county, like our elected officials, but I'm also a business owner. I've had 5 businesses in this county for 30 years. 2 of them are cannabis businesses. The other ones are still existing. This year, these policies have changed how I can even make money. The regulation has failed. Capitalism works. My other businesses were cannabis businesses that sold stuff to cannabis farmers. Those still exist. They didn't have this added tax. I've waited 25 years to be a legal farmer in this county, and with the bureaucracy and regulation, it's choking out our economy. Why does your policies govern and keep money that should be in this county? This is the business of government, but never should the government cause economic and cultural genocide for businesses. I did this in other states that went legal. I got licenses in 45 days. They're still there. I brought all my money back to this county because I love it. I'm part of the community. Why am I not making money here? Well, I know how to make money and grow cannabis and make money in other states. I'll tell you what, it's because this is an overregulated market. It's not a free market. The state, which is my local government, is making more than the workers. What is that called? Communism. Please stop this economic genocide. I'm not talking about suspending it, just getting rid of it. Because you know what the definition of tax is? It's an income and business profits added to the cost when you make profits. You know what it is when you have to pay a tax before you even make money? It is called extortion. So you guys need to change the word about tax, or you need to go back to school, because it's about making money and having profits. That's called a tax. If we don't succeed in this, then this is going to be your fault, the Board of Supervisors. This is your genocide, cultural and economic genocide you are happening. Your policies, don't call it a tax, it's extortion. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Nicholas. Alrighty, so next is a 9004 followed by 3614. So 9004, the *6, and you'll have your 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Welcome.
Roger. Welcome. Hi. Hi, my name is Russell Pace. I'm a Willow Creek resident. I'm a consultant in the industry, an educator, an influencer, and I've been the president of the Willow Creek Fire Protection District for the last 7 years. And as I've been doing consulting around, I've just watched the struggle of small farms, which can be anything up to an acre. Like Lindsay from Aloha said, it's not necessarily 10,000 square feet, but there's a variety of sizes of farms that are all struggling with all of the heavy taxation. And really I've just watched this whole industry overtax itself to death. And it's a real egregious shame. And I mean, I stand with all the farmers. You guys need to have the October payment forgiven, the March payment waived, and just basically suspend Measure S. There shouldn't be any deferral programs. And what I recently learned, which was I was aghast, is that there are, if a business fails to pay, that a potential lien could be put on their property. Is that true? If that is true, I can't even begin to describe. I don't think there's any other agricultural industry that would even consider such a thing. So I don't know the details about that, but that needs to be removed immediately. That's just, I can't even put into words. So I think I pretty much summed it up. You guys just have to suspend Measure S. If you want the county's farmers to survive, which is, Humboldt is like the lifeblood. If you guys don't know about Humboldt in the industry, it's like Humboldt is the core of all the chronic cannabis. And so having these farms succeed is benefiting you very long term. It's not just about short-term income. You have to think of long-term and how these businesses, farms, fathers, civil servants are all spending money in the community. It's all connected. And all the other businesses they spend money on pay taxes to the county too. It's all connected. So you guys need to look really hard at all of this and rearrange some things and suspend Measure S. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. So we're going on to 3614 followed by 2223. So wait, I thought we had, okay, so let's do 2223 first. Is that where I'm seeing here, Nikki? Okay, if you're 2223, press *6 to unmute. Welcome. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon. This is Craig Johnson, Up and Glow Farms from Southern Humboldt. Wow, what an unrestful 3 days this has been. and then to get the news just this morning that we have taxation without representation. Supervisor Bushnell represents about 80% of our farms in this county. And now that I don't even know, like I'm rattled by this. It's really disturbing. But I'm gonna move forward with my comment. The farms don't have money, and the way the tax is structured, as the previous caller said, I guess we're now partnered because you're gonna own part of our homes and part of our farms. So how should we move together? How should we move forward together? We're definitely gonna have to waive and suspend and forgive. There's no way around it. We have already downsized once from 17,000 square feet down below 10,000 square feet. And now with the deferral program, we're moving all these programs and incentives to failure. When are we going to start rewarding a profit margin that can sustain us? So we really have to save family farms, and we have to save all the family farms regardless of size. You've heard multiple times that acre and even above is very small in the big picture of what's going on in this county. And those larger farms employ a lot of people. I think that's, I'll leave it to other callers from here, but I'm really rattled by Supervisor Bushnell not being able to be part of this conversation. I know she owns 2 logging trucks, so now she cannot participate in anything logging. We're gonna have to get to the bottom of this and find out why our supervisor can't represent us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're gonna go to 3614. Press *6 to unmute. You there? You're unmuted, 3614. We hear something moving, but we're not hearing any voices.
Okay.
Are you there? Yes, welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak and address the Measure S tax issue. This is Drew Barber. I'm an owner-operator of a 10,000 square foot outdoor farm, and I'm also a founding member of Uplift Cannabis Producers Co-op. Appreciate earlier hearing about the use and impacts of Measure S taxes on the county, and definitely noticed, of course, the missing voice there is that of the farmers. So wanted to kind of bring that in a little bit and just essentially say that the burden of this on us and on our business is too much, and it breaks into just that this is a fixed tax. We put it into place when the value of cannabis was much higher, and as that value drops, of course, as it has, which was fairly predictable as we kept permitting more and more cultivation operations without balancing that with sales, the value has gone down so low that it's increased the percentage that Measure S tax is. And of course, as you all know, that's also tied to our property. So I often hear that the argument thrown out like, hey, what about the state tax? That's not tied to property. We can kind of walk away from that. We can't walk away from this one. It's tied to our property. So, not only is it unjust in that it's a fixed tax, which is kind of unimaginable for an agricultural product, especially one that varies so much as cannabis, but it's also tied to our properties, which makes it just untenable, really. We speak of death by 1,000 cuts for cannabis cultivators. Well, Measure S is definitely one of these cuts. If we all play our cards right, cannabis is definitely going to continue to be a major contributor to Humboldt's economic backbone. We're in that space right now. We need to make the appropriate decision to ensure that the cannabis industry continues. We ask that you all consider forgiving, waiving, and suspending, and then restructuring Measure S. I have no opposition to seeing it restructured. It simply needs to be tied to sales. Have it floating out there as a fixed rate is unimaginable in any other agricultural industry.
All right, thank you. Thank you for calling in. So the next speaker is 3729, followed by 5069. Just a reminder, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. And 2 minutes can go by quickly, so welcome.
Hi, my name's Tim Dower. I have a Full Cup Farmstead out in Willow Creek. I'm an HSU graduate. I did the environmental science program. I think I even had Supervisor Madrone in some of my classes. And I suggest that we suspend Measure S for 2 years. Deferral just leads to a balloon payment. We all need relief now so we can reassess our business plans, and we need time to redraft the taxation system with all the stakeholders involved. If we have to withdraw our permits, we will not be here as a tax revenue contributor going into the future. We are happy to pay our part, but it needs to be on a more carefully crafted taxation system. As the system stands, both county and state are providing a disincentive to participate in the legal market. Please suspend Measure S tax for 2 years, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim. So our next speaker is 5069, followed by 9493. Need a bigger print. 5069, just press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, supervisors and staff. My name is Russ Gordon. I'm policy director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I wanted to identify what I think a few other people have identified here, which is really the underlying premise behind both Measure S and a lot of the alternatives which have been offered by staff. And I think that's where a lot of these policies came from, dating back to 2015 and 2016. And that's the assumption that cannabis is something that is wildly profitable, that everyone can just sort of skim off the top of to, fund ongoing programs or whatever that is. As a few people have referenced, Measure S is an entitlement tax. There is no other form of agriculture which pays a tax like this, is specifically a cannabis tax, but it's not the only special tax or fee that only cannabis pays. County planning staff time, state cannabis licensing fees, state cannabis cultivation taxes, the cost of meeting required permit conditions of approval, punitive federal taxes under IRS 280E, not being able to bank, having excessive insurance requirements. I mean, the list could go on and on. I couldn't fit it into 2 minutes. And I think the message that we want to bring you today is that that paradigm is over. It's not there anymore. It simply can't work to continue levying these fees. And I see it looking at the county financial statements for spending Measure S, that there's $5 million in there that uses cannabis tax money to make up for county revenue shortfalls from COVID. And when we have a revenue shortfall, when the price of weed drops by, 60%, what is the relief that's coming back to the industry? I see it again in terms of the alternatives that staff is proposing, this idea of a deferral. And at the end of the deferral, farmers have to submit paperwork to prove that they really need it, right? That if you manage to pull a profit, then suddenly that means you don't qualify for relief anymore. Not true for any other business. This idea that just, if it's cannabis, it just gets skimmed off the top, if there's anything left there anymore. This idea of only under 10,000 square feet, as other callers mentioned, it seems like this is really coming from the idea that the county needs more revenue, and that's why it's under 10,000 square feet. We provided you with information in our letter that actually farmers under 10,000 square feet aren't doing any better than or any worse than farmers who are larger than that. This is really across the board. The tax is no longer sustainable. Folks cannot pay. I really hope you're hearing the comments from people today. We need a dramatic change in approach, and we need to suspend Measure S. Thank you.
And thank you also. We do have all those emails, so thank you for backing up. Sending us emails is really great because then we are in our permit file. Okay, so next is 9493, followed by 2275. And if you're 9493, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you supervisors for your time. My name is Dylan Matole. I have a small family farm in Honeydew on the banks of the Matole River. My question is, why 10,000 square feet? Where did this number come from? We've heard from farmers today who are struggling from several thousand square feet up to multiple acres. Personally, I expanded to 1 acre of permitted space, although I don't cultivate all that space, so that I could have a better chance of survival. I also have been able to hire 2 full-time employees who have now been laid off, but who are now, are during the growing season reliant on my paychecks to support their households. I grow under the sun, outdoors, in the native soil with collected rainwater. We live here. The entire grow that I'm talking about is literally just my front yard. It's right out front. I'm looking out my window. My herd of close to 50 sheep is grazing on it currently. It's just part of the farm. This is not a high impact crop just because it's 1 acre. I've paid every single Measure S payment on time since the first bills went out. I have never deferred or been late. And I also would like to note that you have not heard any of us asking for rebates, those of us who have paid in full. I'm a second generation back to the lander. My parents came here for a simple way of life, and I came back and did the same thing with great hopes of legalization being a homestead business that made sense. I'm offended by this notion that somehow now 10,000 square foot or more is not worthy of tax. I'm tired of this narrative that cannabis farmers are supposed to suffer and be broke and be poor. Where does that come from? Why do we not, why are we looking to ask farmers to prove that they're not making a profit? You know, we're asking for an opportunity to succeed here. We shouldn't be ashamed when we move towards success, and we shouldn't be penalized further for making a profit 2 years down the road if we survive.
Thank you, Dylan. Calling in. Next is 2275, followed by 4254. 2275, press star 6 to unmute, and you do have 2 minutes. So, welcome.
Thank you. It's Kelly again from RAF, Redwood Alternative Ag Fund. And I just wanted to briefly, again, point out, like other callers, that we serve about 30 regenerative farms in the county and also across the Emerald Triangle. And in many cases, these farms are not just under 10,000 square feet. And market conditions over the last couple of years has also forced many of these types of farms to take on mixed light license type for light depth, which is not actually utilizing light, it's a light occlusion. I'm sure many people know that, but some of you might not know that in terms of considering the Measure S. I really just have to say that I'm moved by the calls and want to observe that the war on drugs has been devastating for our community, and that I hope this board can hear these people and consider that you've already done so much to promote environmental responsibility, to heal some of the community, and to just, keep up the good work in this public process and this collaborative listening and hearing feedback from your people. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Please consider farms across the board to send Measure S. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And the next caller is 4254, followed by 6447. So 4254, press star 6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, board. This is Lelania Dubois. I really just want to second what Kelly just said. I think we all agree that Measure S probably wasn't the best solution. And I want to also bring up that, in the beginning, in order to legitimize, you had to go to 10,000 square feet. And then the smaller options came later. So, through this process, I've watched you guys make hard decisions, and I know this is a really hard one, and I'm grateful that this is just a discussion and that you're going to really review the options and take all these conversations into consideration. But I also want to ask that as you look at Measure S and consider those options and suspension or, whatever all these options are, putting it on hold, I ask that you also look at how these monies are going into these farms and empowering them, because the market is incredibly unstable right now. But as laws progress, as we mature, as federalization comes, the opportunities will get bigger, and we do need to sustain those original cultures that know those values and are representing those values that Kelly mentioned. So thank you for taking so much time into this discussion.
Right, thank you. Our next speaker is 6447, followed by 1541. So 6447, looks like you're unmuted. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me today. My name's Johnny Casali. I'm with, excuse me, I'm with Huckleberry Hill Farms. I've been living on the same piece of property for 50 years. I was a victim of the war on drugs. I was sentenced to 10 years to life in prison for growing this plant. and I did my time, and I didn't rat anybody out, and I believed in the system, and I'm not bitter, and I'm not angry. But today, I'm very saddened by what I'm hearing today by my fellow farmers, because we are the Napa Valley of cannabis for you guys, and you don't appreciate us. And what we all are taking for granted today is that this could just be the very beginning of what we're seeing is a nightmare as far as the price continuing to go downward. So instead of trying to figure out another way to extract money out of us, you should find another way to really support us. And I haven't seen one of you yet stand in front of the Sacramento State Building and ask for relief from Gavin Newsom or Nicole Elliott. We need your support. We are your Napa Valley of wine. So please suspend Measure S. And I'm very saddened that Michelle Bushnell, who supports 85% of us, won't be able to participate in helping us. And the last thing I want to say is there's a pothole on the west side of the Redway Bridge that I've been hitting for 30 years. Please fix that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to 1541 and then followed by 9687. So welcome 1541, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dave Stanamino, Sunrise Mountain Farms here in Willow Creek. I want to thank you for your time. I'm not going to spend too much time saying too much, but just really agree with all the callers that spoke before me. I agree with them 100%. I'm just going to say no deferrals, forgive October 21, waive March 2022, and suspend Measure S taxes. Let's amend the taxation with public process, and that way we can come together to build an industry that continues the betterment of Humboldt County. And stop dragging us down with these extra costs because it doesn't help. It's all the farms that need the help, no matter the size. And we just ask that you listen to what we're saying to you today. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for calling in. And got 9687 followed by 4509. So 9687, just press *6. Unmute, you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Kelly Flores with Madrone Advisors. We've submitted an industry report to the board to provide some context on what these farmers are facing. It shows the entry of big agriculture contributing to the market crash. As a result, many farms are being lost in this community, and other farms will be taking a wait-and-see approach. The county cannot rely on Measure S tax, as a significant number of farmers will fallow their sites and file reduction forms to the planning department. We do believe that the temporary solution needs to provide relief at all levels. In addition, it must not be an application process that would take away administrative resources from county departments. A suspension is necessary until the market stabilizes. In addition, the board really needs to support these other areas, including state tax moratorium, as well as providing support for the Appalachians program that will provide the name recognition that these craft cannabis farmers need across the state, across the country, and around the world. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you, Kelly. Next we go to 4509 followed by 0116. Welcome 4509, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
I'm here.
Yeah, hi. This is Sequoia Hudson. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
I'm here.
And I really am just going to keep it short again and say how much I support what the farmers are saying here. We really do need help wherever we can get it as farmers. I have a small farm out in Eastern County. We are definitely on the fringe of deciding whether we're going to operate or not. I also operate a processing and manufacturing and distribution operation in Arcata, and we depend on the farmers to be successful because they are our customers, and we're really struggling because they're unable to even afford the services that they need. Many people are sitting on product. We've seen our workforce reduced from, well, we had nearly 150 employees last year. In the beginning of the year, we faced many problems, and the current state of the industry has been the latest mountain we've been struggling to climb, and our workforce has been reduced to about 20 at this time. And so people are losing jobs, the industry's suffering, the farms are suffering, and the Measure S tax isn't the end-all say-all that's going to solve it, but it is a component in the wheel of the wheels that are turning, that where we could get some relief, and that's where we're at here now today, is asking for our supervisor support in doing that. I want to just re-looking at the Measure S tax and determining where and how it can be adjusted.
Sequoia, hold on a second. I stopped your timer. Is there someone talking behind you? Because we're having some interference come through, and I just wanted to make sure if it was somewhere on your end or if it's something we've got some strange sound coming in our system here.
No, I think it might have been another device in the background. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no worries. You said you have 33 seconds left. I just wanted to check. Okay. All right.
Yeah. No, the last point I just really wanted to request there be some attention to is, as we are relooking at Measure S and potentially suspending and amending and is to look at inclusive budgetary process where there's opportunity for the community to even have input on how the money is spent and not just be plopped in the general fund and not really accountable or known like where the monies are being earmarked for and where it's going to make improvements in our services, and like having, like I said, some kind of opportunity to relook at how the money is being spent and the community having opportunity to have input there.
Thank you, Sequoia.
So thank you.
So next we'll go to 0116 and 6670 will follow. 0116, I think that's you, Ash. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, yeah, it's me. Okay, so you already know my name's Ash Teeter. While I'm not currently working in the cannabis industry, I know many people who have worked and do work in it currently. If you stroll back down memory lane to the 215 days and before, you saw an unregulated market that remained on its own. It stood up straight and it provided a lot of benefits to the community that some people might not quite remember, but all that money floating around, it did something. Now it's an overregulated, government-controlled enterprise that's failing, even while being subsidized. Like a previous caller mentioned, taxing before sale is technically extortion. This practice in the taxing of the industry at every phase of production and distribution is a burden that local farmers cannot bear. This economic warfare on small farms will result in a corporate takeover. This is similar to the burden placed on small businesses under the guise of the COVID-declared state of emergency, resulting in a corporate takeover of many of the local businesses that we've since lost in the pandemic. Not surprisingly, Big Pharma is set to benefit from the cannabis communism, just as it has done from the COVID communism. Pfizer has revealed they plan to set up shop in the cannabis industry, following others like GW Pharmaceuticals, Corbus Pharmaceuticals, Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie, and Teka Pharmaceutical. The list goes on and on. But anyways, the board would do well to drop the Measure S taxes and let the industry regulate itself. And just pay close attention to the orchestrated failures in central planning that have led to a lot of local suffering and corporate profits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next, we're going to 6670, followed by 0326. If you are 6670, just press *6 to unmute. Welcome. You've got 2 minutes. And
good afternoon, Supervisors. Madeline DeLapp, HCGA. First off, having Supervisor Bushnell recuse herself is a blow to the industry and means that 80% of farmers do not have representation during today's hearing. No decision should be made today. Now for some questions. For fiscal year 2021-22, your board approved Measure S revenues that are a 50% reduction, $9.2 million versus $19 million from prior years. Would the county give a projection of anticipated expenses associated with this fiscal year's Measure S revenue? Based on the Measure S summary report, nearly 90% of Measure S funds to date were spent on one-time expenses. The county should ensure ongoing vital county services, but not new capital expenses. To date, $2.3 million in Measure S was received. Is that adequate to fund ongoing services? As we have repeatedly stated, farmers are unable to make the balloon payments associated with the October and March tax bills. These bills need to be forgiven and waived, lest the county deliver a death blow to an untold number of our cannabis operators. The next question is, what amount is the county going to include for fiscal year 2022-2023 for Measure S revenue? Given what we are saying, the industry is in crisis and the farmer's ability to contribute is extremely unlikely. Budgeting for $0 would help the county ensure it is not taking on additional expenses that its revenue cannot cover. As a partner to the county, we are telling you that we are unable to continue contributing taxes as we were able to over the past 4 years. This is why we are asking you to forgive, waive, suspend, and then amend a new fair and equitable tax measure that works for both the farmers and the community. We need to save our Humboldt farms. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to 0326, followed by 3849. 0326, press *6 to unmute, and we'll have 2 minutes. Zero 0326. There you go. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Charles Wilson. I'm not involved in the marijuana industry or anything like that. I do remember, though, 45 years ago, see, the Ag Commissioner has a report he makes about all the agricultural industry in Humboldt County. And 45 years ago, I think it was 1 or 2 years, he included marijuana. Now, the thing is, he was told to shut up and stop doing that because that was illegal to include that. But so he did, and everything's quieted down and really just went underground. But I still hear about these 15,000 farms scattered in the bushes somewhere, and I don't know what happened to them. But government is very effective in killing off our economy, just like with all the COVID restrictions and killing all the restaurants. We don't have any restaurants anymore because most of them went bankrupt and all that kind of stuff. And everybody has to be locked at home. And one lady we know, she's 95. She's not going to live longer. And she's been locked up in her house for 2 years now, so she's going to die in her house. I'd rather die in the bushes myself. But anyway, it just seems like all these restrictions that they have on the industry are just another method for the government to kill an industry and kill an economy. And I don't think they're making much progress there. Anyway, thank you for listening. And also, I get the impression this is still a public comment on the cannabis stuff and not the general public comment, which I've been waiting for. It's almost 8 hours now. But anyway, thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And yeah, we expected it was going to be later in the day for general public comment because there has been an awful lot of interest in these items. So next we go to 3849, followed by 5602. So 3849. *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm here?
Yep.
I'm here.
Yep,
My name is Polly Kinsinger, and I am a licensed cultivator and owner of Mama Bear Farms out State Route 36. I'm very disappointed that my county supervisor is not participating in this discussion, and I feel unrepresented. I was so relieved when you extended the deadline for paying the second installment of the cultivation tax last fall. I figured that by the time the delayed bill came due in May, I would have sales from my new harvest to cover it, as well as the first installment of the fees due for 2022. Now I know that will not be the case. The money I'm getting from the first sale of 21 flower that just went out today at $25 less than it cost me to grow it will only scratch the surface of what I owe to workers for last fall's harvest. If my entire harvest sells at a loss, I will not be able to afford to replant this coming season. My farm is made up of 3 separate licenses totaling almost 25,000 square feet,
so limiting the support through Measure S to licenses under 10,000 square feet will leave me out. What will happen when I cannot pay? Will the county put a lien on my property, or will I be forced to sell this beautiful place I call home because of a tax that no other agricultural product is forced to pay? This property has been in my family since 1913 when my grandfather got a land patent. This place is where my father and I came throughout my childhood and where I brought his ashes when he died. Tragically, it's where my son died, but it remains the place where I feel the most connected to both of them. Please hear our collected voices. We cannot afford to pay the Measure S entitlement fees for the opportunity to cultivate, and deferring the payments will not help. Future income will likely not offset current deficits, and if we close our doors, the revenue will be gone forever. Suspend Measure S and give us a chance to get our footing again, and let's revisit this in 2024. Thank you for listening.
Right. Thank you. So next we're going to go to 5602 followed by 7433. So for 5602, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello. Thank you for taking this Measure S suspension up. I really appreciate it. My name is Matthew Kurth, and I'm the owner and founder of Humboldt Cannabis Tours, and I live in McKinleyville, and we're based in Old Town Eureka. And I just want to echo what all the farmers are saying. All the farmers I know are really struggling to make it. It's not only caused by Measure S, but Measure S is a part of it. And I think we need to address the state taxes, but we also need to address the Measure S. I just wanted to, it is an extinction level event I think we're facing here for the farmers, at least the ones I have contact with. And a lot of people have a shared vision of cannabis tourism in Humboldt County. And Humboldt County may be becoming like France is, or our version of Napa County. And if we don't preserve these small farmers, that tourism future is out the window. So we need to invest in farmers now so that we have a future. If we don't have any farmers, we don't have any tax revenue in the future. So I just want to encourage the board to not make a decision today and come back in a month after you've got some public input from farmers and the public, some more input on options besides just the staff recommendations. And I encourage you to come back in a month. And at that time, I would like to see the board completely suspend Measure S for this year, suspend payments altogether, and then in the future look at getting rid of Measure S altogether or restructuring it in a way that makes more sense, perhaps based on sales and not square footage. But I think that's a conversation for a later time. Right now is an emergency, and we need to suspend Measure S immediately now so that the farmers can survive another year. Very time sensitive, and the farmers need our help, and I think we should just listen to what they want. They know what they need. Frankly, the staff of the county doesn't know what the farmers need. They can only guess at it. The farmers know what they need, and they're asking for the tax to be suspended now. So that I think I stand with the farmers, and we should support them. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Our next speaker is last for 7433 followed by 3053. So if you are 7433, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Lindsay, and I'm calling from Garberville, California. First and foremost, I just wanted to say that, hypothetically, Measure S sounded great if the market was thriving and, we were all doing well. And when we voted, additional funding for the county sounded amazing. But I think that we also voted that supervisors could amend just in case, the market crashed or things became unstable or we were in conditions like the current, market is seeing right now. So it's, very clear that there's a lot of issues plaguing the California industry, and it's also clear that we have no immediate control over that. So, what we do have immediate control over is actually Humboldt County and Measure S. And so that's why we are asking you to forgive, waive, and suspend Measure S so that we can, form just a viable solution that works for everyone. None of us expected the market to, be in this state. And it's not about, this season of cultivation or even whether or not people are in the cannabis industry in Humboldt right now. It's about our entire county as a whole. And we don't really have a plan B, and so I think that we really need to take that into consideration. There's like no other industries in Humboldt, and we want to be able to stay here, and we want our children to be able to grow up here. And, you have the ability to make a dramatic impact. And so, yeah, we're just asking that you forgive, waive, and suspend Measure S for now until we can make a solution that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. So next we're going to 3053, which is Thomas, I believe, and then 6396. So 3053.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder. I just want to clarify, you can hear me?
Yes, Thomas.
All right, so I'm calling, I want to see the Board of Supervisors to waive the October payment that was originally deferred till March, suspend that March payment, not defer it, at the very minimum. And then I feel that the following payment that would be due October of this year should be waived as well. And then maybe defer that other payment out. I don't know. Look at that later. The reason I'm going to tell you is that payment that was due in October was for the 2020 season. Many cultivators trusted in the system, sent product to distributors, and distributors held on it, bounced around, said all kinds of sad stories, and then later on got product sent back. So that's a big problem to be able to pay your bills. So then 2021 cultivation season, lots of us in the industry, we projected, 20 to 30% reduction in gross revenue as far as the price. The market is down 60 to 70%. That's unforeseeable in any business. Everyone that runs a budget of cost production, that's unforeseeable circumstances. So the Board of Supervisors has options to just waive those fees and realize that this is catastrophic and it's short term. The other thing about revenue for farmers can't go out of a normal business and take a normal lien against a piece of property that's backed by the federal government for a good interest rate. We'll have to go out. Sometimes you can get 8%, but realistically, for your equity on your property, you're looking at 12 to 18% you're paying on, which isn't sustainable. So please waive that fee. I think you can do it today. Just all four of you that are there participating, make a motion, forgive all the payments, and let us move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Next, we'll go to 6396, followed by 4972. 6396, looks like you're unmuted. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Mike Egan. I run Mycality Medicinals out of Redwood Valley, a licensed cultivation of tiny 3,000 square feet. But I'm also, to give a little bit of perspective, I also run Mycality Mushrooms, which is a organic mushroom farm here in Humboldt County. I've been running for about 20 years. And everybody's kind of been saying the same thing. So I just wanted to bring a little bit of what it costs Mycality Mushrooms to do business as far as taxes and licensing. So in order to sell my product in Humboldt County, I pay the North Coast Growers Association a $120 annual membership fee. County business license is $40. Arcata business license is $40. Weights and measures is $40, and a producer certificate is $35. So for under $400, my mushroom farm operates in the county. I can't even tell you how many. I think I'm $50,000 in the hole for the Mycality Medicinals so far this year. The company that has sold my product the last few years just went out of business. And yeah, so there's a little bit of perspective maybe for what a comparable agricultural business in Humboldt County faces compared to what we're being faced. Suspend Measure S. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 4972, you're next, followed by 8751. So 4972, *6, and you'll have your 2 minutes.
Hi there.
Welcome.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Perfect. My name is James Anderson. I am a land use attorney with Everview LTD. I've been representing cannabis farmers in the county and across the state for a number of years, since at least 2017. And I just want to reiterate a lot of the points that other commenters have been making. But I also want to comment on one item that I don't think has been brought up enough. In the staff report, it noted that small farms, and that's the quotation on small farms, 10,000 square feet or less, are affected more by the market drop than larger farms. Again, that's quotations around larger farms, because larger farms have the ability to deal with it financially. And I just want to contextualize this and say that, even the largest farms in Humboldt County are small relative to the cannabis farms in other parts of the state and in other counties. And I just want to say that this market drop affects these air quote larger farmers in Humboldt County just the same as it affects the small farmers. It's just a matter of proportionality. I mean, they're stuck with humongous tax bills that are, difficult for them to pay. And it's not entirely clear where the information in the staff report comes from that supports this or the basis for it. And I just think, grouping the small farmers together against the, quote, large farmers does a disservice to the farmers across the county. So I think, in closing, I think the market crash affects all Humboldt County cannabis farmers equally. So when the county's assessing solutions and, addressing it through Measure S taxes, they should craft solutions that help the farmers equally. Thank you so much for the time.
Great, thank you. So next we go to 8751, followed by 1464. 8751, press star 6 to unmute. You have 2 minutes. Just press star 6 and hopefully it'll unmute you. If you're 8751, try again. All right, we'll come back to 8751. Going to go to 1464. If you're 1464, press star 6 to unmute. 1464. Okay, while we're waiting, just a reminder to folks, if you're calling in, listen to what's going on your phone and not what's going on the video feed, because there's a time delay. So just to remind people. So we do have 8751 now, so we'll go to 8751 and we'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Sorry, I'm not sure what happened. My name is Kaylee Saxon. I am the owner of Forbidden Fruit Farms in Southern Humboldt. And I just wanted to take a minute to say that while I appreciate the alternatives to the tax that were brought forward, none of them account for what happens if our industry doesn't exist anymore. And that's the reality that we are facing. That our farms, regardless of what size they are, will not exist and will not be paying into this tax system. To air my personal laundry a little bit, I have opened up my QuickBooks during this conversation, and more than 50% of my operating expenses as a business goes to county, state, and federal taxes and license fees. That isn't a failure of our ability as business owners. That's a failure of this system. It's broken. We need to suspend Measure S, and we need to do it now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The next speaker has the last 4 digits of, oops. I'm going to go back to 1464 because they were on the top and I see that they dropped down to the bottom. So Nikki, that's what I'm going to go to now.
All right.
If you're 1464, where'd they go again?
I know I'm.
They dropped off again. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to
see them, but I don't see their hand up.
Okay. Okay. If you're 1464, just press star 9 again, and hopefully we get your hand up. There you go. At least you're unmuted. So, I mean, you're not unmuted, but press star 6 to unmute. This is the part about Zoom that's a challenge. All right. Well, we'll keep trying to come back to that one. We'll go to 8463. Followed by 9764. So if you're 8463, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Wendy Kornberg, and I run Sunibus Humboldt Full Sun Farms in Benbow Valley area. I'm a second generation cultivator. I moved away for college. I moved to Maui for a bit, and I wanted to come home to raise my children here in this community that I grew up in. The Measure S tax was something that I did not agree with from the beginning. I'm not disagreeing against being taxed. I'm disagreeing against being taxed unfairly, and that is exactly what this tax has always been. We need to suspend Measure S regardless of size. Many people have said this. We are technically considered a mid-sized farm. We have 18,000 square feet. I have not been paid a single dollar from the legal market for this cannabis that I grew last year. Not one penny. There is a farm just for a little bit of, I know you guys have heard this a bit, but to give you a little scale, a little scope of what's going on out there, Carpinteria, there's a farm that harvests 27,000 plants per week. That's more than my farm grows in 10 years. They harvest that every single week. To think that a mid-size or even a quote-unquote large farm in Humboldt County can compete with that and therefore should be ineligible for deferments, waivers, and fee reductions is ridiculous. Last year, I earned $53,000 outside of my community educating and consulting. Now, in a normal world, that's a decent living. This is not a normal world we are living in right now. Every single penny of that went back into my farm operational expenses and a little bit to living expenses, and that amount does not cover my permit fees and taxes to the county and state. Plans of hiring employees for relief are gone. We will not be able to afford that. And the idea that putting a lien on personal property is going to be some kind of boon for the community and for the county is ridiculous. That just destroys people's way of life the rest of the way. If I ever tried to sell my farm or my personal property and there is a lien on it to the tune of whatever I'm owed for Measure S taxes, that means I now have nothing, I'm destitute, and I am now relying upon county services, which are also going to have no money because these taxes are going to disappear too. We do not need an application for forgiveness.
Thank you.
We need forgiveness.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. A reminder to folks, it's 2 minutes and it goes by quickly. So 9764, you're next. Press star 6 to unmute. And after you will be 1591.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. And you have 2 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Leah Nelson. I work with North Point Consulting in Arcata as an environmental planner and project manager. I grew up in Humboldt and know that, growing up here, I've personally benefited from the financial benefits that the cannabis industry has brought to our community. I've been working in this industry now professionally for almost 5 years, and I've had the honor of working with probably hundreds of cultivators from across the county. And they're all incredibly passionate people who care deeply for their community and are amazing stewards of their land. And I've had a wonderful time working with them and being, trusted to carry them through this permitting process. But unfortunately, these days, when I check in with them, I hear the same sentiment over and over, that they're struggling, thinking people can't afford to cultivate this year. I just talked to someone the other day who literally cannot afford to renew their state license and have no other choice but to fallow for 2022. And it's heart-wrenching to watch these hardworking people struggle as, mega grows from Southern California cause prices to plummet, especially after all of the time, effort, and money that they've put into this legalization process over the years. I believe we need immediate relief for these wonderful farmers, and I think suspending Measure S is the only way to go. I think deferring only pushes the problem further out. And I would also agree with a lot of other people who called in to say that it's not just farms under 10,000 square feet in size that are struggling, it's all across the map, as we've heard today. So I think it's really important that, these people are the legacy of our community. Humboldt County cannabis is amazing. When I was in Nepal, I talked about Humboldt County cannabis, and people knew about Humboldt County because of our weed, and I think it's really special. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on this matter today and for bringing this up. And I believe we need to suspend Measure S for at least 2 years and then come up with a better taxation structure that actually takes into account the price of the crop that's being taxed. So thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Next we'll go to 1591 followed by 8496. So we go 1591. Press star 6 to unmute and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Andeline Roy, owner and operator of Dew Point, a legacy family farm in Humboldt County. Dew Point recently laid off employees, and these families are unsure if they will have jobs in the future. From Dew Point. I would like to act as proxy for one of these employees, Hannah Joy. She wrote, as chair of Project Trellis Advisory Committee and former director of operations for a licensed legacy cultivation and brand, I strongly urge you to consider suspending Measure S and supporting a stakeholder-driven marketing program. I have witnessed firsthand the obstacles that licensed Humboldt cultivators have faced, especially this year. This community needs your help and guidance, or the landscape of our internationally renowned cannabis industry will be altered in a way that will not be beneficial to any of us in the long run. Thank you for your consideration of these matters. End quote from Hannah Joy. Dew Point wants to be around to pay taxes in the future. I estimate that my business has paid over $84,000 in Measure S taxes since legalization. Currently, the money is not here. The financial burden of overregulation and compliance has drained our savings and reserves. With the current market crash, the funds are simply not available at this time. Even with the layoffs and essential steps Dew Point has taken to save our business in financial distress, I have faced that suspending and forgiving, completely waiving Measure S taxes for at least 2 years, maybe 3, will contribute to farmer success. Deferring will not help. Putting liens on our homes will not help. I am speaking to all Board of Supervisors. You have the power to contribute to the success of your legacy family farms, no matter the size, to pay taxes in the future. I voted for you, and I am speaking to you now. No family should be left behind. And due to an overregulated industry, all cultivation sizes are facing huge deficits. Do not divide us. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you, Board of Supervisors.
Great, thank you for calling in. All right, just a notice to folks, if you are still on the line and you have not raised your hand yet and you want to make a comment, press *9 so that we know that you want to comment. So we'll go to 8476 followed by 6023. So 8496. Need fingerprint? Press *69. Welcome. You got the unmute thing figured out. All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Laura Lassiter. I'm the director of the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau. There's so much to say here, but I'm going to make this quick. The main focus of the SHBVB is tourism marketing and destination development. So of course we voted for Measure S, vital services. Of course we wanted to see the community grow and thrive. We want visitors to enjoy their time here. So we hear about all the vital services and see the vital services list that we may lose if we suspend Measure S. We ask ourselves, what vital services? Where is all that money gone? When I personally drive over the same potholes in our crumbling roads that I have for over the past 40-some years here. We pass the same dilapidated infrastructure here in Southern Humboldt, and law enforcement, yes, we are so thankful, but we are lucky to see that on a good day. So where are all the vital services that we will lose if Measure S goes away? Yet the extraction from the industry of over $48 million and 80% of that coming from Southern Humboldt, we ask ourselves, where have the things gotten better here? We ask ourselves, what would the Humboldt economy, the Southern Humboldt economy look right now if those funds had not been extracted and remained here? And now our elected supervisor cannot represent her constituents on such a vital topic? How is this literally okay to have an industry with no representation? So how do we educate the community to continue to engage in a system, a measure that is so broken? We can't. The community is in crisis. The county is in crisis. We need to waive and we need to suspend, not defer. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. So next we go to 6023. Just press *6 to unmute and we'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Emily. I work for Ron Madsen on the 36. We're in District 2. And I think it would be really great if you guys suspended Measure S for at least a couple years. We are really suffering here. My boss had to give up one of his parcels and 2 of his licenses, and in order to pay for his last remaining license, sell some family heirlooms. And maybe some reform on Measure S would be great. I think it's pretty ridiculous to tax somebody on an agricultural crop that is not yet done when we could have crop failure it'd be really great if you maybe tax the crop when it's done. And yeah, that's it. It'd be great if you could suspend Measure F. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, next we'll go to 5390 followed by 9072. 5390, press star 6 to unmute. Uh-oh, Nikki, they dropped off, didn't they?
Still see them there, but it's not.
Hands not up? Oh,
now it went to 9072.
Okay, well,
5390 must have dropped off.
Okay, we'll go, if you happen to be 5390 and either your hand came down or if you dropped off the call back in and press star 9 so we know you're there. Sorry, we lost you somewhere in the string. All right, 9072, let's go to you. Press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hey folks, I just want to do a quick audio check.
We hear you.
Fantastic.
All right.
My name is Riley Morrison. I'm an owner-operator, licensed cultivator in Willow Creek. Thank you all for this discussion and the time and effort put into it. Our ask is clear: suspend Measure S. Measure S, to my community, is an entitlement tax born from the war on drugs. Our request is simple. We deserve agricultural parity and financial support for all Humboldt County farmers, regardless of square footage. We are one North Coast community. Our message is clear. Forgive October's payment, waive March's payment, suspend Measure S for 2 years, then amend this tax structure and give us the fundamental right to self-determination. We deserve a seat at this table to find a more equitable tax structure. Supervisors, please do the work. Do not kick the can down the road. Deferral is not an option. Please support all Humboldt County farmers. Suspend Measure S. Thank you again.
Riley. All right, 7663. Press star 6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Selena Rowan. I'm the CEO of Midnight Gardens. Thank you for taking my call. I'm distressed that my representative cannot represent me today. I'm a Southern Humboldt resident. I just want to start with that. At this point, my next sales, should they exist, should they come through, are either going to cover my property taxes or Measure S. And at this point, my property becomes at risk. I'm wondering why farmers are being asked to disproportionately patch the broken budget that is suffering due to COVID-related sales tax shortfalls. We're taxed far beyond other industries. I ask, why does another agricultural business, such as at my Cality, pay $50 for a business license while I pay $500 for a business license? I make less per year than a small boutique on Main Street. Actually, I haven't made anything but my sales so far. Even that capacity would be less than a small boutique. So why do I pay 50% taxes and fees? I'm an under 10,000 square foot farmer, but I depend on the entourage of my fellow larger farmers succeeding as well to anchor our industry and sharing the work of establishing our foothold in the greater national market. National legalization is coming, and we need to be a strong force together. We haven't even made it to the main event, and we're already drowning. But that said, we imagine what we could do without the irrational rules and fees. We've come so far with our both hands tied behind our backs and fees 10 times beyond any other business trying to start up. We're still working on establishing fair rules. This isn't what our businesses, we ever dreamed for our businesses. We can't say that what's happening now is representative of whether or not we even have a chance, because we do have a chance. We're working together, we're organized, and we're asking you to waive, suspend, and amend.
Thank you, Selena. Next we have, sorry, I'm a little lost. Okay, 0166. My glasses are blurring. And 6038 is next. So if you're 0166, looks like you're already unmuted. So welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes. Present more. Measure S is onerous tax that is no longer supporting, I think, the goals that it first set out for. And we've taken on a tremendous amount of debt to stay viable in operations, among other things. And basically, at this moment, we face many challenges and many choices when it comes to what we pay and what we don't pay in order to stay alive. And I think this is an important moment where you as supervisors who we voted for need to support us. And this community is on the brink. And I think it's important that we all take a moment and realize that if we can't get through this moment, this time, we're not going to have this community of growers and cultivators, which is world-renowned, any longer. And it's going to further push people into the shadows. And that's, I think, the wrong direction to go in. And so I implore you, please suspend, do not defer.
All right, thank you. We'll go to 6038. That's you, press star 6.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, 6038. If that's you, press star 6 to unmute.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
We have 9 left.
Hello.
No.
Hello. My name is Carl Wilson. I'm the owner of Florida Vita. I have a 10,000 square foot mixed light in Larrabee Valley and a small craft brand. I do supply chain consulting for over 50 farms in the Emerald Triangle, and I've been cultivating for over 20 years in Humboldt County. Moved here when I was 19 with $350 in the back of my truck, and had the vision of getting back to the land. Sustainability, sovereignty. It was never about the money, never about riches for myself and many others, but about freedom and about a very special lifestyle not found anywhere else in the world. Without a doubt, many came from far and wide to participate in the Green Rush. But in the last 3 years, we've witnessed these folks, and many have left, and what is left standing as legacy farmers that have spent the last 5 years bending over backwards and spending our life savings to comply with the industry framework we all knew was broken from the start. Still, we've trotted on, not for financial gain, but because this is who we are. This is our way of life, and this is our culture. I call on you today to suspend Measure S and to hear this call. If Measure S taxes are not suspended, this will be the final straw for legacy farmers in Humboldt County. In the short term, some tax money will be lost. If you fail to suspend Measure S, we'll lose most of the farms in this county, not to mention the culture and lifestyle that make Humboldt County the special place it is. We must suspend past Measure S fees and future payments for the next 2 years. If you don't do this, this industry will fail, and we're going to lose some of the most special people in this county, and the people that are left standing. That we're here for the love of this and to make this place a very important and special place. So I hope you hear how serious this is. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next, we'll go to 4086, followed by 5141. Oops. If you're 4086, press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. So, hey there, my name's Brooklyn Marvin. I run a real estate team. We're the top producing team in sales of cannabis farms in Humboldt, and we also work in Trinity County and Mendocino County. I just wanted to share some comments with you guys because, you know, we have a totally different perspective on things, being real estate agents and just seeing how this works. One of the things that fascinated me just in the beginning, you know, starting 2016, 2017, was how many farms that we would go out to where they were licensed for 30,000 square feet or 20,000 square feet and only had about 5 or 10 built out. So, you know, for years, we've seen farmers that have been paying Measure S taxes for way over their cultivation square footage amounts. And it's just amazing how much money that they've thrown into the county, all these consultants, and we really kind of don't realize how every single facet of the industry is feeding off of these growers and the money that they have to put forward towards being in compliance. We've also watched the county come after multiple people who are in between or like a license lapsed and they were reapplying for stuff, their farms get busted. And it's been so frustrating for us to see that there were 18,000 illegal grows in our county, and we're literally going after people who are trying to be part of the program. So, our experience dealing with escrows, we've had multiple things come up right in the middle of transactions, just requirements from the county that were totally unreasonable. And it's just been a struggle the whole time. And we've been in the struggle with clients. We've fought multiple lawsuits for permits that have gotten pulled for no reason. And, it's really heartbreaking to see this happen. We kind of have to really look at, Measure S and the fact that there are farms apart. And what we're seeing right now, we've already lost so many small farms, but what's happening in the market right now is we have, farms that were amazing $1.6 million farms that are literally selling.
All right, just a reminder, 2 minutes goes fast. And most people have been able to get through there, so we'll go now to 5141, press star 6 to unmute. And you'll have you'll have 2 minutes. If everyone gets the same amount. Welcome.
Yeah, my name's Nick Erickson at Full Moon Farms. Our family's been in Northern California for 7 generations. We are witness to the collapse of so many.
We can't hear you, so I stopped the timer just to see if we can get you back on there. I see your phone sign is unmuted, so maybe you need to speak louder.
I'm demuted.
I can hear you now. Can you unmute him again?
Yeah, let me do that again.
Okay, 5141. You might just be in a bad reception area, but we're unmuting you, so we're going to go back to you. Okay, 5141. Are you still there? There you go.
Yeah, I'm here. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on there. My name's Nick Erickson of Full Moon Farms. Our family's been here in Northern California for 7 generations. We've been witness to the collapse of so many vital industries, from timber, fisheries, the beef prices, and now it's cannabis. Humboldt County's last true industry is cannabis, and that cannot be underscored enough. These farmers that are speaking to you today, they are generally speaking to you from their hearts. They're the fabric of our community. They live here, they employ here, they spend here, they give back to the volunteer fire departments, the community centers. They are more than just the economic driver. They are Humboldt County. And, I really hope you're hearing our voices today. Please suspend Measure S, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Calling in. So now we'll go to 7068. Press star 6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes. $7068, your hand went down. Oh, there you are. Welcome. Looks like you're unmuted.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Hi, my name's Tristan. I'm married to a cannabis farmer. I grew up in Southern Humboldt, and it's just the whole industry is just in upheaval right now. And I feel like if anyone can throw us a lifeline right now, it's the Board of Supervisors. I'm please asking that you suspend Measure S, and that we need to, next time be a part of where the money goes to. I saw the budget. I think Southern Humboldt got back like $600,000 in total from the $48 million we gave to Humboldt County. I think we need to be part of the beneficiaries of the tax system that you guys set up. It's just been a real struggle, and it would just be, a light at the end of the tunnel. Our voice does make a difference. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tristan. Next, we'll go to 4207. Is that you? Press star 6 to unmute. 4207, welcome. 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Mark Pitcher with Tree Frog Botanicals. I have a mid-sized farm in Red Crest, and I live in Benbow. My family's been in Southern Humboldt since 1972. I agree with what most of the speakers are saying here, that, the farmers, we're broke. I mean, we've been going through the whole permitting process, paying all the fees between the state and the county and everything else. It's just gotten to be a lot. I've got a 30,000 square foot farm, so I'm not small, I'm mid-sized, but I have enormous bills, and we're upside down this year by a couple $100,000. I've sold 5% of my crop. I had to destroy some of my 2020 crop because it was just unsellable. And I just wanted to say that if the county doesn't do something with the Major S funds, I mean, all the farms are going to go away anyway because we're going to go under. But please suspend Major S. It's not a fair tax compared to other businesses in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next we'll go to 9948. That's you. Press star 6 to unmute. Welcome, and you have 2 minutes.
Tyson Mulder. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like you to suspend Measure S, save our family farms, and please don't make families have to work so hard that they cannot spend time with their kids.
Well, thank you very much. It's like a civics lesson happening. I love it when young callers come in. All right, so now we'll go to 1464. Press star 6 to unmute. I think he went to 146. There you go. You're unmuted.
Yeah, this is Rob Golightly I have a small farm too, under 10,000 square foot. I also have an independent, self-funded distribution out of Arcata. I wanted to say real quick to the Huckleberry Farms, we actually had the director, Nicole Elliott, at our building 3 months ago. We actually had a 2-page printout of all the problems with the DCC and the regulated system, and one of those problems being the taxes. We spelled it out real clearly for him and talked to the department about that just 3 months ago. Next, I'd like to talk real quickly, and I'd like to just state that, you know, having severe learning disabilities and things, to be expected to talk under 2 minutes with all these points is practically impossible, and I don't understand how that's ADA compliant, but I'll keep moving on. Second, the Measure S tax is actually created by Governor Brown when he was Mayor Brown and by the Treasurer of Oakland. It was then given to Mark Lovelace to use, and then he was then hired by HDL to go around the state and impose these taxes that Governor Brown created in Oakland. These taxes have helped nobody, and they've completely shut our business down. Then there's no other business in the world, or at least in agricultural world, where you pay per square foot to grow something. Rejecting Measure S in the beginning, when it was first brought up, no one listened, but then going and being a participant with all the Measure S meetings, I opened my voice, talked to the sheriff, talked to the DA, talked to public health, and a bunch of other groups. The DA used one of my points. She argued with me, but she used one of my points at one of the meetings as the main thing that we should potentially be spending money on, and that would be to help unify the growers, the politicians, and the ag department, all the things to go fight for tax money from the state of California, who owes us reparations from the war on drugs. 30% of the Prop 64 money is to go back to cities and towns for reparations on the war on drugs. And those are our monies, and that's a lot of money that I'm talking about. Upwards to $300 million a year that goes to 5 to 8 cities right now that have been identified as war zones. Second thing that I've heard a lot of people say, something that was at the Measure S meetings originally where we should be spending the money, is in every meeting it was stated that the money should stay where the taxes are given out. And clearly from the last callers, the monies aren't going back to Southern Humboldt. The roads aren't being fixed. The monies are going to Eureka, where there are no square footages barely being paid. So you guys went against everything we wanted to use the Measure S money even for. And so once again, you know, getting it for the marketing at this point is the bare minimum that you should be giving it to us for. And so it's disgusting that nothing's going back to the growers. I'll end there. Thank you for your time.
All right, you're welcome. And just as a note to others, I accidentally did not stop the timer in time, so that person did get about 30 extra seconds. So I apologize. Try to get them started all the time, but sometimes I make a mistake. 9402, you're next. Press star 6 to unmute. And you'll officially have 2 minutes. 9402. All right, for those of you that are trying to call in, if you're looking at the video, turn the volume off on the video so you don't listen to on the phone because it's a time delay. So I'm going to go over to 2510 right now, and we'll go back to 9402. So 2510, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Amber Montgomery. I work with Humboldt Logistics. We're a local licensing and compliance firm. And I just wanted to say that this community really needs your relief on the Measure S taxes. I have personally seen a massive amount of layoffs and struggle for many local farmers. They're burdened with overregulation and taxes, and I think the suspension and revision of Measure S is necessary for them to continue to operate. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Amber. And for anyone who has not raised their hand yet but still wants to speak, please do press *9 so we know that you are in the queue. All right, I'm going to try 9687 this time. 9687. Press *6 to unmute. That's you. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I grew up in Eureka. I moved away for a while, but I did come back for the cannabis industry once it was legalized. I just want to say that the small farms here are why I came back. I could go anywhere with the Humboldt credential, right? But I wanted to come back here because of the community, and the small farmers make that community. And I think that they need your relief right now. They are your constituents, you know, like I think suspending Measure S is the way to do it, and having their input moving forward, having a coalition of your constituents who, you know, give you this money out of their hard work. Without labor, there is no product, right? And our product is the best. So I just want to say, to really support our community, to support our economy, it's really important that you provide these farmers with relief now and include them in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. So now we'll go to 4988. Press *6 to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Britt Massaro. I own my own farm in Dinsmore, California, and I'm also a compliance director for 45 Direct Farms in Arcata, Holmes Flat, Eastern, and Southern Humboldt. Please make an instant motion to waive the October 2021 payment and all the year of 2022. And let's visit this when Humboldt County Planning Department gets all applications in queue approved. Let's see the amount of farms that cultivate this year. I'm disappointed in Humboldt County as well as having no representative on this call, but it's not ironic seeing how everything has gone thus far in this process. We have always been left to stand on our own, and now is the time to listen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Britt. 8497, if you're there. Oh, looks like you're there. Press *6 to unmute. 8497. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Am I there?
Yes, yes, you are. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. Excellent. Hello. My name is Jeff Churchill. I operate a 13,000 square foot farm in Willow Creek, and I just wanted to say first off, it's amazing the solidarity I have right now with all the farms. I am hoping that solidarity is given by us by the supervisors in an immediate action to suspend this measure. And I really think the elimination and revocation should happen of Measure S. The avenues presented in the staff report basically will not work. The question we must answer is, are we move forward or let this whole work, everything fail? I speak for all farms who have struggled to complete the permit process. We spent years and thousands of dollars to make it to our current situation. If the tax is eliminated, we will have another chance to continue the dream of legal cannabis. The supervisors must realize that if the cannabis community fails, all, not a portion, all of the $17 million in taxes will vanish. I understand the need to keep this tax revenue coming in, but if it isn't given back on this very day, you guys could vote on it today, we will all fail, everyone in the community. The cultivators will move back into the pit, and we will relive another cycle of prohibition. Thank you for your time, and I hope you can make an educated decision for every member of the community. If one fails, we all fail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. We have 0297. You're next. Press star 6 to unmute. We'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dave. I am an owner-operator of a small 8,000 square foot farm here in southern Humboldt. I'm calling today to ask the supervisors to waive and suspend Measure S. We are a family farm. We have nothing left to give. At this moment, we are choosing to eat or pay Measure S. Humboldt County is the Mecca. Humboldt County is world renowned. We are the lifeblood of Humboldt County. We need a hand. It's very sad that I'm not being able to be represented by my supervisor. I don't understand how you can be a supervisor if you can recuse yourself from such issues that will continue. Please waive and suspend Measure S for all farms. Please do it today. We don't have any time left. Thank you.
Dave. We're down to 2 speakers, so if anyone else wanted to get in the queue, press star 9 to raise your hand now, or these will be the last 2 speakers. So we'll go to 4478, and just press star 6 to unmute, and I'll have you 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Mary Deegan, and I'm owner-operator of a small farm in southern Humboldt, part of the Triangle. I just want to really mention that you haven't had one call from one person who said that you shouldn't suspend this tax. So I want to remind you that you are working for us as a elected officials, and we're your community. And this, all our voices have said, please suspend this tax. You have not had one person call and ask you to continue the cannabis tax. So that really kind of tells you the that more than just the cannabis community believes in this. And so I just want you to kind of really take a look at that and think that over. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Mary. And so this is our final speaker. 1591, if that's you, press star 6 to unmute. Okay, we have one more. If I'm going to talk to everyone now, listen to me. If you're listening and you want to speak, press star 9 now, because after this one speaker gets done, I'm not taking any more other than whoever has their hands up by the time the next speaker stops talking. So please press star 9 so we can keep track of everybody. All right, thank you. All right, 1591, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Board of Supervisors. This is Angeline Roy, owner of Viewpoint, one more time. And I just felt it necessary to share some personal information.
Amber, hold on. When you said one more time, did you already, did you speak on this item, or did you, this item already, or did you speak on the trellis item?
Trellis item.
No. Yeah, I'm sorry. We can't. Since you already commented, we can't go back and do seconds, unfortunately. But you can definitely email. We've got a lot of emails I see popping up right now through our we're not able to look at them quite yet, but sorry about that. But you can definitely add more info. All right, so 4397. 4397, press star 6 to unmute. And you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi there, my name is Zach Matthew. I own a small farm outside of Garberville, and I'm one of the more than 700 farms that doesn't have a supervisor being their voice today. I moved to the county over 15 years ago, and I worked at a lot of small businesses in the area during my time here, places like Avalon and the Carter House and the Engelmar Club. And I've paid my taxes and contributed to the community. I've volunteered at many places. And I've worked hard to save my money for years so I could buy a small piece of the rock and try and achieve my life dream. And as I've heard the fear and anger and frustration in the voices of many commenters today, I've been trying to fight back fears. Fight back my tears, but I was unable to when a young child called in and said about what he said about spending more time with his family, because I heard the same thing from my child this year. And I ask that you repeal Measure S and suspend it, because we're asking you, we're begging you to try and understand what we're going through right now. And if you refuse to suspend Measure S, I ask that you impose the same sort of taxes on all the other businesses in the county so that we're all taxed fairly. Taxes on restaurants for the food that they serve, taxes on auto repair places for contributing to pollution. And all I ask is that you hear what people are saying today. Thank you for your time.
Oops. All right, thank you. So now we're going to 9402. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome. You have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jesse Hill. I run Fallen Oak Farm in southern Humboldt County. Thank you for your attention to this Measure S tax, and thank you so much to all the speakers before me. I also strongly agree that suspending this tax is essential for the survival of Humboldt farms. We're a huge part of the local economy, the culture, the future. This is a world-renowned, unique place. We all share it. I was born and raised here. I've witnessed the full evolution of the cannabis industry. I'm super proud of my fellow small farmers who hold our communities together. We all need to resist the corporatization of our local cannabis industry. We see what's going on in the rest of the state. We don't need to see the return of diesel fuel trucks on our rural roads. What we need is a sustainable cannabis industry, regenerative farms, preserve our local culture, and encourage cannabis tourism. And what sets us apart, Humboldt County, we are literally known around the world. So take this small step, suspend and waive Measure S, and thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. I did want to say that I noticed that we did have 0069 in the queue with the hand up, but the hand is no longer up. So if you are 0069 and you did plan on making a comment, please press *9 again so we know you're there. Okay, thank you. All right, so 8586. You're next. Press 006. There you go again. Don't press the button again, 0069. We've got your hand up now, and I know you're there. 8536. Press *6 to unmute. And you have 2 minutes. 8586. Okay, we're going to check 0069. Press *6 to unmute since you've got your hand back up.
Hi, sorry about that. Can you hear me? This is Rio Anderson.
Okay, and hold on just a minute, Rio. 0069, we'll be right back to you, and we're going to go to Rio for this 2 minutes. Oh, this is fun. Yes, welcome. And you have 2 minutes, Rio.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rio Anderson. I manage Lady Sativa Farm in Benbow. My father, who's 76, lives up there as my partner. I've also managed Chautauqua Natural Foods in Garberville, so I'm involved in regular, food business, retail business, and this farm. This farm has dominated my last 10 years. just trying to keep it alive and create a model of sustainability, which has always been my goal. But this year I find myself like underwater and unable to pay my bills and, you know, and participate in the economy of cannabis, because I've literally only sold 15 pounds since September, and just these tax bills just keep coming. So it's like this moment in time where just everything crunched down on the small farmer. So I'm asking you that you give us some reprieve from the taxes for at least 2 years, just to get our bearings and create a model. The market economy isn't functioning for the regenerative outdoor cannabis. Outdoor cannabis is only 6% of the cannabis sold in dispensaries across the state. We're all fighting for 6% of the shelf space. It just doesn't make sense economically until we can get our costs stabilized and continue to work on getting into these retail outlets, or also start our own retail outlets. So we need some like drastic cost reductions just to stay in business. And the small farm culture that is Humboldt County, this doesn't exist anywhere else. So preserving the plurality of our local farm economy as an export-based business is like one of the most vital things to protecting these export-based products that are key to keeping the whole local economy alive. So give us that reprieve, give us a chance, work with us on this, like the multifaceted.
Right. Thank you, Rio. Thank you for calling in, and thank you. Glad we got you on there. And now we're going to go to 0069. Now that we have you, I want to press star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good afternoon. This is Melanie Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you have 2 minutes. And welcome, Melanie.
Thank you. This is Melanie Johnson from Alpenglow Farms. I spoke on the steps of the courthouse 2 weeks ago with my heart on my sleeve. And this 9-hour phone Zoom meeting is almost a little too civilized and clean for this conversation. I'm not the last 4 digits of my phone number. I'm a person who lives here, who works here, who raises kids here, and who pays taxes here. The fact that I have to plead my case before 5 elected officials on the phone, one who can't even speak on my behalf, is dehumanizing. As I stated before, Measure S has moved past a financial issue, and it's become a moral issue. And if the 5 of you elected officials on this call don't know at this point what the impact of this tax will do to us cannabis farmers, God help us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Melanie. I did want to let people know the reason we use the last 4 digits is for privacy, because these numbers do show up on screen. So it's not to not know who people are. It's to protect people's privacy. So our last speaker is 8580. So if that's you, press star 6 to unmute, and you have the final 2 minutes. All right, 8580, just press star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name's LaRose Kelly, and I own Dyerville Farms up in southern Humboldt. But yeah, I agree with everyone else that we need to suspend Measure S. The taxes are killing us. And yeah, our roads out here, I've lived here for over 20 years, and Braceland Road, Shelter Cove Road, it's never been nice. But yeah, I could go on, but mainly just now in Measure S. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Melanie. And thank you very much, last speaker. So we've had 61 commenters that I've been able to count, and there may be a couple that I've missed. So I really appreciate all of the input. I do think at least the board needs a brief break. I need a brief break, as Tiara gets a little bit little bit hairy. So I'm thinking a 9-minute break, come back at 4:50. That Supervisor, I see faces. Supervisor Wilson, I mean, we can have a 5-minute break if you want. I just know we still have a lot to do tonight.
Yeah, we have a lot to do, but I will say it's 5 p.m. We've been here since 9 a.m. We've had 2 10-minute breaks, I believe, for the entire time. So to offer a 9-minute break before our most important deliberation, I just have to say,
I'll do longer. I'm fine doing longer. It's just I need guidance from the board,
Yeah, I mean,
I was gonna say Vice Chair Madrone.
I think we're at 4:41, so at least 4:55 would be great. I'd like to stretch my legs a little bit.
No, I mean, believe me, I started out with 10 minutes, and then I know that it wasn't going to get well received by some, but okay, no, that's fine. 4:55-ish, I have a feeling, but okay, we'll be back. Perhaps clarifications on what you might have heard in public comment. Wait, I don't see Alicia yet. Should I be waiting for Alicia? Oh, she's there. Okay. I was gonna say Tabitha. I call you.
I don't know that I heard anything that needed further clarification or additional information. Alicia, was there anything you wanted to add? Most of the comments were certainly, just stating, asking you for a very specific action.
Yeah, I'm really anxious to get into your board's discussion on this matter, and we're here to help you move through that conversation wherever possible.
I'm glad you're here to help because I'm not exactly sure where to go. All right, so Supervisor Bohn, did you want to? I know you mentioned.
Well, yeah, I want to thank everybody for talking, and I know it was brought up a couple times but that nobody talked against it, and I don't know if was going to be anybody that talked against it. I mean, I appreciate everybody talked in, and I hear it, I see it, I feel it. I know enough of you. I've got enough of you as friends that we've been talking on a regular basis. Dylan, thank you for always answering my questions, and Madeline and everybody else. But I'm going to ask everybody after the meeting's over, go to a little thing called Cal Matters. And they've got a little story about California Newsom. Gavin Newsom was the face of legal cannabis in California. Can he fix it? And they go on telling how he, in 2016, this was all his. And he says, if it goes wrong, I'm the poster child. I'm the one who made it go wrong. So here we are. And he's really been kind of mute on it. But what scares me is Nicole Elliott's name was brought up twice from the DCC. And her quote in here, it's an oversimplification to say that tax reduction will solve all of the industry's problems. Nicole Elliott, director of Newsom's Department of Cannabis Control, told Cal Matters. It's just a vast oversimplification of the number of variables that impact the health of the legal market and that support or foster illegal activity. It is not a tax alone. That scares the hell out of me for us because we can do what we can do for you right now. But if the head of the DCC is taking the position that it's not a tax problem, that $10, $16 per ounce that you pay, or $10 per ounce that you pay, that 15% excise tax and all the other state fees aren't going away. And when you come down to the bottom line of it, our tax, which is the one we're talking about today, but that's what we're talking about, is minor. This is the one that's going to eat us up. And that's with $4.4 billion worth of sales of legal marijuana last year and an estimation of twice that much for illegal sales. So I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but these are Cal Matters. That's what you want to look at. It's a pretty good article. I mean, it's not a good article. It's a scary article. But with that being said, again, I appreciate everything staff has come forward. I appreciate everybody that spoke today, except for that part. Where was I? I don't know what I was compared to or we were compared to. Supervisor Bushnell did not choose not to be here today. It was a simple business issue that she is involved in, and it was best not to cloud the waters. So I to think she doesn't represent you guys would be a vast understatement. I think she wears your problems on her sleeve. So I think you should know that. But with that, I've got my own ideas. If we're not going to put anything out there today, I mean, I was looking at 75-25. I was looking at 50% across the board. I was looking at everything under 10,000 square feet and 50,000 or 50% for the rest. I've also got the one floating to the top now is suspend everything for a year and come back and look at it, because this problem came on us in 6 months. July 15th, I've got notes where I'm talking with a couple people. They're talking about how good it was and how the market was holding together. And by August 15th, it had proverbially hit the fan very heavily. So as we move forward, so I've got a lot of options out there. I can tell you none of my options are going to make anybody happy because none of them spoke today, but I have had, I couldn't even count how many people I've had come. Don't give them any breaks. They've only been in it 3 years. They'll learn what we did. You know, no other market. And he said, well, no other market's ever got a tax break. So I don't know. Timber, fishing, you know, and I do have to clarify, timber and fishing are both strong, viable enterprises in Humboldt County. We have 3 mills that employ over, I think, 500 people, 400 people. I mean, 5 mills. We've got, I've counted like 84 logging trucks go by here today just because I'm sitting here by a window, so it gave me something to do as I listen to you folks. I'm just saying it's a viable industry, and we're coming off one of the better crab seasons we've seen in years with a good price. And coming into a salmon season, we're seeing salmon in streams. We're going to see some salmon here in the next couple of years because we had rain. So hopefully we'll get some more of that February, March rain. But with that being said, they are still viable industries. So they're not dead. They're nothing what they were. And I'm not saying hang tough, that's going to be. But I think I can't speak for anybody else on the board, but I've got an idea. We all want to work with you and give you every opportunity in the world to be successful. And a couple of those things I can tell you that'll fix it right now is 1,200 illegal dispensaries in LA selling Oregon marijuana will make a huge difference coming across our border, you know, a ton at a time. You know, there's over 1,200 illegal distributors or dispensaries in LA. The other thing is we need to pick up our game on the illegal around here to make it viable for you guys. So, and those are the ones causing the environmental damage. So those are a couple things I see. Again, I appreciate everybody that spoke today. You guys spoke from the heart, and we heard it. and I appreciate you for doing that. Thanks.
Supervisor Wilson.
Sorry about that. Trying to grab a glass of water at the same time. Yeah, I think I want to echo a few things that Supervisor Bohn expressed. There's undeniably a lot of anxiety, as there should be, with the situation that we're in right now. I don't think that Measure S tax created the situation that we're in. As was mentioned by Supervisor Bohn and those at the state, there's multiple factors in this for sure. And the main one really is that there's competition, external competition to Humboldt County that is growing a plant in just a more efficient and less costly way, and delivering it to the market at a much lower price than the methodology that was created in Humboldt County to grow cannabis under prohibition. So this is definitely, we're going to see some changes here no matter what happens with our Measure S. Suspend it, don't suspend it, do something in between. Changes are coming for sure, and we're all going to have to work to try and mitigate that to the degree possible, for sure. I want to address a few things. One, I want to thank the Chair Chair Bass for moderating what was a pretty long and extensive public comment process, over 2 hours of public comment. And I know there was some consternation about limiting the time on that, but we as decision makers only have so much capacity really to consume information. Our human brains are limited, and so we really, beyond 2 hours and 3 and 4 hours, it can really wear on our abilities to make decent decisions and move forward. And that being said, I want to thank the public for the most part, I think, really accommodating to that and getting most of what they wanted to say in there. I think it was extensive, almost to the point of exhaustive, and I think that was good. I think that we should be considering some modifications to Measure S. One, I think the response that we're hearing, when the prices were at what they were at the time when this measure passed, and again, I want to remind people, this measure was passed by a vote of a pretty strong majority of the voting public of this county. It was promulgated, at least the language of it, under a paradigm of a time when it was unsure how to really manage or even account for any kind of taxation of cannabis. And it was also at a time when people believed that cannabis as an industry needed to pay some fair share into the system, as it were, in terms of the county resources and the county coffers, and not just coffers, but really what gets spent. And we did have public outreach at that time. There were extensive meetings on where that money would be or could be spent, and we had budget roadshows associated with that. And we have certainly received comment from First Five and others about the impacts and where they spend the money from Measure S that they get into those communities. So it's not just about potholes, it's also about child and family services and all those other things and outreach. And I want to also say that we have a Measure Z as well, and that was created mainly because there was a lack of services in rural parts of the county. And so we created a tax structure that for on balance derives most of its income from sort of the what we call urban and peri-urban areas of Humboldt County, and on balance spends more of that in the rural spaces, and we did that because of the stress on the public safety and other services within those areas that were hard to manage for as an entire county. So when we do taxing like this, so it's not just from one industry to one industry, it's really for everybody. And we're adapting to that. And we certainly should see changes in this. I mean, the paradigm, the lens of prohibition, or the rear view mirror that we look at how we manage this situation is changing and should be changing. With that, I'm personally, I do think we need to maintain some semblance of Measure S for moving forward, but I do think some significant reductions are warranted based on the market of the products. And I unfortunately, I mean, I've asked for some data to talk, because we just keep hearing about market crash, but we don't really see a lot of specific data on that. It's not like it's tracked in the same way. But we can surmise that within the last 2 years, it's gone from somewhere around $1,200 a pound to now about $400 a pound. And I know people will sort of question that or whatever, but that's about what I've been hearing. I mean, more or less, if I had to take an average on. So we're seeing like a 2/3 reduction. I think if we respond in kind with what we're asking for, mostly across the board, I think that wouldn't be such a bad place to have some consideration in this. Maybe not completely across the board. I do think that in our I'm hearing, and again, because we don't have, we have some data that some of the indoor is doing well enough, is still getting $1,200 a pound, is still doing multiple turns. And so maybe maybe it's not so justified to have such big cuts in there. I'm also hearing that our tier 2 folks are able to do more turns and have some higher volumes. But the problem is, again, if you have high volumes, oh my God, like can't get rid of it. And so maybe that's something we need to get more data on. So I think some accommodation to that is something we should be thinking about. Also, the narrative and the understanding about a tax with relationship to the forgiveness of I think it's the year 21, and maybe Alicia, you can help me. Is it 20 or is it 21? It's the first, I guess it's in 21 that some folks are talking about. I think a complete forgiveness is hard for us to manage because we'll have to then be giving, back taxes to folks. And so we might want to figure something that's in between that. The other thing too is I think also in so many other fees and taxes, like property tax, for instance, we have folks that have not paid property taxes, and they are, there's a lien assessed and there's auctions, and then we have hundreds of these that happen every year. It's not totally uncommon, but the thing I think maybe we might want to consider, instead of getting into a lien that's on the sale of the property, maybe it's really that the actual, if there's a sale of a property that has this lien, then maybe instead of it being on the property, it's just basically ends the permit, so that the permit's non-transferable unless it's paid off. And then in that way, that might be a way so it's not on the property itself, it's really can be more on whether or not the permit's transferable to a new owner. And in that way, it's not on the property value itself, although so many of these values of these properties are predicated on their ability to generate income. And that has definitely altered the landscape. And that's going to change property values for sure. And that's just something we're going to have to live with and deal with, because the ability to generate income for so many at the volumes that we're set up to do is going to be very, very difficult in the next some years. It's just unrealistic to believe that we're going to be anywhere where we were anytime in the near future, unless, of course, there's federal legalization and we have the ability to enter those markets. But even then, the mass amounts of growth in the bulk industry is going to be hard to compete with. So we'll definitely, it'll expand I would imagine it will expand our specialty market, but it's going to be hard. Nonetheless, those are my thoughts on this. I think we can come back with something that definitely lessens the burden. I think we should do that. But I think keeping this kind of chugging forward is reasonable. I also have some, question about if we can adapt in the short run, then it makes me question a little bit about what new tax structure we might consider in the future. And I also question our ability really capacity-wise as an organization to take that all over again, considering the backlog of a whole bunch of other things we're trying to deal with. We don't have staffing to really keep up with what we're doing right now. So sort of modifying the existing tax structure that we have right now through sort of maybe an annual update of forgivenesses, waivers, and suspensions, whatever they may be, maybe sort of a better short-term model. And so there you go. Those are my thoughts. And I'm happy to hear from the rest of the board.
Thank you. I did want to ask our treasurer tax collector, John Bartholomew, some of the things that were talked about in the staff, whether it's now or later, talk about repayment or doing things, I don't know, scheduled payments. I mean, I know you might, how do I say it? You're not able to do everything, even though it sounds like a good idea. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on in the future, if we do something where there's more spread out of payments, is that something that your office is capable of or that can be capable of in the future? Your lips are moving, but I can't hear you.
No.
No? Just yell really loud. I think he'll be coming back.
Yeah, he was saying he was going to reconnect.
Okay. Joy of Zoom.
I learned to read lips.
I actually have a question to add on to that staff might help with, which is I hear that just a straight up reduction we're unable to by the way the ordinance is written to bring it back up again, and I was just wondering if that's true or not. So I want to get some clarification on that.
I can speak to that. Yes, you can lower the tax structure on a permanent basis at any point in time, but you can then not increase it up. What we are talking about here today is a suspension or a waiver. So it's a temporary accommodation and is not intended to permanently change the structure of the tax.
But we can suspend or waive a percent, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, John, let's try this again. Treasurer tax collector Bartholomew.
Thank you, Chair Bass. And can you hear me now?
Yes, sounds
okay,
great.
Good. I just want to remind the board that per County Code 719-6 regarding cannabis taxation, we are to collect in the same or similar manner as all other taxes. And that precludes doing things differently for cannabis than for property taxes, in my opinion. For example, installment plans. The only time we offer installment plans for property taxes is for delinquent property taxes and installment plan contracts are drawn up, and people pay back their delinquent taxes over a 5-year period, and penalties, fees, and interest continue to accrue. So that is very different from what your board is asking relative to payments for cannabis taxes. And so I am opposed to creating installment plan structures specific for cannabis tax collections. And I also want to remind your board that we are billing in arrears, meaning the tax bills that we sent out last year in 2021 were for the 2020 year. So all cannabis cultivators should have taken the revenues they generated during the 2020 year after they cultivated and saved that money, put it aside, and then paid their excise taxes during the March installment period and October installment period for 2021. So we're not talking about 2021 cultivation. We're talking about 2020 cultivation. And so I would recommend that your board stick with what you have already determined, and that is to give a grace period for paying the 2020 excise taxes due until May of 2022. So they have an extension. There's no penalties or interest accruing up until that time. But I think it's unfair to all the cannabis cultivators that did pay their 2020 taxes in the 2021 year, and for us now to be, or your board to be considering waiving or any excise taxes from that period. We have to treat everybody the same with regard to taxation. I am adamant about that. That's how this office operates. You have to treat people equitably. As soon as you start making exceptions, you run into problems. And are taxes fair everywhere? No, they're not. There are loopholes and everything else, but we as a local jurisdiction need to do our damnedest to make sure everyone's treated equitably. What about all the restaurant businesses, all the other businesses that have been hurt over the last few years? Are we talking about doing something for them? Are we talking about rolling back Measure Z taxes? This stuff all should work into this conversation. I want to support the cannabis industry. I do support the cannabis industry, but we have to treat everyone the same, in my opinion. Otherwise, we're going down the wrong road. What I would recommend is to stay with what your board has already decided for past taxes. And in the future, for future taxes, if your board wants to try to alleviate that burden on the industry, I would recommend a percentage reduction for the next year or two, which would easily be put into effect. And we would not be adding more staff time for a new program. And it would be a straightforward, easily understood way on both county staff and also the cannabis industry. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Supervisor Bohn? Your lips are moving.
When I'm yelling profanities, you guys don't hear them that way. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. But what I'm looking at is 10 to 15% have paid already, right?
There's quite a bit more than that, actually.
2.5 million out of 18 million.
No, we have. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, we've collected 10.3 million from the 2020 tax year, and there's 9.1 million still outstanding. But there are a lot of people paid for the whole year already. You know, there's a lot of operators that paid for the entire year. And looking at the data, you know, people are equating small farms, large farms, et cetera. Looking at the data of collections, of the people that were billed for 10,000 or less, there were only 15% of them that have not paid anything for the 2020 cultivation year. For 10,000 or more, 20% have not paid anything. My point being that everything is relative regarding taxes. Just because you're small doesn't mean you were not able to pay, but just because you were large doesn't mean you were able to pay. The bottom line is we've already collected about 10.3 million from the 2020 tax year.
Okay. All right, and I just, you know, I mean, I understand the restaurant argument and all that stuff. You know, a lot of them had availability to ARPA funds and a lot of funds that the grower. I mean, they can go borrow money. There's so many that we could, you know, except for the little bit we're given. There were so many avenues. I mean, and maybe we had the 63 people talk today that haven't paid their bill. It sounds like I don't know. I just know what the market is doing, what I've heard, what I've seen. I've seen receipts. I've had guys bring me receipts for a large volume, and it's pretty bad. I've seen some receipts that were pretty good too, but it was a specialty product. But what I'm saying is, I don't think anybody's lying out there. I think we do have a situation, because it wouldn't be a front page article in the LA Times. It wouldn't be a front page article on Cal Matters. It wouldn't be a front page everywhere that says the marijuana industry is reeling. Now, be it that said, I mean, I've heard it all. You know, the guy, they never paid taxes. They paid their sales tax. They paid gas tax. I'm not going to even get into that. What I am going to get into is we are in a situation, and we're taxing an entity that has never been taxed before. We should treat everybody the same. But this isn't the same industry. You remember 2016? This was a convoluted trying to get this set up and figure out where we're going to be. You remember in 2016, it was 12, 10, and 8 is what our original tax was going to be. And then we came down to 6, 4, and 2, and it ended up being 3, 2, and 1, the lowest in the state. And other counties have followed that measure. We went to square footage instead of production because it was easier we thought on the growers, and it just gave less of an opportunity for fraud, we thought. So, you know, and then the track and trace and things have had their own issues. But as we're doing this, other areas, Oklahoma has 7,000 permits or something like that. I was reading the other day, there are so many permits in Oklahoma, it's amazing. And other places as we go. And the people from the East Coast don't drive to the West Coast anymore. They just go to Oklahoma now. So the black market is just dumping it into our streets here. And so there are so many factions. But what I'm saying is there are people out there with big farms, little farms. I mean, you know, Santa Barbara has, well, I think, like 10 or 12 farms that are over 50 acres. I've got one that's 147 acres. So, I mean, and we talk about these mega grows we have here. You know, we have 19 an acre and above. I think was the number 19, 1 acre and above. So I mean, and we only have 434 acres under license right now. That's it. We have 2.9 million acres in Humboldt County, but some of that's water, 600,000 or 500. But anyway, we have a lot of land. But they need some relief. And I mean, we could give 50% for 2 years or suspend it all for 1 year. And I'd like, because this all happened so fast. And I mean, I don't know if 100% is a percent, but it's just, and the people that have paid, I've heard from a lot of them, credit them forward. Credit them forward. Because the thing is, we are trying to save the people that don't have the finances to do it now. Obviously, not obviously, but some people have made a concentrated effort to pay it. So they could afford it. I've got guys telling me they can't pay it. They'll go under, they'll just suspend their license, or, you know, and these are people I have so much respect for, and I trust them. I've known them for 20, 30, 40 years. So, and I mean, and indoor is doing probably better, Mike. I've heard some numbers and everything else, but that's 1%. That's 1%, and the percentage of grow. I mean, it doesn't tell him we're only going to do indoor, and I think he's probably, But I'm just saying, am I going to get my fanny handed to me for saying, what am I giving these guys all this tax breaks? It's a new tax. We even said back then we went to 3, 2, and 1. We didn't know if it was sustainable. I mean, it amazes me now how many people jump on the bandwagon and says, I told you in 2016 this sucked and it wouldn't do good. I've gone through all my notes. I've gone through everything else. I don't remember you guys saying that. I know there were some people confused, but that's why we went to 3, 2, and 1. But everybody was so excited to get this program and get it going, and then if you read that article, it scares the hell out of me what the governor says. I mean, I'm still saying that. I don't know if a year's going to do it. I don't know if 2 years or anything else is going to do it, but I think we need to do something. This is the center. At one time, the Emerald Triangle, and we put the green in the emerald, was 80% of everything, 70 to 80% of everything that was grown in the country. And if we're going to take a stand and for the brand and do this, we need to do something bold and tell those people in Sacramento, hey, you guys, we got a problem. I mean, both our state guys have said they want to do something. Hey, we're going to do something. We're going to do something. I don't know if these guys can wait any longer for somebody to do something. I think somebody is waiting for something to be done. And I don't know. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all, but it's the only way. It's the way I think we can give these guys the chance and say we made an effort. I don't know. And I know it's not popular. It's probably the most unpopular thing I've ever said. I mean, this is rating right up there with the wind project, you guys. I mean, I can feel it blowing through my hair right now. So, which would be up and running and providing 85% of our electricity here today. But anyway, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I want to say that, walking around within the community, I would say, and also talking to folks, I talked to a lot of people who weren't on calls today, who has other opinions about what we should do with relationship to this. And so I don't want people to believe that just a ubiquitous voice that we heard today. And I think that the idea of crediting forward could be, and I know probably John would, Mr. Bartholomew would probably have a little issue with this, but crediting forward may be a way of evening out a way, in terms of making fair if we did a reduction in past dues, right? And then so they would credit that forward, and that way it would be a little more fair. And only within this tax structure. And you're right, it's like once we start getting into this space, what about all the other industries? But I don't know how many other industries we have this as specific of a line item to, in terms of taxation. And Measure Z is, it's basically, it's retail on all retail, and it's a pretty wide variety of things. But I mean, I could see where that's a methodology to balance that out if we were thinking about a way to make it more fair in terms of the retroactive option. But I do hear what you're saying, John, that really the cleanest way is not retroactively, it's really moving forward and how we do that. And I would agree that is definitely the cleanest way to do this. And I would want us to figure out probably a way that maybe we're not talking, maybe like I said, and maybe John, you can give me an opinion about this, is like where it's not necessarily, even though it's a lien on a property, we could have a policy that forgives that if they want to transfer the license in the future. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, Supervisor Wilson, if I could just address that question. I am not aware of the lien that was referred to by you and some callers, because this office is not involved in any of that. If it's a lien based on excise taxes owed, and maybe Mr. Ford could chime in on this. I am not aware of the county putting any liens on properties based on a lack of payment for excise taxes. We do not do it in this office.
So Director Ford is shaking his head. They don't do it either.
Yeah, no, we don't take action for non-payment of taxes, other than we have talked about if there's several years in violations going on a piece of property, we may bring those forward for revocation of the permit at some point in the future, but we would not impose a lien for that reason.
But enforcement?
No, it'd be part of the permit process to bring forward a permit that is out of compliance. And it wouldn't be just for a single missed payment or something like that. It'd be something that was chronic.
I see. Well, I appreciate that clarification, and through the chair. John, so what if there is a property transfer in terms of like the permit transfers with the property, but that could be a place where we could apply that at that point, correct?
So it brings up a very good point because the permit runs with the land. And right now, it's a little bit ambiguous where the tax liability lies. Right now, most clearly, it runs with the permit. The permit doesn't exist without the land, if you follow that logic. So ultimately, it is related to the land. Ultimately, if the permit's in violation, we would bring it forward for non-payment of several years and identify that this permit should be revoked for non-payment of taxes.
Well, and that I hope would alleviate a little bit of anxiety about folks with their concern about a lien on their property versus, what we're really talking about is a license. And so, okay, I think I've got enough information to have for now. Thanks.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start out by saying thank you to all the people that called in and voiced their concerns. But like the rest of you, I think we've all heard from many more people than were on the phones today calling in. A lot of people are very concerned about providing these kinds of assistance to this industry. What about everybody else? What about the restaurants? What about the bars? What about other businesses? But Supervisor Bohn covered that. And the fact is that most all those other businesses were able to get CARES Act money or ARPA money or get loans or all kinds of different assistance that is simply not available, wasn't available, hasn't been available to the cannabis industry. So it's just important to realize that. And it's not unusual to provide support to an industry. I mean, municipalities, counties, cities do this all the time. I remember 10, 15 years ago, the local lumber industry was having a hard time selling second growth redwood because it was full of sapwood. And so this board or previous boards allocated hundreds of thousands of dollars to match local industry with a marketing campaign to convince the consumer that buying redwood for their deck and fence was the way to go. And it's not unusual for communities to provide tax incentives or permit fee reductions or all kinds of things to encourage them to come and site their businesses in your community. I would offer Nordic Aqua Farms as an example, whereby in order for that project to happen, it's going to need a whole lot of water, and the water can't be raw water. So the pipeline that was going to Samoa for the mills was a raw water pipeline. And in order to raise fish, you've got to have really clean water, right? And so there's been a lot of talk on this board and in other places about trying to get grant monies, public dollars, to come in and help support upgrading those pipelines and or providing a treatment system so that the water being delivered wouldn't be raw water, but it would be treated clean water to raise steelhead or Atlantic salmon or whatever is being proposed. So I just want, the general public to realize that it's not unusual for municipalities to provide assistance to industry because of the jobs they create, because of the tax revenues they bring in, and all the other ancillary benefits that come from that. So what we're talking about here today is really not outside of the realm of what we do for just about any industry, frankly speaking. So I just want to be clear about that, because some people have been saying, they need to stand on their own, we shouldn't do anything. And you know, I just want to be clear. I mean, this is a legal industry now. It's no longer in the dark ages and the rest of it. This is legal, and there's absolutely a struggle happening. We could debate forever what that struggle's about, including Nicole's comments with the DCC and others. But the fact is that it is the most regulated industry plant of anything, anywhere, in any way. I mean, it's just, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that it was illegal for so long, right? And so coming into the legal market and the fact that it's still federally illegal created a lot of overlays of regulation and requirements and taxes. And I have to say, any kind of a tax that is just sort of a basic flat tax is really just, generally speaking, a bad idea, you know, especially for an agricultural crop. I'd love somebody to name just one other agricultural crop that has a flat rate tax based on the square footage of strawberries you're growing, or based on the pounds of strawberries you produce, right? So both the county tax based on square footage and the state tax, the cultivation tax based on poundage, are, you know, we're set to fail from the very beginning, because they frankly don't take into account things like the August complex that covered everybody in southeastern Humboldt County's crops with smoke and ruined the crop, literally. You know, in Monterey County, they have a way of following that you can submit a change in the square footage you're going to grow twice a year. We do it once a year. I thought that was an excellent response that we made to the industry's concerns that, well, if the market conditions were such that it wasn't a great time to plant this coming season, maybe I'll fallow my crop and not plant and lose money. But unfortunately, the state didn't do that. And we only allow it once. You got to pretty much, you know, say what you're going to do by May or so. And if you're not going to grow it or you're going to reduce it, you can get a reduction in your Measure S taxes based on the reduced area that you're cultivating. But the state doesn't do that yet. And you know, it's really important to recognize that Humboldt County has been a leader forever on these issues. And just like last summer, when we as the ad hoc and John Ford and staff met with Nicole and the DCC here in Eureka to raise the alarm on what was happening to the prices and what was happening to the market, and how these burdens of state taxes, which are far greater than the counties, were just killing the industry. And so we raised that flag, I think, sooner than any other county or anybody else in the state. We met with our state representatives, Wood and McGuire, and also raised those issues. And of course, all of us hope that there'll be some changes at the state level that might fix some of those problems. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. What we're here to talk about is the county's program. It's also true that part of the overabundance, a big part of the overabundance, you know, it's not just because we're overproducing with legal licensed cannabis farmers, although that's true, but it is because there's a massive amount of product being moved into the legal market from Oregon and other places. And frankly, Metric is a complete disaster. It's a complete failure. You know, it tracks a plant, but a plant doesn't produce the same amount as another plant. It could be 2 ounces, it could be 10 pounds. I mean, it varies tremendously. So it's extremely easy, from what I hear, to move product from Oregon into the Metric market, into the legal market, right? And flood the market. So that's another reason why the price has plummeted, because of the failure of the state's Metric system and the rest of it. And then indoor. What do we see in Humboldt? 1% indoor? Really? You really think that's the amount of indoor being grown in Humboldt? What that is the amount of legal indoor. And in fact, there is far more than that being grown. I'm aware of a number of sites that I've been sharing information with the sheriff that are completely illegal, major indoor grows. and they're very difficult to deal with as an enforcement issue. That's why the city of Arcata did their special tax on energy use, where they paid a big chunk of money to PG&E to get the electricity use records. And they imposed a tax that if you were using more than 600% of an average household, then you were going to pay a really large fee for that extra electrical use. You know, we could do that as a county as well, and that would be a way to capture a lot of this illegal indoor growing. It's not paying a dime to the community on any level, really, frankly. So I think that's a huge part of the problem in the overproduction realm. But a couple of other things. You know, it's important to listen really carefully and hear all the comments, and I've tried to do that. And as I said, I think industry support is not unusual, and I certainly support that in being done right. But, you know, we have had a lot of county services, as well as First Five Humboldt and others, that have been getting a significant amount of this revenue, as was described in the ballot measure, where it was going to go to these kinds of things. I think that we could do a lot better job of reporting annually on revenues and expenses and where the money has gone. But because it gets embedded into the general fund, it's not easy to track it that way. Like Measure Z has a very specific accounting procedures with the committee, with all kinds of things. And you know, this Measure S was never set up that way. Isn't it interesting? Measure S. S is a big part of the dollar sign, right? At any rate, so, you know, I think that there are important issues to consider in regards to various very important public services that are currently being funded by this. But, you know, even if we were to drop the revenues by half, which looks like it's going to happen no matter what we do as a board, I would suggest to you that revenues for 2021, 2022 are going to drop dramatically until fallowing is available to the state, until the illegal product is kept from coming into the market, and all kinds of other kinds of things. So, you know, how do we maintain those very critical public services, like some of the extra deputies, like First Five Humboldt and other things, getting our ADA stuff done? I mean, these are all really important things. And so, but we could cut back, and it's going to be cut back no matter what anyway, and we still would have enough revenues to probably support those very, very important programs that we have been supporting. I absolutely believe that Measure S has a lot of problems. Any tax on square footage, flat rate on poundage is problematic. And I absolutely would support going back to the voters, working with the industry and our whole community, and trying to figure out a better way of doing it. And frankly, you know, the consumer is already paying for this Measure S tax. You know, at the consumer end, at the dispensary, the way things work is that when somebody buys something at the retail store, they're paying the cost of everything that happened along the way. So the consumer is already paying this Measure S tax at the dispensary, but the dispensary is not paying the tax. It's the farmers. So a lot of people have said that a much better law or measure would be to have the tax on the end product at the dispensary, because the consumer is already paying for it. So theoretically, it wouldn't increase the cost of the product to the consumer at all, but it would place that burden of expense on the dispensary rather than the farmer. And it's interesting because if you think about it, farmers getting $300, $400 a pound. Well, from what I hear about the costs of materials at the dispensary, they haven't dropped because of that. They're still $30, $40, $50 an eighth or whatever it is. So it's interesting how the drop has mainly hit the farmer, but it hasn't affected the price to the consumer. So I think there's a lot of room there to rethink how Measure S works and figuring out a much better way of doing this than putting this burden on the small farmers or farmers. There was a lot of discussion today about small farmers, large farmers, and I agree. You know, Monterey, Santa Barbara, these places have 50 and 100 acre farms, Lake County, and ours are small in comparison to that. But, you know, I've always supported the craft boutique market. I think that's where we always had our best chance to make it in this international. Right now, it's just a state market, but eventually national and an international market is through having the best, as people have said today, the best flower on the planet, which we already had the reputation for. And I don't think anybody could ever point to any product that had an international reputation for being the best on the planet without a dollar being spent on marketing. That was all word of mouth based on the quality of the product, right? So we can regain that, but it's going to take time and effort to get there. So I don't like the way S is now. I think we can recreate it and do a lot better. I don't think we can go backwards. I don't think that, listening to John Bartholomew and just understanding this stuff pretty well, it's really difficult to go backwards and pay money back that people already paid in, et cetera. And it was interesting doing a deep dive on the tax information that John Bartholomew was sharing. And I spent some time playing with an Excel spreadsheet. And the data that I was able to come up with using 2020 tax payments was that over 80% of farmers under 10,000 square feet have paid their entire 2020 tax bills. Over 80% of the small farmers have paid their entire 2020 tax bills. Another 10% have made their first installment. So 90% have either paid in full or made their first installment. For those that are 1 acre or larger, only 50% have paid their taxes in full. And the 4 largest farms in Humboldt County haven't paid a dime on their taxes for 2020. It's just interesting. I'm not suggesting anything about that data, but it was extremely interesting to me to see that literally the bulk of the small farmers have paid those taxes. And I think that's because, the product from 2019 still had pretty good value, right? But as each year has gone along and the costs of compliance and dealing with conditions and everything else have grown, and the price went down for a product, this last year, and it went down even the year before, people are now starting to run out of cash and getting into a corner with all this stuff. And I think that's a lot of what we're talking about is the future tax burden. There's certainly folks that are struggling with just paying 2020. I get that. I really do. But at any rate, I just thought that data was really quite interesting to me in terms of who's paid, who hasn't. I don't know what it says, but that's the data for what it's worth. The last thing I wanted to say is that, it's not just the current tax burdens and other things going on in the industry, but as we heard today, we just got another, $3.5 million grant coming in from the equity program from the state. We also have $13 million of an $18 million chunk of money the state gave us a few months ago, and $13 million of that is being allocated to go to water storage and forbearance, conversion to solar, and perhaps roads to reduce sediment. And, what I'm hearing from the farmers is that, well, that's great, but it's a matching program, 1-to-1. And I don't have $10,000 or $40,000 to match. So they're concerned, and I am, that we're getting all this money coming down that we may not even be able to efficiently and adequately access if people don't have the matching money to be able to secure that. So I wanted to offer another solution that wasn't brought up in the staff report, but it was certainly identified, as I said earlier, in the previous reports of support for the industry that the board has done. And we talked in that report, it talked about how our board and staff were going to work on incentives. Well, here's one that I think would work really, really well. And that is tax credits. Not forgiveness for past debt, but tax credits going forward, whereby a farmer might want, let's say they already installed solar, they've already installed storage for water. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd go back and allow those to be matching funds going back to 2016. And I use this as an example that we have a model of this in the North Coast Resource Partnership, which is an amazing 7-county program, hundreds of millions of dollars for fisheries, sewer and water lines, storage tanks, you name it. And in that program, you're allowed to go back 3, 4, 5 years sometimes to gather up various money you've spent that qualify as a match. And when you allow a broad, flexible set of years for an applicant to come up with the match money, what you do is you increase the ability for those people to leverage one-to-one grant monies. So the idea could be that money being spent towards storage and forbearance, conversion to solar, and repairing roads so they produce less sediment. If you have receipts for that work, you bring that forward as a request for a tax credit. You've already spent this money. We're not asking you for new money, but you use it as a tax credit on this year's bill for 2022 for 2021 growing, or 2023 or 2024, up to say $40,000. And you could amortize it over 3 or 4 years. I talked to Director Ford a bit about this, but it would be a way where you take money you've already spent, use it as a match one-to-one to get some of these other monies to do more road work, more water work, more solar work, and then have the money you've put into it, as evidenced by receipts, as a tax credit on future taxes. I realize that reduces revenue to the county, but what it does is incentivizing protecting the environment and doing things that are really important, like storing water from the winter, like fixing roads, like converting to solar for climate change and things like that. So I just wanted to offer that up for consideration because I don't believe we're making a decision today. I think that staff have asked us to have a robust discussion about ideas from what we've heard today and talking to the rest of our community and bring forth ideas that staff could then tease out the details of and bring back to us as final options for consideration in a few weeks. So I just want to put that on the table as a way that, you know, it doesn't deal with past burden, but it absolutely would help people with future burden. It would treat everybody equally. If you've spent the money in the last several years, we'll count that. If you intend to spend the money in the next few years, we can count that. These are all ways to help the farmers while at the same time getting that leverage of that money coming down from the state to be able to do this. So just want to offer that up as a solution.
Supervisor Madrone, I just see the attorney's hand up. I'm just going to him first to see if he was going too far here on something.
I don't think so.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't mean to cut off any discussion. I just wanted to clarify, we asked that the item come back. It would just be to memorialize the decision your board makes today, be an official resolution with findings. I don't know that the intention was to bring back, it was really just to, the board makes a decision and then it comes back, as you do with appeals, to officially adopt everything. So I think we are, CAO Hayes, I think we are looking for direction and then to come back within a week to just memorialize that direction.
And I hate to say it, I'm going to speak up. Sorry, just a second. I don't think we're going to get there tonight. So I'd like to know what happens if we don't, because we're getting a lot of ideas coming forward. But let me let Supervisor Madrone finish, and I would like to hear from the CAO on this. Then we'll go to Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I appreciate that clarification from our county council. And yeah, having read the agenda item, I agree that that's generally what the intention was. But like you said, Madam Chair, I'm not sure we're going to be able to make a decision today. I think there's a lot of stuff on the table. And frankly, the way the agenda item was written, it absolutely provides an opportunity for the ideas that I've just brought forward in terms of tax credits with leverage for the money coming down from the state to do good things. So let's see where the discussion goes, but thank you very much.
And CAO Hayes, did you want to, I mean, considering how the conversation is going here, I don't know if we would land on a resolution of sorts. And we did hear from the county council that it sounds like we're more limited. Can you provide some enlightenment on what how we can actually potentially take a little more time to be thoughtful about what the decisions are we're making?
Yes, and I very much value your board's desire to do that. This is certainly a very big decision. I think that getting some direction, if you're not able to come to any consensus tonight on what your top priorities for evaluation are so that we can hone in some on that would be helpful. Two maybe 3 at the max, I would suggest. And then we can also plan on maybe a special meeting where the day is specifically held for the specific topic.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, because I know it's been a long day and we still have long to go. And I think this one we need to have all of our brain power on board. Supervisor Bohn and Wilson?
Yeah, this is for John Bartholomew. Everything, Steve, you wanted to keep it simple. I think Steve just gave you the simplest thing. We'll give everything all over the place. Is he right when he says the 4 largest have not paid? Because I'm under a different understanding, and I don't know if we can get to $11 million if they haven't contributed at all.
What Supervisor Madrone stated is correct. The 4 largest permit holders did not pay anything for the 2020 cultivation year.
Okay.
Director Ford, I figured.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to clarify that there are some larger permit holders that do not show up as being among the largest because they've got multiple permits at a single acre. So some of them have 7 acres, or one in particular has 7 acres. You know, they show up as having paid, but they don't show up as being one of the largest, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, through the chair. I was just hoping that maybe we could, just for sake of, kind of trying to move forward with direction, like kind of break this apart in years in terms of like trying to get what that direction would be. So it's like year 20, year 21, and year 22 moving forward. So that I think that might be helpful. All
right, we'll start with you.
Okay.
20.
So, I from my perspective, if we have a 80, almost 90, 80% payments on year 20, it seems to me we probably shouldn't mess with that too much. It seems that we should probably just leave that as it is and keep the, I guess, I don't have the word correct in terms of like, it's not is it a deferment in terms of maybe you could help me, Alicia. I'm just like blanking here for a second. What did we offer already? Like,
a suspension or a waiver?
Oh, a suspension or a waiver. Well,
I'm sorry, for 2020 second quarter, which was due in October, you deferred that payment to May, as you did the first installment of 2021 that is about to go out. Both of those payments can be due by May 31st without any penalties.
So I think for 2020, I think we're just extending the deferment. We can do that, right? We can just extend the deferment. Is that something that we can do?
You can certainly extend the deferment past the May date is what you're proposing.
I'm just throwing it out there as a concept.
Yeah, you can budgetarily. I think that's why we went with the May date, to keep it in the same fiscal year, so we wouldn't have any fiscal impacts to that. If you were going to defer it out past that point in time, then we would anticipate, at this point in time, we've got about a $7 million shortfall. So,
right.
Whether or not anybody would come in and pay their taxes at this point in time is probably unlikely.
Right, and I think, I mean, otherwise, what are we doing if we're, if we go back and do anything else, then we're starting to do refunds.
Correct.
Right? Yeah, and that's gonna, unless we're doing as Supervisor Bohn sort of put out there, which was the idea of paying, putting that payment forward basically is one option. But if we're just extending the deferment for 2020, then we could keep on an annual basis, deferring, right? I mean, that's entirely possible thing to do with relationship to 2020, and and then moving into 2021. You're saying the October is due in May. Is that what we're saying right now?
The March payment, which would be the first installment of the cultivation year of 2021,
right,
is typically due in April. It's been a deferment has been provided to the end of May. Correct, John? Do I have that timing?
My understanding is that the only deferment was for the 2020 cultivation tax. Not yet billed for the 2021 cultivation tax. And I did want your board to be aware that with the first installment due March 15th, I would like to have some direction relative to when a decision will be made, because our billing cycle needs to be pushed out further. So the first installment due date should be pushed out if there's going to be a delay in us sending out bills. So to be more specific, CAO Hayes, there's been no changes to the 2021 cultivation year billing and collection of taxes that I'm aware of.
Through the chair, and this is a question for John, have people paid on that already?
For the 2021 year, no, because we have not sent out any bills. We are actually meeting with our operating system provider tomorrow relative to the upload of all those transactions or the bills that will be going out. And that's why I would like some direction from your board for how soon and if we will be sending those out in the near future.
So through the chair, a question for CAO Hayes. We could amend, I guess, what that, by percent or whatever, some of those options, this bill before it goes out for 2021. And then kind of we could still hold off on 2022 for a discussion later, correct?
Correct, yes. I think to John's point, sending out a bill that is not what your board intends to collect and then recanting, so to speak, on that is incredibly cumbersome in his system. And so I think that he would likely hold off one way or the other on sending something out until we've received some affirmations on what reprieve would be provided to the cultivators. Also, on a side note, I was bringing up the item when that deferment took place in the past. That was on October 5th, and it did ask and gained approval for October 2021 and April 2022 payment of excise taxes to be paid by May 31. So it's second installment of last year, first installment of this year.
So as an example, we could do the straight up 50% for 2021. And I'm just using it as an example. I mean, anywhere from 100 to 0, basically, whatever that may be, or in some of these sort of tiered options that were thrown out there as well. And moving along, and then we would have later another discussion about what we do to 2022 as opposed to complete suspension, which I think again is I would want to try, and if we're going to adjust this, we should adjust it, I think, with sort of the market forces in mind. But we would be the only thing that would be adjusting with market forces in mind in terms of costing. I mean, to the farmer. I mean, it's like state tax is going to be the same, property tax is going to be the same, materials are going to be the same, everything's going to be the same, and maybe even more with inflation. So we'll be the only thing that reduces, I think, more or less in terms of costing that I've heard that would be out there as an option, which I which makes me question the pick a number. I'm not sure what the overall impact will actually be. I mean, I don't know how many farms will save or not as in this decision as it is anyway. I understand the number as part of this. I understand the idea of the moral quandary of this, but we have that at every taxing level that we do and every spending level. We always say a budget is a moral document, right? I mean, that's what it is, whether it's the federal, state, or local level. So I think that looking at those two steps, and then the third step is the 2022, and I would postpone the decision about 2022 for sure. I wouldn't have that in this realm. And I think for me, I think keeping 2020 the same, and then basically figuring out how we're going to adjust 2021 would be this would be the simplest breakdown I could imagine for us to come out of with some direction. But maybe other supervisors have other ideas.
Well, no, I don't have any ideas. I mean, I think you can tell the will is here to do something. We just aren't exactly sure how or what at this point. And I would like to hear what CAO Hayes says about what Supervisor Wilson mentioned. And yes, Supervisor Bohn, I see your hand went up again. But Alicia, is it really the simplest way to break it down? Not like there's a simple way, probably.
This is a complicated conversation for sure. I do like Supervisor Wilson's suggestion to delay the 2022 decision. I think that we have plenty of time to address that. And, also as Supervisor Bohn said earlier, 6 months ago, the industry was doing great. So clearly just a few months can have a dramatic impact on the industry. Maybe it's better, maybe it's significantly worse, but I think that it would be prudent for your board to take some time to study that a little bit further.
One of the things I want to say is just for people to understand, and obviously there's a will to do something, but for everything we do, there's going to be changes in the rest of how monies go out in the county, which is fine. But, because we want to keep public safety all intact, because whatever Measure Z is going to change whatever we do to S and we can't pay, then Measure Z, I could see that going to be basically nothing to the communities anymore, but just to provide the public safety and these other pieces. I guess I'm wondering, okay, so we do changes in Measure S. What do you think the overall changes would be to the funding downstream? I mean, you have Measure S gives money to some chambers of commerce or visitors groups. Well, those dollars are going to be gone. I just, what are the other impacts? Because we have to find the money from somewhere, and Z is the only other place I would think. And we have to keep public safety whole. So I'm just kind of wondering, what those downstream effects look like, or maybe that's to be seen. Maybe there's no answer.
Supervisor Madrone has his hand up. I can respond after his comments.
Thanks. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, no matter what we do, revenues are going to be decreased. I mean, that's what's already happening, right? So we could reduce the 2021 tax by 50% for everybody, just to be fair, regardless of size, and get 50% of the tax revenue coming in from 50%, or from all the people, most of the people, or we can not reduce the tax and get 50% of the revenues because the rest of them failed. I mean, so, really, no matter how you look at it, we're looking at reduced revenues. And we as a board are going to have to deal with that. I don't think they're going to be reduced so far that we're not able to take care of some of those critical things like first five, a few deputies, and some of the other things that are just so critical, like our ADA work and other things. That doesn't take up the whole 10, 15 million, right? That's a few million, 3 million, 5 million, whatever. So we're going to have the revenues from that. We already do from 2020, as I said, in the data that I presented. So, you know, either we take this action and maybe save a whole lot of farms that can continue to produce revenue for the county in the future, which is, I think, what we heard a lot of today, or we cannot take that action and watch a whole lot of them fail and they won't be providing us with any revenue in the future, right? So it's not a real tough decision for me, frankly, on that level.
I don't think it's tough. I think everyone is wanting to make it better and to do something that will help. I'm just saying, I don't think it's true if we say there's only $2 or $3 million, because we also know that we do have increase in salary costs, which is fine. You know, we can put in hiring freezes or whatever we need to do to adjust. It's just looking at the bigger picture. Like I said, I'm happy to do something. I don't know what it is yet. I'm not sure we're ready to land on it. I do think providing relief is important. I just, I'm also one that just kind of looks at the, it's just understanding everything we do has another act, something else happens, and it's just understanding what we're getting into.
Right.
I'm happy to help. I just like to know.
I wasn't quite finished. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So my point is that no matter what happens, we're looking at reduced revenues, and we're going to have to work with that. It just seems to me that supporting the industry in the short run, waiting for things to settle out, is probably a good move. And I want to do it fairly, and I want to do it equitably and not go backwards, frankly. But I think that in addition to this one item that Supervisor Wilson has suggested we might be able to act on by cutting it out, what are we doing with 2021? I agree with that approach. But a couple of those are, we can direct staff based on that recent consultant survey we did on Measure S. We could consider working with our industry and our communities to come back with a better measure, something that's designed better to deal with 23, 24, 25 by, recrafting a better ordinance than Measure S. That's not a flat rate that somehow, and it doesn't put the burden on the farmer because, as I said before, the consumer is already paying the cost. That's a second item. We could also, even if we have tax bills for 2021, we can work with planning and building department and our economic development team to craft a tax credit approach that can be used, as I described, to try and leverage a bunch of this state money that's coming down. So those are several actions that we could probably take. Only one of them would take effect right away. The others would be for stuff to come back to us and figure out. But, I could see us moving in that direction.
Supervisor Wilson?
Okay. I'm just trying to gauge, like, I just threw out the 50% because it was the top of the line, it was there, and it was it was on the list, and it seemed like it was still above what the market, at least what I understand the market drop has been. But again, I don't have a lot of data other than what people have told me. And maybe other supervisors could chime in or there were some tiered options. There was some other things that the CAO has offered, but the simplest and I think the easiest one was just the 50% across the board. Again, I'm not so excited about maybe the tier 3 50% because, again, as far as I understand, the indoor prices are still fairly high, and there's multiple turns on that. And I understand it's only 1%, but I'm just trying to we tiered those out for a reason. We tier them out in our ordinances. We tier them out in our taxes. So it just seems that we might consider less than 50%, even if 50% was the number, less whatever the number is that we would consider. And then with the tier 2 as well, I will say that it's probably one of the more impactful land use practices associated with agriculture in these spaces. Well, and so we may want to consider that also in this discussion, because tier 2 is multiple turns with oftentimes in there we've heard of having generators and other things like that, and it's just very it's a lot of lights and those sorts of things. And there's just more to it. Again, if they're not selling their product, and then they're also in the same hurt that everybody else is in. So, because I don't think they're producing the same product that the indoor is producing. I don't think anyway. But.
So you mentioned 50% kind of across the board, but not. Supervisor Bones recommended 50%. Alicia, CAO Hayes, do you just want us to give you a number to work with? I mean, because right now we're talking all over, and she's got to come back and figure out how to do it, or how it's going to break down. So I'm just trying to go. We're trying to move forward on something, and I'm not sure how far we're going to get, because we've got a lot of good ideas, and I don't know what you're taking from this. What can you use the most? What do you need from us in order to come back with something?
Well, this is a policy decision on behalf of your board, and it's my job to effectuate your policy decision. So if you cut 5%, I'll make it work. If you cut 100%, I'll make it work. I mean, that's my job. And that's what we will go to the grind to figure out once we have some direction from your board. That being said, just to frame the picture around the budget this year, we did budget $9.3 million. We reduced that down significantly by more than $5 million because we were anticipating issuing some refunds for the litigation that had occurred last year. So that will be a bit of a saving grace for us because it leaves less of a gap that will need to be covered in any reductions. If you were to give a 50% cut, that basically leaves me flush with where we are budgeted this year. I will likely work into that some level of delinquency rate. We've typically in the past done 18%. So it looks from the prior years that's probably a fairly close estimation. So that will bring us down to the 8 million mark if you were to go with 50%. Again, this is the hard decision for your board on what reprieve you want to offer. I will make whatever you do work out.
I'll make a proposal that we do 50% reduction in tier 1, 25% reduction tier 2, 0 reduction in tier 3. And I'm just throwing it out there as a concept and seeing if there's other ideas, but I'm just gonna plop it out there for discussion and hopefully we can settle on something.
Yeah. Right. So originally you were saying 50% across the board, but then not. And so now you just broke it down to what you're thinking. Supervisor Bohn, your hands up. We can't hear you. I mean, I can hear you, but the rest
80% of the small growers have already paid everything. That's not small. I mean, I think they're all small compared to Santa Barbara. We're all small. Here, we're mega grows. 80% have already paid.
I'm talking about 2021.
Prospectively.
I fully understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, how about we catch up this year and forgive next year? Because then we'll have the extra monies in. We just heard we'd be flush at 50%, and then look at where we are the following year. I mean, because this could change, and then we'd actually get the money that's the delinquent monies that are out there, and then we don't have to worry about the people who've already paid. The people that just haven't paid will have to. That gives them an incentive to pay up, and then hope for the best that this turns around next year.
So Alicia, oops, sorry.
That's okay. I didn't quite grasp it. So I was just trying to understand. So for 2020, that's where we just say that's the same. If people are delinquent on that, they're delinquent on that moving forward. 2021, you're saying do some reduction, and then moving into 2022, just a no tax collected in 2022. Is that what you're saying? I just want to, can you?
1 year, but everybody gets caught up before that 1 year. So this coming year, because we're on 2 years ago money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the October payment that some are late, and the April payment that's due in March, those be paid, and then we forgive the next two payments. No percentages, no, somebody gets a little, somebody gets a little, somebody, you know.
Yeah, I'm not for I'm not all that excited about just complete forgiveness. I think it should at least match market values. I mean, that's what we're being told is the driver for this. And so for me, it'd be like 30% or something like that would be for that time, and not a complete cessation. Because then we would be setting the tone. We would be setting what we'd be expecting from the state to do. We can, and others to match that.
Mike, they're asking for relief for 2 years. I'm giving one. We could give 50% a year for two, but we're going to end up with the same number. Or if they drop off or not. All I'm trying to do is we're sitting here talking about wanting to support and jumpstart it and do what we can for the industry that is a different industry than we all face, as we've, talked about redundantly over. So I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there, and I'm just saying, the ones that are behind the 20% of the 10,000 square foot or less, and then the others will get caught up. And then nothing next year that will give the CAO, okay, we better not buy new trucks. I don't know. We better not get new office chairs for the supervisors. Maybe we'll sell the ones they have. This is mine. So, I mean, I don't know. So I'm just saying we can budget forward. I don't know if that works. I'm just tossing it out there. Are we following markets and everything else? No, we're not. We're taking a pretty bold step for a market that I've heard everybody say is ours, and it's been robust, and it's been everything else, and it's time for us to be robust back and wear it if we have to.
I want to ask the CAO. So Supervisor Bohn is making it sound like, whatever we're doing this year, and then 100% forgiveness next year, and then you'll figure it out. I mean, what will that leave? I mean, I'm just kind of figuring out, chairs and cars and stuff are totally different, but I'm just wondering how that, and Alicia, how do you see that working? What would that leave you to?
I do hear him straddling two calendar years. So that would mean the October payment for 2021 would be waived, and the April payment for 2022 would be waived. So that would leave the 22-23 budget year with a $10 million shortfall.
Okay.
Where was where's the 50% reduction occur then in any of that?
That's based off of current year's revenues. So if you were to do a 50% reduction, then that would leave us status quo on the budget. So that I'm assuming no increases. Typically, I would have come into next year if we had a stable environment, and I would have upped the revenues to 15 or 16 million based off of trends. But as I said earlier, I already reduced this year down to 10 million, which is right at a 50% tax base, assuming no delinquency rate.
I just have a little bit of a issue with, a complete cessation at any point in time, because that's really hard to come back from. I'm just saying, that is very difficult for a board to then come back and start talking about, increasing from zero, or even stabilizing at that rate. I mean, I just think it'll never come back. And I just have to say, I don't have a lot of confidence in a new tax structure being created, as much as I want it to happen. I mean, I really do. I think it should what we went through the last time was hard, and then we would have to bring it back to the voters again, and it just seems like complete cessation is not where I would like this to go. I mean, even if it's somewhat nominal to keep us moving, like 25% or something like that, to just keep it rolling, I think is important. That's just me. It's like 50%, and then maybe in the next one it goes down to 25. But I'm not. I guess the complete suspension is something I think I would have a hard time with. But whatever the majority of the board's going to do, I'm happy to be supportive in the long run.
Supervisor Madrone, I mean, I know your hand's on it, but I'm just going to ask everyone the thoughts on this proposal. Just trying to get us to move forward somehow.
Yeah, we're trying to be Solomon here, right? And split the baby in half. I mean, it's crazy stuff. Because these funds do support some really valuable, important, and critical programs in our county. $400,000 goes to First Five every year for ACEs and all these other incredible programs that I don't want to see these things cut. I absolutely understand the difficulties, and I think what we're trying to do here is figure out a way to reduce as much as we can without putting all kinds of other programs on the skids, at the same time, because there's a lot to consider here as a board, and that's really what we're struggling with, right? So, as I said before, I think that it's very difficult to go backwards. And frankly, if the message is out there that there is not going to be any forgiveness of 2020, my guess is that more of those 2020 taxes will actually be paid. I suspect that there are many people who are waiting to see what the outcome of this decision is today before they make those payments. Why make those payments if you think you're about ready to get them forgiven, right? So, I think 2020 is what it is. We've put out the bills. We've moved things out, to May. And if people become delinquent, as John said, they can develop a payment program, but of course, fees and interest rates and things still apply. But really what we're looking at here is what to do about 2021. And I could support a 50% reduction because I see that as a way to help the industry equally. I like what Mike put forward, Supervisor Wilson, of that being for just tier 1 and I think what he said was 50% for tier 1, 25% reduction for tier 2, and 0% reduction for tier 3. Tier 1, 2, and 3 are outdoor, mixed light, indoor. I could support that because it provides significant reductions for people within the realm of what we can afford as a county while still trying to protect these valuable programs that we do. That being said, that's just 2021. And as I've said over and over again, I am absolutely on board with wanting to recraft a better ordinance that doesn't put the burden on the farmers because, as I said, the consumer's already paying this. So put it at the dispensary, put it at the other end, take it off the farmer, and then developing tax credit programs so that we can leverage these millions and millions of dollars coming down from the state that if people don't have any cash, they're not going to leverage that money. And I realize those are longer term pieces, but that leveraging of those grant monies will happen within the next year. And if people don't have the money to apply for that, we could see 5 or 10 million of that money going back to the state unspent because we didn't come up with grantee applicants that have the money to leverage. So I think we have one thing to do today. What are we doing with 2021? Finalize some percentage basis and then direct staff to start working on a better ordinance for the future, as well as a tax credit program to be able to leverage all that money from the state. That's what I would see us trying to move forward on.
So, Celia Hayes, I mean, I'm hearing all this. I really wish we could somehow get this down in form where we can actually read it and kind of digest it, because I don't mind. I think the credit program sounds interesting. What does it really look like? I know you did have a breakdown of the different percentages, like 50% or whatever. I just want to make sure we're making a decision that we're all on the same page and knowing what the results are going to be, ish. So I don't know. Steve?
Yeah, I would be willing to make a motion that we adjourn this discussion and call a special meeting next week on Monday or whatever we need to do to be timely where we just deal with this issue, because trying to make this decision at 6:30 at night after 9 hours of meeting is not how anybody does their best work. So I appreciate what you're saying, that, you know, even if we kind of come to some agreement, we don't have anything in writing in front of us to really digest. So why don't I'll make a motion that we table this discussion to be picked back up at a special meeting at our earliest convenience to get back into this discussion. And perhaps between now and then, the staff have heard enough of the discussion today to maybe hone things in and give us something that's a little tighter, because they did their job. They gave us options. And now we're honing that in, and we use that to make a informed decision when we're not tired and burned out. So I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that motion. And my assumption is that the staff will come back with, like, not just, I mean, it honed in for sure, but understanding what the spectrum of these options might be for us to, and seeing where we're getting into. So.
And CAO's Hayes?
Yeah, I think I'm hearing your board have two preferences. One being a straight across everybody percentage cut, so we can make some recommendations on 25, 50, 75, and then also some cuts based off of tier. And so same thing there. We can provide some variances within those different tier structures as well. I'm not hearing anybody wanting to discuss small farms. I'm not hearing anybody wanting to discuss the deferral program with a waiver and a follow-up application process. So if that meets the majority's expectations, then we can hone in on those two different ideas and provide some different variable scenarios.
No.
What, Supervisor Bohn? Why?
And I'm not the majority, so I guess it meets the majority. But but what I'm saying is I would like this year paid in full, and next year suspended or held and hold till the following year. And that gives us time to work on a ballot measure. It gives us a lot of time to work on stuff. And it also gives you enough time to work on, hey, next year I'm not going to have this revenue. And if we don't do anything, I'm not sure. I think that revenue is going to be down. What have we got entered in the books for next year anyway? 9 million? Or, I mean, we're not, it's going to be tough anyway. So I think, you know, and I mean, if Mike wants to have something on the Williamson Act, the state puts $1,000 in there every year, so it stays open, but they don't support it. So, I mean, if he wanted to do 10% is just to make him feel better, I could understand that. But I think Rex is, and then we'd have more to work with if everybody paid this year, and we work with everybody that needs to. You know, there's going to be some delays. There's going to be, I heard late payments and suspensions, and we haven't been charging late payments because we're working with them. And I mean, I know this is outside the box, but I don't know how many of you guys have ever written a marijuana tax and cultivation. And like I said, everybody that says this is the stupidest thing they've ever seen, I can't find any of them ever talked, you know, in 2016. So.
And I would say that I think what Rex is proposing isn't an unreasonable option. I think it should just be laid out when we have that discussion. It should be one of the things we look at. Absolutely. I think it's completely reasonable. I think also that there is no such thing that of any tax scheme that is perfect or universally loved. So that doesn't exist. And so it doesn't matter what we have today or what we might produce in the future. It's just, hopefully if we get to that place that we do something in the future, it's better. But I do think that modifications to what we have now will get us somewhere a little bit better. And so I think you guys have direction, and I would hope that what Supervisor Bohn is suggesting is right there for us to consider.
Okay, so CAO Hayes, does that make sense? Kind of what we're asking to come back?
That does make sense, yes.
Are we doing this Monday?
You might have to have, Alicia may have to look at that. Do we want to pick a date certain?
I'll coordinate with your clerk of the board on when the majority of your board is available. Monday is the day that I meet with all of you, so that we'll be together for the day.
And
so
you still will do that.
Rearrange.
And if you want to know if the room's available, my office is available for me on Monday. I checked.
Monday is likely a good possibility.
And for the record, all the chairs in my office came from my house.
My sofa did. So. All right, so do we need to vote on the motion that's laid out? I think we do probably. Okay, but it's not to a date certain. You will research that. Okay, Nikki, do you want to restate the motion? No, you don't.
The best I got with all of that was to table this discussion I will wordsmith it, but table the discussion to be brought back to a date undetermined to discuss. And then I don't know. Do I need to put something? Do I just need to bring it back? Do I need to have the specific information? Both Supervisor Wilson and go ahead.
Sorry, I think it's just to return with refined options.
Perfect. And I see County Council has popped up.
Chair, I think that's accurate. I think the original motion said adjourn, which is a term of art, which is not what I think you want to do. But if the motion maker is fine with what the deputy clerk said, I think that's accurate.
Oh, he's nodding yes. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
I think I said tabled the discussion. I did use the word adjourn at one point in mine, but anyway, thank you.
Okay. Then shall we vote?
Yes. Okay. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
5 hours later, and yeah, let's meet again.
Perfect. Thank you. Motion passes 4-0, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
sorry, Chair Bass. Before we move on to the next item, Michelle would like to come back and make a statement.
Yeah, we're ready for Supervisor Bushnell to come back in.
I had 6:20 on the pool anyway, so I'm out.
Okay, I just promoted.
I should have gone a little later than I did. So,
yay!
Welcome back, Michelle.
So I haven't had to recuse myself before, and I didn't do that very well, and I'd like to clarify, if I may, for first of all, I would like the headlines tomorrow not to be that I had to, but that that our cannabis community is struggling and that this board is trying to find options. Second, I have had conversations with my attorney and with county council and with my CAO. I have a cannabis farm, Bootleg Farms LLC, that I have not yet received excise tax for, but will, and I got my state license January 3rd of this year. I've not cultivated that farm as of yet. I don't know if I intend to. However, I have also written FPPC to try to get written documentation. I don't singly profit or not from this motion. However, I am part of the motion, and with the guidance that I have received from my counsel and in long discussions with my counsel, I thought it best that I recuse myself so that the cannabis community, with this discussion, that I don't jeopardize the discussion that happened today. I would not want to do that. I listened to public comment through the online thing, and I understand people are disappointed. I am as well. I have slept very little. I really love my community and am very supportive of it, especially the cannabis community. community, I am part of the cannabis community. So I realized earlier I could have done better. It was very hard for me to do that, but I felt it was necessary in protection of the cannabis community so that I didn't ruin something that came up with it. So good job, you guys, long discussion. I didn't take the easy way out. I would have much rather been there. And just thank you for letting me explain. And next time I'll do a better job. I hope there isn't a next time that I have to do that.
All right, thank you. So now I think we're going to move on to our fifth item of the day, sort of kind of our third department item. And it also comes to us from the CAO's office, and it's an introduction of the proposed ordinance relating to supervisorial districts and boundaries. County Council Billingsley, can you please introduce this ordinance?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Before your board is an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt, reenacting ordinance number 2461 and adopting the boundaries defined therein in accordance with the federal decennial census as required by California Elections Code sections 21500 et sec.
Wow. All right. That's a lot.
I make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion second. I know we do have staff on, but probably don't want to talk if it looks like it's moving forward. So any supervisors have any comment they want to make before I go to public comment on this?
I would like to thank Neftali for her presentation. It was very concise and thorough and helped me make my motion.
All right.
Mega dittos, absolutely.
All right. Well, we'll go to the public. And there is no one that wants to comment on this item. So go back to the board. There's been a motion and a second. And I guess we're ready for a roll call vote. This is a lot easier than the last one.
Just a little bit. Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
Supervisor
I
Madrone.
went from 25% to 20% that quick.
Supervisor Madrone.
All about the percentages, yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Thank you, Neftali.
Good job.
All right. So the next item comes to us from County Council, and it's introduction of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors regarding coal. My understanding it does not need to be introduced because the language in the agenda was concise enough or clear.
That's correct, Chair. This is a continuation of your board's discussion on October 5th. The discussion was about the use of coal and rail service in Humboldt County. At that meeting, your board adopted a resolution declaring the county's opposition to the negative impacts of potential coal export and directed staff to work on an ordinance. That ordinance is now here before your board. There are a lot of issues with regulating coal, so this ordinance is narrowly focused to effect a prohibition on the storage and handling of coal on property owned or leased by the county. It will look very similar to the ordinance that was passed by the city of Eureka. And I also wanted to add that there's a new Senate Bill 307 working its way through that would also have similar restrictions on state money being used on rail service or any coal projects in Humboldt County.
I make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
And the power of one person is creating all this. One guy came to town and tried to push this through and got a couple of years to listen to him, but got nowhere, and he had no money. So.
All right, we'll go to the public comment. We do have one hand up. And go to 8859 and press *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Bass and board members, for the opportunity to bring attention to the county's efforts to protect our community from the seriously harmful impacts of coal. I'm Alicia Heyman, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the No Coal in Humboldt Coalition and our 20 member organizations, which include labor, environmental protection, recreation, transportation, and faith-based organizations. And I'll keep it really brief because, boy, what a long meeting you all have been through.
I just want to say that I really applaud your board for your strong opposition to bringing coal trains to our community. As everyone listening now is well aware, transporting coal along the Eel River for export out of Humboldt Bay would literally poison our region. And it's a shame, really, that any of us have to spend any amount of time fighting this absurd potential. And I'm just so thankful that our county leadership is positioned to take a firm stance against the storage and handling of coal on county-owned property. So I encourage you all to schedule this well-written ordinance for adoption at your next meeting and continue your strong support for trails, green energy, and clean air and water. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. And we have one more hand up, and that's last four digits of 1942. Press *6 to unmute.
Good evening. My name is Karen Underwood from Hydesville, and I'm here representing the Humboldt Trails Council. We are also a member of the No Coal in Humboldt Coalition, and but our organization is particularly grateful that you and your staff are introducing this coal ordinance today. We are in total support. It seems thorough and will protect our citizens and environment. The city of Richmond created a coal ordinance 2 years ago trying to phase out coal that was already being handled in their city. 3 fossil fuel companies and the Levin Richmond Terminal Corporation took them to court, and last November there was a favorable settlement for the city of Richmond. Coal at that terminal will be phased out over the next 5 years. It is a much stronger position to be in to have a coal ordinance in place before trains are actually bringing coal to Humboldt County. Thank you for being proactive with this ordinance and this opportunity to speak. Good day, or rather, good evening.
Thank you. All right, we have one more hand up. That's 7429. Press *6 to unmute. Ready for 7429, press *6. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. This is Roby Tenorio again, and I absolutely support this, and thank you very much for doing it. Good night.
All right, thank you. See no more hands up, so let's go back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
I just want to thank the board and staff for getting this going, and I just want to say that it's not specific to any transportation. It's storage and handling of coal, whether by train, by truck, by mule, doesn't matter. We aren't going to have we have an ordinance against the storage and handling of coal on county properties and and properties managed by the county. So with that, let's go.
Okay. So we had a motion in a second, correct?
Yes, we did. Okay. You ready for me? Sorry, Chair. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Sure.
Supervisor Bushnell, sorry.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Right. So now we're going to move on to our fifth department item, and it comes to us from Human Resources, and it's regarding compensation adjustment for Director of Children and Family Commission. So, CEO Hayes, I didn't know if it's you or Dar.
Yes, I can jump on that. The Director of First Five, currently the position is held by Marianne Hansen. Their board has recommended a increase to the salary for that particular position. A bit of a unique situation with First Five. We sort of are pseudo intermingled in ways, and their payroll is on our system, and thus confirming this cost increase and pay increase is it's a requirement that your board affirm that.
I make a motion to support staff's recommendation.
I see Supervisor Bushnell's hand up. So
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Just through the chair, Alicia, I am on that commission and I'm a voting member and I voted for this. So do I need to disclose that here? Am I okay?
Sounds like you just did disclose it, so I think you're good.
Okay.
Second it then.
And
Do you
I'll
want to
second,
second it?
and I will second. Yes, please.
All right. The motion is second.
Humboldt.
All right, so we're gonna go to see if there's anyone in the public who'd like to comment on this item. All right, seeing none, we'll go back to the board, and I've got Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell.
And I think I served a year on that, and then I was an alternate. And you know, I thought when we had the changing the guard quite a while ago, and Mary Ann came on, I was kind of worried that, you know, because it had been running so smoothly, and then all of a sudden I realized she dropped a bigger motor and made it go faster and better and bigger. And I mean, just the job she has done has been above and beyond. And I really appreciate this. And she's had funding issues, and she's been so gracious in that, trying to get those straightened out. So I really appreciate Mary Ann and everything she's done. And sometime I'd like to get, maybe one of these years, I'd like to get back on the board, because it seems like some exciting stuff going over there. And she's always been so great about giving me stuff for my 3 grandkids. So, you know, when they were small, and their books, and they read them. So she's a gem. She's great.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. I would like to echo what Supervisor Bohn said. Additionally, my grandchildren participate in First 5 playgroups and in the Blocksburg area, which is very rural. And it's been, you know, COVID has kind of squashed that for a minute, but it's such an important, First 5 is such an important option that we have in Humboldt County. Mary Ann, I've been on the board a year now, a little over a year. I appreciate all the time she's taken with me and brought me current on all the issues. She's always available to talk. I've gone to some of their outreach that they've done in the Fortuna and Garberville area, and I just really appreciate her, and just a genuine, sincere person that works terrifically hard for our young communities.
Good night.
Oh, sorry.
What was
I think you said good night. I think Alicia said good night to someone.
That was me. I'm sorry. Staff are starting to depart the building. My apologies.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson and Madrone.
Oh, just to echo. I think every one of us now has spent time on the First 5 board, I think. And it is just one of the most wonderful experiences as a supervisor you can have. And if there's anyone out there that is thinking about volunteering for an organization, the board at First 5 is a wonderful place to consider, or any of their outreach programs. It is just the best. And Mary Ann just brings it. Dropping a bigger motor in, also dropping, moving from internal combustion engine to electric, because man, it just like takes off. She's doing it, and it is amazing. I am so happy that she's there and will continue. So thanks.
Steve, be a little careful. She's going to come back for 12 and a half before we vote. You guys don't knock it off.
Okay. So, Supervisor Madrone, do you have an engine analogy or motor?
I love it. You know, old school, new school, you know, it's all good. We have diversity on this board. Isn't that a wonderful thing? I just want to say thank you to Mary Ann, her board, all of her staff for everything they do. And those 2 little hardcover storybooks are in the hands of my 1.5-year-old twin grandsons. So they're loving them, loving the little books. So thank you, Mary Ann.
Right, and I'll just jump on the bandwagon. Mary Ann is pretty amazing, and I think a lot of people don't know what First 5 does, and they don't understand the depth and breadth of how they bring community together. And Mary Ann is a treasure for sure. So I don't know if there's any more to say. So we have a motion and a second. Did we go to public comment? It's getting late, you guys. No, we didn't. Is there anyone in the public who'd like to comment? Mary Ann doesn't want to chime in?
Mary Ann wanting more money.
Oh, yeah, we got a hand up. 7386. Press *9, *6 on you.
Good
Welcome.
evening, supervisors. This is Marianne Hansen, and I am overwhelmed with appreciation and the hard work that your board does. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Marianne. I think you got a big vote of confidence here. All right, we'll go back to the board. We have that motion and the second. All right, I think we're ready for the roll call vote.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
That's a big yes.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, whatever.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right. So now we're moving on to our public hearing. And it comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's regarding an appeal of a Planning Commission decision. I did want to, well, first I'll open the public hearing. And I wanted to ask if any of our board members have any ex parte communications they wish to share with the rest of us. No. All right, apparently not. All right, well, this send. Yes, sir.
No, you're fine.
All right.
Carry on. You're doing good.
Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good evening. Good evening, members of the board. John Ford and Cliff Johnson with the Planning and Building Department to present an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a application to expand the cultivation area from 24,800 square feet to 64,800 square feet on a parcel. There really were no issues associated with the review of the application. The Planning Commission imposed a condition that required them to install water storage for a project they're proposed to a well for irrigation water. I'm going to ask Mr. Johnson to present the details of it, but this really is about a specific condition that the Planning Commission added. Otherwise, there were no issues with the project.
Thank you. And Cliff?
Yes, thank you, members of the board. Thank you, John. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'll try to move through this really quickly. Director Ford really framed the issue pretty well, I think. This is a single issue on this appeal, and so I think we can move through this presentation pretty quickly. Can I confirm that everybody's seeing my presentation here?
Yeah, I can see it.
Great. So this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval, which was unanimous. And the appellant is the applicant. They're one and the same. And as Director Ford mentioned, they're focusing on a single, it focuses on a single condition of approval that the applicant is requesting to be removed. Just real quickly, this is, as Director Ford mentioned, 24,800 square feet of existing outdoor cannabis. And then with the RRR provision and the new cannabis here, there's actually 40,000 square feet of new cannabis that is coming to the site. And that's really what this condition is focused on when we move into that. Powers from PG&E, the water source is a permitted groundwater well, and annual water use is 540,000 gallons. This just shows you where the project site is real quickly, about 3/4 mile east of Petrolia, 1/2 mile north of Mattole River. This is a satellite image of the property. This is the site plan, and I know it's a little bit confusing here, so I'm going to go back to the satellite image and just kind of orient you to where a lot of these features are, which is that there is existing, this is part of the pre-existing cultivation here. There's a little bit of pre-existing cultivation here, and then the new cultivation, as well as a reconfiguration, or I should say relocation of some of this, is going in this area, and then a little bit in this area. The red dot is the approximate location of the groundwater well, which is the subject of this appeal. So this is an excerpt of the well completion report. You can see the estimated yield is 20 gallons per minute, which is more than adequate for the irrigation needs of the project. The applicant did submit a letter that was prepared, or I should say an analysis that was prepared by a certified engineering geologist which documented that the well is not connected to surface waters and is drawing from a hydrologically isolated subsurface aquifer. This is just an excerpt of that analysis. So the appeal centers on this condition of approval, which the Planning Commission imposed when it was heard by the Planning Commission. And this is that the new cultivation, the RRR and the new cultivation proposed there, 40,000 square feet, 50% of that water would need to be developed by rainwater catchment or additional water storage from the well. So that ends up being 166,000 gallons of water storage that would be required as a result of this condition. The appellant, or the applicant, the same, is requesting this be removed and is arguing that, number one, there's no ordinance requirement in the second ordinance, the ordinance 2.0, I should have mentioned that, that requires water storage for a water source that is not diversionary. And that secondly, that with the documentation that was submitted by the geologist, there's really no reason to require the additional water storage. And so, and I should note that the Planning Commission did not make any findings relative to this condition of approval or why the water storage was needed. So it is our belief as staff that the requirement, or that this condition was imposed based on a concern about the sustainability of the groundwater resource. They definitely had the information that shows that this was a hydrologically isolated well. And so through the analysis of this appeal, we worked to craft a replacement condition that we thought would address the concerns of the Planning Commission, but would only get triggered in the event that there was evidence that showed that the groundwater resource was actually being impacted. And there's a lot of text on this slide, and so I don't want to go into too much about this, but the idea that we had was that we would require multiple measurements throughout the year to determine what the static water level was of the well and how that was being changed based on irrigation. And then if it was, the static water level was being decreased over a period of years, additional water storage or additional irrigation sources would need to be developed. Now, we've had some conversations with local experts, and that includes the certified hydrogeologist that the county is working with through the Drought Task Force. And we've, since the staff report was submitted to the Board of Supervisors, we've understood that this condition, as we've crafted it, really doesn't address the potential impact on the groundwater resource. And so we further understand that really when you're dealing with an isolated groundwater aquifer, it's very difficult to understand what is happening on an annual basis. And so that kind of takes us back to what the reason for this condition is. What is the impact that we're trying to address? And this is another excerpt from the analysis that a certified engineering geologist has done on the well, which is that the potential for hydrologic connectivity between nearby domestic wells, surface waters, and groundwater is negligible. And so based on that, we do not believe that there is any evidence to require additional water storage or an additional condition that at this point we are not sure how we would really implement relative to monitoring of a groundwater resource. And so based on that, we are revising our recommendation from what is in the staff report, and that would be that the Board of Supervisors approve the appeal and remove the condition requiring additional water storage, which in your resolution is condition of approval number 28, and approve the special permits. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Do we have, did the applicant or appellant should add any context to that? No? Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I'm just Cliff, if I heard you right, you're taking everything away that he was appealing. Right?
Yes, through
You're
the
taking the
through
conditions
chair.
away. You're taking the conditions away. So the applicant really isn't appealing anything because we've taken them all away, right?
Through the chair, correct. The applicant, appellant, I would believe, I don't want to speak for him, but I'm sure that they are in agreement with this recommendation. So this would be to essentially remove the condition that the Planning Commission imposed. That's our recommendation. That is what the applicant is asking for.
And the reason I asked Supervisor Bohn, hold on, is I know that they've been waiting through this whole thing, and some of them are with us. So I want to give them the opportunity if they wanted to say anything.
I just want to could I just interject real quick, just to make it really clear? We are recommending you grant the appeal as requested.
Okay. Right.
But give them what they want.
Correct.
So you could have them say thank you if you want, but okay.
I mean, staff does work, and
I know.
Supervisor Bushnell, and then I'll go to is Jason Goforth? Is he one of the folks on the company? Anyway. Okay, Supervisor Bushnell first, and then I'll go to Jason.
Well, so I have a question. Is Jason Goforth is he the applicant? He is, okay. And are you there, Jason?
Yeah, I am.
So I have a couple questions. My first question would be to Cliff or Director Ford. Do we know why the Planning Commission put this? What were their findings? Were there any significant findings for this? For adding the storage?
Yes, through the chair, they did not make any findings relative to water storage. And so we were left to try to determine what their concern was. We believe that was a concern relative to overdrafting of the groundwater resource.
But was that, I'm sorry, Cliff, was that stated? I'm sorry to interrupt. Was that stated that was their finding?
No, that was not.
I didn't find it.
So we don't know, so that you're presuming, so we don't know. They just put this rain storage on. The second question that I have, or the storage on, I'm sorry. The second question I have would be for the applicant. Did they phrase it and ask you if you were okay with that condition, or did they just insist on that condition? That question can either go to Cliff or Jason.
Oh, I didn't have any input at the time that it was put in.
Okay, so they imposed that condition without your consent.
It was imposed during the hearing. Yeah.
Okay, and did you push back or ask why, or?
It just happened so fast. I wasn't, yeah.
Okay, and then my last question, thank you, Jason, is to Director Ford. All of the information that you produced tonight about the hydrologically, all that stuff was available to the commission at the time of this hearing?
Do not believe the letter from David Lindbergh was available at the time of the hearing. We did provide, and correct me if I'm wrong on that, Cliff.
Yeah, just sorry to interrupt, but that letter was actually submitted to the Planning Commission. It was part of what was in front of them. And so that's why we had tried to interpret that their condition was really based on their concern about the groundwater resource, not the hydrologic connectivity.
Because they had the information stating that it wasn't. So that's where you came up with that assumption. And so this, I just want to confirm that this condition is outside of the ordinance.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks so much. And Cliff and John, thank you for being here all day. It's been a long day for you guys as well.
I make a motion, we accept staff's revised recommendation and approve the appeal. Is that right?
I'll second.
Okay, let's go out to see if there's anyone in the public who would like to comment on this item. There's one. Okay, so you're wanting to comment on this item, press *9 to raise your hand. We have a few. So first off, we're going to go to 7429.
Hi, good evening. This is, hello?
Hi, Roby.
Hi, good evening. This is Roby Tenorio. I believe it's a bit short-sighted for the planning on the planning approach by Humboldt County that we're here before you with this applicant's appeal of the condition that was placed on the permit by the Planning Commission. We're here because staff suggested and encouraged the applicant to appeal. This is really documented. You can see it in the emails exchanged between the senior planner, Cliff Johnson, and the applicant. The applicant asked for clarification on how much storage he needed to develop, and Cliff Johnson responded with the encouraging advice that he could appeal, saying just last week the board overturned a similar condition on a project on appeal, going against the condition required by the Planning Commission. And I don't understand why staff would not advise the applicant to apply for state funds to help purchase water storage. This project is very near two creeks, the Batole River, and several neighboring wells. And the analysis of hydro connectivity was based on the well logs again. And a 4-hour well test was done in 2017, well before our current multi-year drought. And that well test was done by the well digger. And so basing the claim of hydro non-connectivity on this information is not adequate, and it's misleading. And that's why the engineer states in his comments that it's unlikely to affect neighboring wells and surface water. So the project is for over 1.5 acres with no water storage, and the requirement was to store only half of the water needed for the new 40,000 square feet. So it's just who's going to be responsible. Storing water is a mitigation that works. So I don't understand why in the world you would not require it, and why in the world you would go against your Planning Commission. I wonder if the board supports this appeal, will the supervisors be the responsible party if neighboring wells are affected negatively, or will we be monitoring the surface water for negative effects? So I think there's a little bit more here than just it's outside the ordinance. We really need to look at the environmental impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roby. We'll go to 9687. Just press *6 to unmute, and we'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Kelly Fotos with Margaret Advisors. I just wanted to make a point that in watching these Planning Commission discussions, it's been a bit frustrating as they don't always offer the applicant an opportunity to speak, and don't offer, as the applicant has said, it happens so quickly. So their process tends to be a little haphazard, which can make it difficult for somebody to understand all of the conditions that are being imposed upon them, that are beyond the written documentation that they received before the meeting. They did request that the Board of Supervisors provide them clarification. That was the letter that was sent. You guys met about it and asked that they have written conditions that would cause the need for additional approval beyond staff recommendations. From what we've seen, they are not following your request that they do that. And I think this is an example of that. So we do ask that you, again, provide that clarification to the Planning Commission and they receive that proper guidance. I think that would allow the process to be more equitable to the applicant. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we have one more hand up, and 3053. That's Thomas. Welcome.
Good evening. This is Thomas Mulder. Can you hear me correctly?
Yes.
Hi. So you do see a unanimous vote there, but I personally do not support the condition. When this condition was added, we were in the beginning of this heightened drought where the Planning Commission was putting extra conditions as water storage and generator use and all those other types of things on projects. And I voted in support because I was in fear that this project may get denied, being as I was called, I think, number 2 to vote on, if I can't remember exactly, but that is the only reason. I feel that this project doesn't have the findings to support the condition, nor is it inside ordinance the 2.0, which this project is under, And lots of times it's very, very challenging. Sometimes you'll see votes that you may be in support. And realistically, it would be nice if we read the ordinances and followed the ordinances. So I support you granting this appeal as the motion is on the table. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Vass. I just want to respond to a couple things that the public had mentioned. As Mr. Johnson mentioned, the information from David Lindbergh, the geologist, was available to the Planning Commission. The determination was not simply based upon a well driller's log, although that was available also. And so when we talk about environmental impacts, this is not a situation where there has been no environmental analysis done. There is a programmatic EIR that's been done for 2.0, and this is under 2.0. Water usage was evaluated in that EIR.
I think you froze, John. Now you know how to hold real still.
We missed the last part, Director Ford.
Sorry, my internet connection is unstable and I'm at the office. The environmental analysis, the focus is the EIR that did evaluate the cumulative impact of permitting new cultivation, which this is, and identified that there would not be significant adverse impacts. What we've done on a project-specific basis here is used not only the well driller's log, but also information from a geologist to identify that this well is not only not hydrologically connected, but it is pulling from a different source of water from the adjacent domestic wells. And so it's not like it's competing for water with existing wells that are there that are serving surrounding properties. So the confidence level is high that the factual record shows that there won't be a significant adverse impact associated with the use of this well. So when you have that kind of confidence and that kind of factual record, the question becomes is why do you add mitigation? That's why we struggled with trying to come up with something that addressed the Planning Commission's concerns in terms of monitoring to demonstrate it. But in all honesty, the thing that we found is that in order to actually do it right, it imposes a huge burden on the applicant and creates almost full-time work for the county to receive the information on the well use and the water use and to be monitoring that on a monthly basis, and that becomes somewhat infeasible to really be effective. So the question is do we have enough information to base a decision that the use of the well will not significantly affect either the groundwater or surrounding groundwater that domestic wells are using. And based upon the information from the geologist, we find that that information is in the record.
All right, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple things. One, I find it highly unusual for a planning commissioner to come and provide testimony to us on an issue that came before them that they all voted unanimously on, and now that commissioner is telling us that he wants to change his vote or explaining why he voted the way he did, but he really meant to vote the other way. I mean, I find that highly unusual and actually very disturbing. At any rate, you know, looking at this situation, I would agree with the analysis that this deeper well at 150 to 160 feet of screening is below the surface aquifers that the other adjacent wells are using. I think that's a good analysis that was done, but I disagree with the analysis that it would have no effect on groundwater, in particular the Mattole River. A minor correction, looking at the map and throughout all the documents, this is called Mill Creek. And I can see why you called it that because that's what's on the topo map, but this is in fact East Mill Creek. Might seem like a minor thing, but Mill Creek is actually downstream. If you look at the topo map in attachment 6, you'll see Mill Creek. That's the Mill Creek, and this is actually East Mill Creek. And I say that because I actually worked in the Mattole for a long time, lived out there for many years, and I was the executive director of the Mattole Salmon Group from 2012 through 2016. And coho salmon, Chinook salmon, and steelhead still exist in the Mattole watershed, and they're all listed as endangered species. In fact, the coho are at such low numbers, they're really just hanging on by a thread. This winter we had, with the early rains, we had a nice run of coho come back. And there's been decades, 40 years of work in the Mattole to try and restore these fishery habitats. And coho are very dependent on the tributaries in the lower river, like East Mill Creek, Strawberry Creek. These creeks are what we call refugia in the estuary area or the lower river, where the fish will go out of the river, which has warm temperatures, and come up into these little tributary streams to be able to survive through the summer and then to go out to the ocean as bigger fish so they don't get eaten. So I can tell you for a fact, having done many, many surveys and worked there for decades, that the Mattole is hanging on by a thread, and it really can't absorb significant water withdrawal. So as a hydrologist, I will tell you, so one of the first things I did was take your information, take the letter from Lindbergh, whatever it is, the engineer, and analyzed a couple things. Very quickly, the well cap, the top of the well, is at 200 feet above sea level. This is directly out of the report. The well is 160 feet deep. So it goes down to 40 feet above sea level, basically. And in order to prevent a reduction of adjacent wells, the well was capped all the way around it, all the way down to, I believe, 140 feet or so. And the last 20 feet or so, they hit a different layer and they put screen to allow water to come into the well. So what they're pulling from is a layer at about 140 to 160 feet below the well cap. Okay, and what that puts the bottom of the well, or the area that the well is drawing water from, it puts it at somewhere between 25 to 35 feet below the river. The river at this location, which again, if you look at the topo map, the river elevation is 75 feet. So this well is puncturing down into the groundwater of the Mattole River aquifer. And it was stated also from geologists as well as Cliff that, you know, when you look at the geologic formations here, it's pretty clear that this is an uplifted formation that was part of the river at one time. This again is in the report. So what you're dealing with here is a well that's punched down in and is taking water from the aquifer that is directly connected to the Mattole River. So I do not believe that anything I read here provides any evidence that there wouldn't be an impact from this well withdrawal on the Mattole River, which is already critically low in the late summer and fall, and that can have dramatic impacts on take of endangered species. I am a hydrologist by training. I've worked in the Mattole for decades. I've surveyed these streams. I know these locations. So I would consider that to be expert testimony. And I think that really, you know, we're not asking for much. I want to really support the Planning Commission's strong efforts to try and go beyond what was done before and do their job in terms of CEQA, where you need to analyze the site specifics of a project. And the site specifics of this project are that without storage and forbearance, this well absolutely has a very real potential to affect the flow in the Mattole River, thereby taking species. It's not much to ask. I mean, most people are doing 100% storage. What was asked of this person was 50%, and we just got a $13 million grant from the state to leverage resources to help landowners put in storage and forbearance. So there's really no excuse. The money's there to do it right.
Can I call for the question?
Actually, no, Supervisor Bohn, let's hear
Supervisor Bohn, that is so rude. That is just
Okay,
rude.
I know it's a long day, you guys. Supervisor Bohn, let Supervisor Madrone talk, please.
You know, I never interrupt you, Supervisor Bohn, but you interrupt me all the time. I'll get back to the topic at hand. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've said what I had to say. It's very clear, and I really have a problem with this because there's a simple way out. Put in storage and forbearance and get grant money to help. What are we doing here? I want to support our planning commission who's working really hard at no pay, struggling through all of these issues and trying to do a good job of adapting to where we're at today, not where we were 3 or 4 years ago with an EIR, but where we are today. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Bushnell, and then apparently Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you. Director Ford, do you want to respond before I ask questions or no?
Yes, I think I should.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll wait then.
Supervisor Madrone, if what you're saying is true, and I'm not disputing that, but this application could not be approved using this well at all, not even with water storage, because it would be a diversionary source of water. So water storage at that point is irrelevant.
Right, so then what you do is you put in rainwater collection ponds and other kinds of storage and forbearance systems to deal with the site-specific conditions to avoid the impact and take of endangered species.
And I just to say, Supervisor Bushnell was talking, asked Director Ford. Director Ford was answering, so I'm going to go back to Supervisor Bushnell. But thank you, though, for that.
Thank you. So I have a few questions, and then first of all, I'd like to say that I want to support our planning commission also, but I want there to be significant findings when they implement conditions that are outside the ordinance that this board put forth in 1.0, 2.0, which we stated in a discussion that we had 3 weeks ago, I believe. Is that right, Director Ford? Maybe 3 weeks ago. So then the question I wanted to ask is there was a hydrologist. That letter came from, maybe I could ask Cliff. That was a hydrologist?
Through the chair, that was a certified engineering geologist.
Geologist. And is one better than the other? Hydrologist, who Supervisor Madrone is, geologist, or is it all up to whoever thinks whatever? Sorry, I just
like answering that one, Cliff. I think whatever.
Well, I will say, and I know, I'm sure Director Ford would maybe want to speak to this, but we do look for people who are certified or otherwise identified by the state to provide this information relative to to wells and hydrologic connectivity. And so, you know, we do interact with the State Water Resources Control Board. They do have some requirements for who they would determine is qualified to make these assessments. And I do not know anything about Supervisor Madrone's qualifications or whether they would accept those. I do know that they do accept the certified engineering geologists' statements. And that's about all I could say.
Okay, thank you for that. And Cliff, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm not questioning. I don't know, so I have to ask. And then my last thing I would like to say is, yes, I want to support our planning commission, but I also want to support our cannabis industry that works hard to work within those ordinances. And unless there are significant findings to require that, then I'm going to be supportive of the ordinance. The last thing I would like to say is through the question I would have for Director Ford, that okaying this or approving this appeal does not mean that we're just going to let him go without monitoring of that well. You've also put conditions in that we're going to be monitoring if things change, conditions change, that he's going to have to adapt. Is that a true statement?
They took that off. Director Ford?
We took the monitoring off.
So is Jason still on here?
Well, if I could, and I'm sorry to interject, but
yeah, please.
There are requirements built into the second ordinance that do allow the county to reduce an applicant's cultivation area based on specific circumstances like drought. And so, in addition, his estimated water use is something that we will be monitoring, and so we do have some monitoring. However, we did take the monitoring requirement relative to the groundwater level off. That's our recommendation.
Okay. All right. Thank you for answering all my questions.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Bass. I don't know. I do think, I lean with Supervisor Madrone on this. I am a licensed civil engineer. I have qualifications in this too, but I won't. I wouldn't stamp this necessarily. I just think that there's two things that are of concern that I have. One is the timing at which this was done, which again is not during the drought time, and I think that is pretty significant. And the drawdown to 133 feet down tells me that is pretty much right at the level that that the river is at. Now I wouldn't say that's a finding that's for sure, but I think it definitely raises the eyebrows a bit, and I would be supportive of the monitoring of this with the monitoring element. That's where I'm at. So my findings are that there is a potential a significant impact associated with this if it's in this if moving forward the way that it is. My explanation is a little truncated because it's late. Oh. And I want to say this is the first time I've seen someone with maracas in the background. I'm really happy about that. So,
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I'm in here. I'm trying to find out. Wasn't Fish the well driller? Yes. And he gave a report on this too. And didn't he have a doctorate in water? And he's got a master's or a doctorate. I know he's got all sorts of stuff.
He is an educated geologist, yes.
So and water geology. I mean, he's been took over a well drilling business from his dad, but I mean, and he furthered it up. And so I'm saying I apologize for interrupting, but we've had a lot of long. It could have been a hell of a lot shorter. Saying this is bad, I can tell you, I'm an expert. But I mean, I think the Planning Commission. I support the Planning Commission. I mean, I can't always agree with them. I mean, I don't do it. I mean, I know supervisors in the past that have been pre-elected and gone to the Planning Commission's meetings and disagreed with them. So I don't see with Fish and David Lindbergh on here enough to change, because it was 7-0 by the Planning Commission to begin with, and then did the water storage thing, like a couple of things, did it come at the end, or was it one of the things, or was it just, I know a lot of times Planning Commission said, well, we're approving this, but let's look like we are helping and we'll add some water storage. So did this come at the last 20% of its meeting, or that section of the meeting?
That's my recollection of it, yes.
Okay, I understand what they're doing, and I agree and everything else, but I'm also, like I said, 434 acres in Humboldt County on 2.9 million, and how many watersheds, I don't know if we're using this as a weapon rather than a tool. So I'm okay with my motion I made a while ago.
And I just wanted to chime in. David Lindbergh, I think, is very well respected. I've known him for many years. Seen his work in the past, and I feel comfortable with his assessment. I'm not a trained geologist. I'll say that. Nor am I a civil engineer, and I'm definitely not a hydrologist. So, and nor do I plan to be. So, Supervisor Madrone, and then Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. John, can you put up attachment 6, screen share for us, please? Pull up attachment 6, page 7. I'll take a quick look at a couple maps. And, you know, I did talk for a bit there, Supervisor Bohn, but frankly, you ought to go back and watch the archives and see how long you talk on things. The same thing 3 or 4 times. But at any rate, I don't think I talked too much in terms of providing details about this particular issue. And so that's page...
While you're looking at that, I'd say let's give each other some grace here. We've had a very long day, and our tempers are probably getting a little short. So
I'd love to.
No more worries about commenting. We're good. Go ahead and pull up this.
Okay. I'm not on my document. It says it's page 7. Sorry, page 7 with the geologic formations. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Pull it up a little higher so we can see the river. There we go. There's the river. Okay, so you'll notice here that there's a bunch of these QALs. Those are alluvial terrace deposits, basically all of them. And notice that the well is sitting right in the middle of one of those deposits. And then also notice in the report that the engineer talked about how these are uplifted terraces that were probably part of a old river meander, right? So they're all connected via the type of geology that's there. So let's go back up to the map, which is, I think, page 5, which is the top, page 4. Page 4, yeah, the topo map, there you go. Yeah, scroll it back, yeah, there you go. You can see the river down there. So you see the well location. And what was disappointing to me in the engineering geologist report was he didn't really talk about the depth of the well, in particular, the area at 140 to 160 feet is literally being below the level of the river. That was a really important missing piece from this report. He did a really good job of talking about the potential impacts to adjacent nearby wells in terms of their depths and analyzing the geologic formations around this area and coming up with a sense that this well at this depth would probably not affect adjacent wells because it's pulling from a different aquifer. And I would agree with that assessment. I'm not a geologist, I'm a hydrologist. My credentials were questioned. I did a master's degree at Humboldt that I got in 2011, 2012, graduated in a program that's called Wildland Hydrology and Watershed Management, and I am qualified as a hydrologist in the system. It's not a licensed profession. It requires certain training and education, and I have that, as well as my background of working in the Madrone for decades and et cetera, which I already talked about. So I think that's what really bothers me the most. As you can see here, the river is at about 75 or 80 feet. The well cap at the top of the well is at 200 feet of elevation, and it goes 160 feet down. So from 200 feet and the river at 80 feet, you do the math, that's 120 feet. So the bottom 40 feet of this well goes down into the groundwater alluvial terrace materials that are directly connected to the river alluvial terrace materials. You know, logic suggests there could absolutely be a potential connection between those things. I haven't drilled any other wells. I haven't looked any deeper than anything but this particular report. But it concerns me that the well is deeper than the river. And, you know, we had a big report a week or so ago on the Eel River, and these aquifers in these alluvial terraces can be, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet deep. So there is certainly enough information here to suggest strongly that there could absolutely be a connection between this well and the river and the aquifer of the river. So I point that out because it was missing from the report. And again, there is lots of ample opportunity to develop storage facilities and grant money coming down. So I just don't understand how that could be refuted.
All right. Thanks, Cliff, for taking that down. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Director Ford, would it be appropriate to have, is it Dave Lindbergh, is that his name?
Yes.
Could we continue this and bring it? Mike, please. I have the right.
All right. It is getting late and we are getting testy.
I'm
All right.
going to finish. Thank you. Just with given all the information that we have, could it be brought back relatively fast and have him make sure that his report is complete?
I think, yes, it can be. Ask the geologist to address the questions that have been raised by Supervisor Madrone. Those are important points to have in the record and responded to.
And I did want to say Dave Lindbergh was on. I saw his name on the screen for quite a while. We just kind of probably went beyond his ability to stick around.
Supervisor Bohn, would you be okay with that? I just would like to get the
I'd actually be more inclined to take a 5-minute break and call Lindbergh and tell him to get back on the phone. But I mean, then we can have dueling doctorates or whatever.
Director Ford, is that something we can do? I think we need to address the questions.
I mean, we can.
Director Ford, I think that. Director Ford.
I will try to get a hold of David Lindbergh right now. I don't know that I have his cell phone number. Hopefully his.
John, this is going to sound weird, and I don't know if Alicia's going to let me do this. If we could take a break in this one, maybe we could do our public comment on non-agenda items and give you the time to try to track down Dave Lindbergh.
Sure.
Is that with our county council? Is that okay? Alicia, is that okay? I mean, if Supervisor Bushnell would like, Dave, if we can find it. Oh, there's county council.
Sure, I think that's completely fine.
All right. So let's take a hiatus. John, will you pop back on when you can reach him? We're gonna go, and this is a little, this is a little choppy, but I know people have been waiting, so we might as well take this opportunity to do the public comment on non-agenda items, since it looks like this one's coming back. I don't know how many of you are still with us. We still have a lot of people on. So, Nikki, did you have something? No. All right, we'll take a break. So we're going to move on to the comment on non-agenda items. We are doing this because we have to track down something else. So this is not the usual practice. Thanks for waiting so long. It has been, believe us, we know it's been a long day and we're not done. So we do have Ash. I believe you are first in the queue, and anyone who's interested, press *9 to raise your hand.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, that's fine. Say much respect to all of you for still being here and doing stuff this late at night. Yeah, hats off to you. But anyways, what I'm gonna say is today I'm speaking on an item that's not on the agenda, focusing on the media propagation of fear-driven COVID reporting. I know you might say this is a private sector issue and out of control of the county, but the whole reason that all the local media report on COVID 5 days a week is because of the Department of Health and Human Services issues a press release daily, Monday through Friday every week. And just a lot like, I mean, you guys were getting like, what was it, weekly before, and you guys switched to every 2 weeks? And I think it might be a bit much for like the general public to be listening to it every day. I mean, why couldn't they just get an update every 2 weeks when it's not super, huge things every day? And additionally, the Red-Headed Black Belt received a grant for like $44,000 specifically for reporting on COVID from Facebook. And this is what sparked my interest into the question that led back to the DHS after I talked to Ken Kemp a bit. Personally, I find the daily COVID reporting to be overkill, unnecessary, and psychologically damaging to the community. Most of you are probably familiar with the placebo effect, where a patient who get what they think is an effective medical treatment, they do better on an average of 30% compared to patients that, you know, don't get a treatment or, you know, a placebo that they think is beneficial. And I think that, you know, this daily reporting kind of has a reverse effect, or could have a reversed effect on people, where it just kills off their hopes. So if they do get sick, you know, they might not do as well as they could have been, since they're hearing about it every day. Yeah, so I just request that, like, whoever's behind putting out the daily reports at DHHS, they can explain how people living in a state of fear do better being stressed out than being hopeful and optimistic. And I also just request that these press releases be spread out, just like you did for the board, like to maybe every, you know, week or every 2 weeks, just so people don't have to listen to it every day, because it's not how people should be living their lives, you know, focusing on that. And that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for hanging in there. It's a super long day. Have a good one.
Well, thank you for hanging in there too, Ash. Okay. We have one more hand for general public comment. If you're interested, please do press *9 to raise your hand. I think this is Thomas, 3053. There you go. Welcome.
Good evening, Thomas Mulder again. Bunch of different things and not on the agenda. First off, the COVID thing, I kind of support what the previous speaker was talking about, living in fear. I don't know if you guys have seen the circulated picture of our wonderful Gavin Newsom with Magic Johnson unmasked in a private thing, and it really is challenging for everyone to be saying we're in fear, when in the state of California we can have tens of thousands of people in a stadium without masks, and it's not a big deal, but parents can't go to a few parents can go, but people can't really watch sporting events the way that you could. Change of topics. Anytime I feel that I vote a certain way and I feel that I need to express that to the Board of Supervisors, I believe that's my right under public comment, and I will continue to do so. And then another thing about relief to farmers. It would be nice for the Board of Supervisors to form some sort of resolution or letter to the state, now the DCC, metric requirements. I think if we're talking about cost of production and the market being challenging, if you were writing a support letter for metric requirements, flowering plants, I've talked to a few formerly CDFA staff before the changes DCC, but only one tag per flowering strain per cultivation area or greenhouse. That would alleviate a lot of time, taking away the requirement for weighing plants wet, which is labor intensive and adds the cost of production, individual unique identifiers on immature plants, all those type of requirements that does not support mitigating any diversion efforts or anything like that. It's proven metric is flawed, so it'd be nice to see some sort of support from Humboldt County. That wouldn't cost Humboldt County taxpayers any services. All that would do is possibly potentially provide relief and reduction in cost of goods produced. So it's just things to look at. And as far as cultivation tax, that is a big one. The biggest challenge for farmers is they get product to market. You get a COA test, say a batch of 20 pounds, well, you got to pay that cultivation tax right away before you even get to market to sell. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay. All righty. So we'll go back to the board. I see John back. Were you able to find a number or reach Dave?
He is evidently out of town. I know one of Mr. Goforth's consultants is on the line right now and is trying to get a hold of him. But at this point, I have to say that I would recommend that you continue this to allow us time to get additional information from Mr. Lindbergh.
Okay, so we had a motion and then we had a second, so we need to rewind that. Supervisor Bohn made the motion. So would you be willing to, would you adjust it? No, you pull your motion?
I'll pull it.
Okay, so the second's pulled.
Can I make a new motion?
Sure.
right? So we pulled the first and I was the seconder, correct?
Yeah.
Director Ford, would you say that it would be appropriate to make the motion to continue to a date uncertain so that we can go ahead.
I would actually recommend that you continue to a date certain, and I would identify March 1st, subject to the okay of the CAO and clerk's office. I don't know what else is proposed on that day.
Well, our CAO, I don't know, is there anything yet on that date?
I'm not aware of anything significant taking place at this point in time on March 1st, so we could certainly continue it to that date certain.
All right, Supervisor Bohn?
So we're gonna move it a month. I mean, you're getting into, I'm just saying, if there has to be things ordered. I mean, I don't know if there's a supply issue. I mean, I imagine he hasn't built this thing out yet. And March would mean he would probably start. I'm sorry.
How about February 20th? Supervisor Bohn, February 20th. Can we do that?
Well, I think the 22nd is a dark day.
I mean, 22nd.
The 21st is a holiday.
My calendar still says we have a board meeting on the 22nd.
Okay, then the 22nd.
But I don't. I don't know. I don't know if the calendar is correct. Nikki, can you check or?
Yeah, let me check.
Because there's a list of our vacation or the down days, but they're not actually showing up on our schedule regularly.
February 22nd, you are dark.
Dark, yeah.
Okay, it still says
Have a meeting next week.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I mean, we're waiting to hear from one person. I don't know why we have to wait 3 weeks. I think he can come up with his answers in a week.
Okay.
And if he can't, let him tell us.
Okay, we have Mr. Goforth has a question.
I talked to David and he said he's out of the office until Monday. So he'll be back in 5 days.
Okay, so next Tuesday?
Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Recommend then February 15th, which would give him a chance to get back in the office, give us a chance to get some correspondence from him and put it into a report and return it to you. It's still very, very tight, but that's the best we can do.
Is that, can I just ask the applicant, Jason, does that sound okay?
I mean, the sooner the better, but if that's the realistic time frame for the county, then it'll have to work.
It's 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I make a motion that we continue this appeal to February 15th. Can we do a time certain?
We can probably come up with that when we actually see what's on the agenda. I don't know. I suppose we can. Alicia, do you have?
Well, I don't want to have to do this again. And then he was on the line earlier, waiting to his turn. So our meetings tend to go. I think the applicant deserves to be able to get it done timely, and our staff, if we could. Alicia, does it work?
Yeah, again, I'm not aware of anything on that day that's set for time certain right now. I think John will probably need to do some coordination with the applicant and their team to make sure that what time certain time would be best for them.
Well, I think because there's public on the line right now, it should, I believe it needs to be announced now, if it's going to be time certain. Maybe not.
County Council Billingsley, it is getting late, I think. Our minds are mush.
So, Chair, I think the dynamic is, if you're just continuing the public hearing, if it's just to hear a brief update and it's set at a time certain, then you would only accept people who hadn't commented before.
Okay, so then my motion is that we continue this to February 15th for a time certain. That's my motion. With the update, I guess I should add with the update from the hydro, from Dave. What's the guy's name? Dave what? Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion, a second. Nikki, you got that? Okay. All right. And with that, we'll do a roll call vote.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
No.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. And we will be adjourning in the memory of one of our community members we've lost. So I believe, I'm not sure who wants to speak. Tonight we're adjourning we're adjourning in the memory of Robert Bob McKee. And did Supervisor in specific wish to speak to that? Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I'm sure all of the supervisors know. I just want to say that I've known Bob McKee since I was a young girl, and had he was very kind to me, and as he was to many people during their lifetimes. And he was instrumental in a lot of people being able to buy lands in the Southern Humboldt area. He had Whitethorn Construction. I hauled his children on my school bus. Him and his wife were just extraordinary people. And I just was able to find something I didn't even know. I know his family knows, of course, but it's when he was one and a half years old, his mother passed away giving birth, and his dad passed away a year later, and he was raised by his grandparents, which resonates with me as I was raised by my grandparents. And he was raised in the Eureka area and then returned to the Southern Humboldt area to build his business and raise his family and his children. And he'll definitely be missed in the Southern Humboldt area.
Yeah, yeah, a lot of people had their first home, first piece of property for $20 down and $25 a month. I knew some of those, and I knew quite a few people that he'd sell 42 and they couldn't make their payments, so he'd turn them on to a 20 and take their 40 back. He was, I knew him quite a while, delivered fuel to him years ago at Whitethorn Construction, and got to know him a lot during the last few years. His poker games were legendary, and he was a legend in his own little valley.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Bob McKee is, he's legendary, absolutely. Really provided an opening for a lot of homesteaders. And for you, those that don't know, he was really the originator of the idea of storage and forbearance. He developed some ponds there on Bug Creek, right behind Whitethorn Construction, and noted that it increased the flow of springs below that during the summer. And lo and behold, his daughter, Tasha McKee, is the standard bearer for storage and forbearance, nationally recognized. And she even went to India to learn more about it. But it was her father, Bob, that got her started on this whole concept of off-channel ponds and rainwater collection and groundwater recharge. So we're going to miss you, Bob, but you're here with us in spirit, with your daughter and all of our community. And thank you for everything you did for us.
Hi. Could I say one more thing? Sure. So he was, I think it was 94 when he passed, and 3 days before he passed, he had called Tracy and left a message for me to call him, and he wanted to have a discussion about Southern Humboldt's needs and wants. And I just, I called and left a message the next day, I believe, and he was already in the hospital, was my understanding. But at 93, Bob was wanting to make a difference and called the Board of Supervisors to talk to his supervisor. And it just was really impactful to me that somebody at 93 did that and took the time and still believed in Southern Humboldt and Humboldt County. Thank you.
So with that, and I thank you everyone for sticking with it. We didn't make it to 12 hours, but we just made it to 11. So unless there's any objection, we're adjourning in the memory of Bob McKee. And good night.